Tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Exactly what they are doing, and in that warehouse you have vehicles. In there you have food items that have been stored by the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly, but this jubilant NDC supporters broke into the warehouse here, and they've made their way into the warehouse. So you can see some trucks packed in there, and they are making away with whatever they can lay their hands on. The police moved in earlier to try and control the situation, but unfortunately it appears they've lost control. So earlier we understand that, unconfirmed, that there have been some shots that were fired here, but we do not have the information as to whether it was some civilians who were firing or the police who were firing. But at present we have a large number of the jubilant youth of the NDC who are here. Some are wearing party colors, others are not, and we have the military now moving their car into the assembly warehouse to try as much as possible to calm the situation. So this is what is happening here within the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly, directly opposite the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly, and this is what is happening live opposite the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly. This is what is happening. Unfortunately, due to the rush, someone has crashed into the metal gate that is there. The military are inside now. The NDC supporters, the youth, are making their way out of the warehouse. So this is a warehouse that is meant for the assembly, where they are keeping vehicles, and a number of items here. Well, the military, well, they are resisting one way or the other. They are resisting, and still they are making their way out. Well, so what is happening? What is happening?
You took our properties, but the government you that you to sell to all people in this country, but you refuse. You refuse and kept it dead.
So that is why you are taking it forcefully.
You are suffering a lot. You are suffering a lot. Like how? Like how?
What are they here to do?
Like how?
The military, what are they here to do? Pointing guns at innocent civilians. What happened in Ayawa? So we are not going to tolerate it.
So why are the people making their way into the building and carrying the
forces? So they should know better.
So tell me, what is happening? What caused this whole situation? Why are you
get personal? You should rather ask them what they are doing here.
You are picking stuff from the warehouse, and that is what they are saying. So I'm asking you to tell me, relax. Yes, so who does it? You tell me, who does it belong to? Are you a resident here?
I cannot answer that question. So if the staff are here on illegal ways, we will also take them in any way that we want to take it. They cannot do anything.
So you are taking it illegally. Is that what you are saying?
Illegally, those properties belong to who?
We are taking our properties.
Okay, so that is the counter argument some of the youth are making. They are saying that, well, if the staff of the assembly, okay, so now some gunshots being fired. The soldiers or the army or the military are trying as much as possible to calm the situation, but unfortunately, in that warehouse, now you see quite a number of equipment being packed here, but we do not really understand why they made their way in here, picking whatever items that they can turn their hands on. So some warning shots.
You're still watching coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. This is your election hub. We ask you to follow us on social media, on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, and get informed. We would like to read your messages as well. I am Sewami here. I've been here with Bernice Abubeidu Lansa, and we've just been joined by Professor Kwesi Ening, who is security analyst and former director of research at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping and Training Center. We've been bringing you visuals of what has transpired in the last 24 hours. We showed you the Vice President's speech conceding defeat after he called former President Mahama to congratulate him for winning. And, you know, Bernice, there's one thing that he said in his speech, you know, very key, that the interest of Ghana goes beyond individual political interest. Right. And that stood out for many people. He's earned the respect of many people for coming out very early, indeed, you know, to concede. And even saying that from their own coalition, John Dramani Mahama has won. Yes. No drama, no, you know, unnecessary dragging and wasting everybody's time. He just said it, that we know that we have lost, doing the honorable thing and conceding defeat.
Yes, and so it's very instructive that this came at a time when people were calling on the EC to be forthcoming with results. Professor Kwesi Ening is here, like Sowa mentioned. And Prof, I engaged you throughout the night to the early hours of this morning. And you and Dr. Bona actually suggested to the EC there was no need to delay. The results should be coming in as fast as possible. The voter turnout was low. We still haven't received even one regional certified result from the Electoral Commission. Is Dr. Bawumia's speech of concession an indictment on the EC? Would you say that?
I think it's an indictment on the EC and a lesson to all of us that when you politicize national institutions and those institutions think they need to work in a particular manner to satisfy the expectations of their political godfathers or mothers, the presupposition is that those godmothers and godfathers don't have integrity, and therefore they are waiting for you to do what they themselves know is wrong. Dr. Bawumia has demonstrated to all of us this morning the very decent man that we all know him to be. That he himself and his team, knowing the relatively low voter turnout, with the sophistication of the softwares that we have and the effectiveness of the collation at the polling stations, what it means is that 4 or 5 hours after voting or polling close, with the exception of the extremely huge constituencies that we knew, the parties knew the outcome. So granted that the EC might want to fact check and double check, and I think last night when we were here, you were very cautious that nobody should read some of the provisional results, but we wanted to be sure. So for Dr. Bawumia to come out and give this mature, calming, concessionary speech, and for incoming President John Mahama to tweet and to call him my brother, that Ghana has won. It's a major indictment on the EC, but also against a lot of institutions in this country whose behavior in the last 8 years has been nothing less than utterly disgraceful and not
Professional.
a reflection of the sacrifices that the taxpayer or the taxpayers of this country make. So a lot of researching needs to be done. A lot of hard soul searching needs to be done. And so while you remember 8 years ago we sat in this studio, and I like your recollection of what you were doing then. And there were delays, a similar pattern. And one of my colleagues had then told me, oh, if you go to the studio, why don't you tell Ghanaians to be calm? Because when we input the figures, the computer does not, pick the figures and it changes the figures. Okay? The EC is a national treasure, and when it works well, it ups the respect, the global respect that Ghana has. And I think the people in the EC now must be wondering what just happened to us. Because what is the explanation that they've not given us any, or probably not even 10% of the results?
Not even one.
No, this raises questions of credibility.
Yeah.
And also questions about trust and dependability. So for the sake of the argument, where the EC to come purely for the sake, this is hypothetical, and to say, Dr. Bawumia, I think your analysts and your computing are all wrong.
We were just saying the same thing a while back.
I mean, the implications of what has just happened are mind-boggling. That we have a concession speech, dignified, calm, collective, and I would like to speak to the concession speech a little bit later. And the institution authorized to run and report on the elections. Because if you remember, we've all been saying that, look, it's only the EC who should declare. It's only the EC who should declare. And last night, you were very insistent. Now, look, please don't go there, because I think there's been some case in 2016 or something.
Yes.
Where, the media...
Some projections were made that turned out not to be true.
So I think people have some tough questions to answer to the people of Ghana.
And especially when this morning the NDC held a press conference, Ami Jemfi, and said everyone is waiting for Jean Mensah because she's the returning officer and she's delaying. And at this time, it was around almost 9 o'clock when the NDC held that press conference. It's 12 o'clock.
Prior to leaving here this morning, is it Sarah, your woman your representative in the strong room? Araba, yes. Araba had said, the chief returning officer, principal returning officer, Jean, was here, but she had left. Well, she showed us all the printers and the boxes and everything. And our assessment, Adam and I assessed that the longer it takes for the EC to speak, the more jittery people become.
Yes.
And I want to go back to 8 years, where I think by the second day in the afternoon, I was here and had to leave for Elmina. And by that time, we had spoken, then I used to work at the KIPTC, spoken to people, including Busumuru Kofi Annan. If he couldn't pick up his phone, talk to those who mattered and encourage them to bring their results, particularly from the EC, because the longer it delayed, the more tension. And we could see last night, Bernice, all the things happening at collation centers.
Right.
People standing outside carrying the boxes,
Holding lights.
The police personnel struggling to control people, so there are lots of lessons to be learned. And I'm hoping that the presumptive winner very quickly, and I'm hoping that the EC comes out in the next couple of hours, because we have work to do.
Yeah.
And we need that clarity for the presumptive winner and the incoming president. I guess he started working long ago, but now that he knows he's coming to power, to start working. And I hope that probably before I leave here, I'll get a chance to provide an assessment of what the expectations of the people of Ghana are.
We certainly will do that. But Prof, security-wise, since that's your field, something happened this morning in Tamale, and we want to bring you the visuals of that.
Sure.
Some supporters of the NDC, right, thronged that place and were demanding to take food and other items from, and that's it, from the warehouse.
Yeah.
And very chaotic scenes coming from that place. Very bad. Even though just when you walked in, we're talking about the fact that, security-wise, even a place like Odododiodo comported itself very well in this year's election. But look at what we are seeing.
Well, so if I need to be honest, you see, the amount of work that we need to do in resetting this country is massive. Hunger and hunger politics have been used by the outgoing regime. They've created the impression that we are starving, and hundreds of millions of dollars have been diverted for hunger relief to the north. So there are lots of questions. If we diverted those funds and people are still hungry, and they know that food has been hidden, probably being sold on the blind side of people also, then there's a lot of anger. But not only that, yesterday I overheard some guy saying, no Ghanaian goes to bed hungry. And I thought to myself, where is this clown coming from? Because there is some hunger. The rains are not falling properly, so our productive output has fallen also drastically. So what is happening now, unfortunate as it is, reflects the hype about using government money to do things that they knew were not correct or were diverted. Because I've always challenged this notion about this. Let me borrow my elderly father's words, Mr. K.B. Quantin, Hudios picture that was painted about hunger. Okay, and if those monies were used well, we wouldn't have seen this.
Right.
But I want to also speak about the presence of the uniformed forces. I think there are few police officers there, and I can see the military there. I think the behavior is not escalating with the tensions and the anger. I think what we need now from our statutory security forces is to revert to their traditional roles of ameliorating tensions and ensuring that people don't take the law into their own hands. And I'm hoping and praying that the Regional Security Council in the Northern region will meet in emergency session this afternoon. I know the minister, I don't know whether he won, but to call an emergency Regional Security Council meeting and to find out how best to deal with this situation. One shot fired and one death will escalate this to levels that we don't want to see. So I think the minister, irrespective of the shock that he has now, must continue to work for the interest of the people of Tamale and elsewhere.
And we've heard it over again that the votes that we have seen reflect the level of anger and apathy of Ghanaians. One would have thought that by exercising their right to vote, they would have expressed that anger. But it looks like it's not enough, that people still have some level of anger in them to the extent that they would want to mass up at a warehouse. And in one of the words of the people massed up there, he said, "This is ours." He literally wants to own what is in that warehouse. How do we manage the level of anger we are seeing despite the results that have come in showing clearly that Ghanaians are angry enough? How do we manage it so we don't have such confrontations and people taking advantage of jubilation to foment trouble?
Well, I think the import of what we are seeing is very clear, both to the outgoing regime and the incoming ones. The vote that we've seen is a combination of several things. It's a protest vote. It's a, deepening frustration and anger, and an expectation that we want change probably from last week. So this is also a message to the incoming president and his team that this is the level of anger, frustration that is out there. But we also know that food insecurity is one of the things that can drive people over the edge. So I'm hoping that the risk assessment analysts around the incoming president will read this very well. And those in the different regions must be making assessments as to how people feel. We voted yes, we wanted change, we've got it. But that is not it. The work begins now, and that is why Mrs. GHOne Mensah and her team must speak and put everything to rest so that Dr. Bawumia knows he's done the right thing. Mr. Mahama can begin to speak as the incoming president and start building his team. We may see a few other acts of anger expressed in different ways. It may not be about food. It may be about the seizure of houses. It may be about the seizure of vehicles. It may be about telling people we want our stolen properties back. But in all these things, the analytical team around Mr. Mahama must also read the signals very well. The anger out there is the anger prior to the June 4th revolution. The levels of frustration in this country reminds me of the level of apathy, of frustration, of anger, of a sense of not knowing where we are going. And sometimes people are terribly critical of Mr. Rawlings for all whatever people claim are his excesses. But he gave a vent out for people to speak and to share their frustrations. Probably there were some excesses. But when there's a societal uprising, no amount of weaponry can put the people down. So, Madam GHOne Mensah and team, please declare the results, because you are the only competent authority to do so, to allow Mr. Mahama and his team to begin the process of rebuilding this country, and to be able to speak competently to the problems that, as they understand it, and how they seek to tackle it. That will reduce the tensions and hopefully prevent a repetition of what we are seeing elsewhere and having different targets. We can't and we mustn't.
Prof, speaking of the Electoral Commission, I've seen a statement from them that, and I want to read it. We urge the general public and all citizens to follow the Commission's periodic announcements as the results come in. Feedback from the field is that the results are trickling into the regional collation centers. The Commission will publish the results once they are received. And then they go on to say, as of 8 a.m. Sunday, 8th December 2024, the Commission had not received any results at the National Collation Center. The declaration of final results is hinged on the processes that are enshrined in law. The pink sheets determine the final results, and as such, the pink sheets generated from the 40,650 polling stations signed by the presiding officer and party agents will determine the final results. Nothing will change. I mean, is that to say that they are delaying because they haven't received the results as they are making us believe? How then are people going ahead to celebrate? Because even we here, with the limited logistics that we have, we've been able to collate results, and we've had a headway.
Yeah. Isn't it troubling that you have the media in Ghana, you have political parties putting mechanisms and structures in place that allow them to collate results faster than the country's own electoral commission? And I know that the EC has a higher responsibility. Obviously, parties would want to sometimes do these things not to the level of perfection that the EC would want to attain. But Sewa, we closed polls at 7. And we have mentioned time and over.
At 5.
At 5. Thank you, at 5. We started at 7, ended at 5. We've mentioned over time, the voter turnout was really low. So it's not a situation where you're having to count so many ballot papers. Now, the polling station results have been counted. It's now headed to the constituency level. Then from the constituency, they move to the regional. Then they come to national. Are we saying that we don't have all the constituency results? Or is the EC saying that, say for example, in the Greater Accra region, it wants to wait for all the constituencies before it tells us what is happening? That has not been the case over the years. And even though we have heard from the NPP's candidate, Doc, you create or you propound a theory, a possibility, even though it may be quite an interesting one, a possibility of the figures being different. What then happens?
Well, I think that just shows you the enormity of what Dr. Bawumia has done. Putting Ghana first and actually saying that Ghana has won. Because Dr. Bawumia and his team are aware that the people have spoken. And I think he makes a statement about this is not the result that we were looking for. And Dr. Bawumia, as an economist with an understanding of statistics and figures, wouldn't have taken this decision lightly.
And sorry to cut you, so I wish that the EC would have done the usual press briefing where they allow questions to be asked, because we need clarity. When you say, for example, that you haven't received any results, what do you mean entirely?
Because we have seen photos from collation centers where there appears to be some, everything is delaying there. But the EC also cannot say that we're going to have, so if up to Monday, Tuesday, there's still delays there, then we're going to have to wait. Because, Prof, there are constituencies like Okaikwe Central. And that constituency bothers me so much because you have the two main contenders both declaring themselves winners. We have our figures, but of course we are not mandated constitutionally to call the elections and say anyone won.
Yeah.
But from what we have, and even from what we have seen from the results coming in from the polling station, one part candidate appears to be in the lead, but two of the leading contenders have all declared themselves winners.
Yes.
Yet still the EC is quiet. So if you cannot even announce at the regional level, at least at the constituency level, we
Yes.
should get something, no?
Exactly.
Because it's not rocket science at the constituency level to do the math. I mean, if there are X number of polling stations in the constituency, all the pink sheets were signed by all agents, and it's been added up. I don't think there's any reason for extra delay. But whatever it is, I think Dr. Baumier's statement has eased the tension. Actually, when I was coming here, I was quite surprised that people were not jubilating very well in town. And I think it's a recognition that, look, we've all won. There's no need really to go out there, tease people, laugh, misbehave. Probably it might come a little later. But the EC has a responsibility to speak to the people of Ghana. Prior to the elections, there were all kinds of conversations, criticisms, suspicions about the EC. I think, as at last night when I was here, we thought they had done a great job. Biometric machines had worked, there were enough ballot papers, their staff had behaved well, the counting, most areas had gone on smoothly. So they should be careful with the kind of statements they put out. Because the more they begin to put out statements explaining why they are not delivering, the more they undermine their own credibility, and we can't afford to have that.
I just saw a post on Facebook where someone is asking how Dr. Afari-Gyan was able to do this with very limited resources and technology. And we have spent a lot of money trying to improve the system, haven't we? So we don't expect to see these delays. The process was expected to be smooth and done in a manner in which is transparent and also efficient. It looks like we are lacking on the bit of efficiency.
Well, because the EC doesn't have, I think, a supervisory institution. It's almost like
autonomous.
Yes, autonomous, but whatever it is, we need to look at how the EC works, because there must be a correlation between investing in the infrastructure, hopefully getting the best minds around elections, election security, election management, and then the speed with which credible results can be declared. I think if the parties have managed to do this 18 hours after the closure of the polls, then the EC with all its resources, I think it's not out of place for us to expect that they ought to have done much better.
Well, hopefully we will get that briefing that we need. We need a briefing. We need to hear something from the Electoral Commission, and I hope they don't stop the media from asking questions like they did in the last briefing. We were actually expected to receive periodic briefings.
That's what we were told.
That's what we were told. I don't know
what has changed.
At what point the plan changed and why that was not communicated. But again, it still adds to the tension, and whether we like it or not, these things are real. The transition period is very tricky. And so we need to handle it with a lot of care. Beyond your suggestion to the EC to speed up with the figures, what else must the security services be also doing at this point?
Oh, as for the security services, all those who thought, let me rephrase. The security services under the Election Security Task Force was headed by Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, the IGP, to whom I think we need to say thank you. But it was also agreed that he is the person who can request for the deployment of the military. The armed forces subsequently issued a statement that the military will not be deployed, to polling areas, of which several personnel flouted that order. And I've been discussing with people this morning who issued that counter order. And knowing the military and the way it works, they will fall in line. There's a new boss. No. Whatever internal dissent that there's been,
there certainly will be
they will be resetting now. But they cannot also just behave as if it's business as usual. Because some rules have been flouted, orders have been flouted, and we need to be able to discipline those people or whoever issued those orders. And I'm hoping one of my pet issues has been the invasion of Parliament 4 years ago by uniformed people. And I'm going to appeal to Mr. Mahama after he's held the sword of state and sworn allegiance to the people of Ghana.
Okay, Prof, hold on. We have to cross over to Ayawasu West Wuogon constituency, where the official certified results are ready from there. Hopefully this will be an indication for the EC to say something.
Come up here so we can sign the announcement or the declaration of the presidential results. Then we'll follow that with the parliamentary results as well. So the coalition agents, can I have you here? Before we move on, we'd like to mention the figures that each candidate obtained in the election. Candidate number 1, Mahmoud Baumia.
Mention the party agents for yeah, they should come. They come and sign.
All right.
So call them so that everybody will know.
Can we have the party agent for Mahmoud Baumia come up here? Party agent for the NPP. Let's also have the coalition agent for Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. Coalition agent for Christian Kwabna Andrews. Let's have coalition agent for Kofi Apalu. Coalition agent for Mohamed Frimpong. Coalition agent for Nana Akosua Frimpoma. Coalition agent for John Dramani Mahama. Coalition agent for Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga. Coalition agent for Kofi Franklin. Coalition agent for George Chumberima Edu. Coalition agent for Nana Kwame Bediakon. Coalition agent for Alan John Kojo Tremantin. So I'm now going to announce the results that each candidate had, and then their agents for coalition will sign. We have number 1, Mahmoud Bawumia of the NPP, 24,122. 24,122. We have Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., 12. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., 12. Epiadonko is not going to count. Christian Kwabna Andrews had 39. Kofi Palu 20. Mohammed Frimpong 1. Nana Kosia Frimpoma 74. John Dramani Mahama 42,000. Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga 28. Kofi Prante 21. George Chumberima Edu 13. Nana Kwame Bediako 1,094. Alan John Kojoche Martin 503. So I hereby announce John Dramani Mahama as the winner for the Ayawa Footwear. Can we have some silence, please? So, after all this, our total valid votes are 67,991. We have total valid votes of 67,991. We also have total rejected ballots 502. Total rejected ballots 502. Then the total votes cast amount to 68,491. Total votes cast 68,493. Let us pray.
So yes, these are visuals coming from the Coalition Center of Ayawaso West Wuogon. They just brought us the figures and we'll go over that for you. John Dramani Mahama for the presidential polled 42,064 votes as against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who got 24,122 votes, and the rest. I mean, from this, Nana Kwame Bediako comes as the third force with 1,094 votes, and Alan John Kwejo Chairman with 503 votes. And so you see the party agents there signing, and then it will be transferred to the regional, and then hopefully we can then hear something from the EC, because they say they haven't gotten anything.
But this is just one constituency, so I don't know if you have to wait for all the constituencies before the EC would give us any information.
Yeah.
But so we also have the result for Adentan.
Okay.
And for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he polled 29,578, and John Dramani Mahama polled 60,116.
Both. Isis for Adentan.
60,116 for John Dramani Mahama and 29,578 for
in Adentan.
in Adentan.
Wow.
That's massive, huge.
Yeah.
Particularly when I think no one has gone first, and then he won them. Then
won
you
the
see
parliamentary-
one.
Yes, one parliamentary, but we had to
Yeah.
receive the figures for that.
Wow.
But Adentan is, Prof, are you surprised?
No, I think it feeds into the general swing and demand for change.
Okay. You know, earlier you said that if you had the chance, you would like to talk about the expectations of the people, you know, in this incoming government.
Yeah.
What are they? Let's run through them.
Yeah. So I think one is to win an election. The second is to win a massive landslide. Landslides represent, first, the electorate's hope that you can recreate, particularly for somebody like him who has been a president before. So the electorate had an opportunity to compare Mahama's 4 years as president, and then the vice president's support to his boss for 8 years. And the electorate have decided that John Mahama's 4 years gave them much better hope for their future and their livelihoods. But what it also means is that the expectations are high, and patience with him will be much, much, much shorter. That you've got the experience, you've done it before, granted that things have changed, but we want results and we want it soon. And therein lies my advice to the people around John Mahama. Until 2 hours ago, you were contestants. After Dr. Baumia conceded, you become statesmen and stateswomen. The way you talk to people, both your vanquished opponents, but the people of Ghana, and the way that you speak about institutions must now change. You cannot use bellicose, disrespectful, insulting language anymore. That is not what people have voted for. You can reform institutions, but all those actions must contribute to stabilizing the country, improving people's lives, and assuaging the hurt of people. Well, there's a lot of hurt and frustrations out there.
Right.
Bernice, you were talking about pensioners.
Yes.
You know, people have died because their investments became hollowed out. People have been impoverished and pauperized over the last 8 years. Corruption has become the glue that binds this country. We've had 8 years of a vicious regime that was intolerant of dissenting views, used state institutions to intimidate and to seek to destroy. I've been personally a victim of this for the past 8 years. Okay? So we want a government that says, hang on, I'm here to assuage your needs and your hurt, but also to build an inclusive society in which no one is a victim, in which no one is excluded, and in which no one is dispossessed. When I delivered the John Mills Memorial Lecture at the University of Cape Coast, I said something that people got quite upset about. That under John Mahama, I slept well because I could criticize him to his face and he was tolerant. If I said something that his defense minister, Dr. Kumbo, did not like, he will drive to the office. We will have a wonderful, robust conversation, go to the mess for lunch, and we will still live as friends. They had a listening ear, and that listening ear must come back. And those are the choices and comparisons that the people of Ghana made and decided that we are people who are tolerant of each other, that even in our diversity, we can build a coherent society. So, incoming President Mahama.
Prof, you said that you could sleep well. They were tolerant of your views at the time.
Yeah.
Would you say the same for under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo?
No, they were intolerant.
What happened?
And if I look at all the 4 commandants or 3 commandants who have been there and earlier, the number of calls to commandants to do something about me when I speak, the personalized threats when I even wrote an article. And the classic case is when we did a study, I think yesterday we spoke about small arms here, when we did a national baseline survey on small arms in 2014. When they came to power and found that we had done this article funded by the government of Ghana and the government of Japan. For the first 2.5 years, it was a constant call threatening for writing what I had written. So it was a sharp contrast from the ability to teach in class, engage robustly, to people who felt entitled and tried to use whatever networks and connections that they had to seek to intimidate all kinds of people. So over time, anyone who engaged in this conversation about seeking a more transparent, responsive, inclusive form of governance could feel the closure of the civic space and an intolerance for criticism, alternative views, as if suddenly we were no more Ghanaians. Or you needed to be a Ghanaian in a particular way and to contribute in specific ways that served the pecuniary narrow interest of some people. So we will seek to engage critically with the incoming government, because as citizens, that is our responsibility. And as members of the intelligentsia and civil society, it is our role as members of the epistemic community to use our knowledge to contribute to the development and growth of our country. It is not only when we are working in an international organization or working for another country elsewhere that we put up our very best. We need to do it now. And therein lies the role of misinformation and disinformation in this campaign that I would like to also speak to, which they should not repeat. Our history cannot be dismissed and tweaked in ways that are narrow and self-serving. A classic case was Kwame Nkrumah. The second was the packaging of false information that, this will be a very violent election. A packaging that several of our international partners bought into and retweeted that this election might be less peaceful than other elections. And when I challenged it, both the retweeting plus those who provided that initial assessment. Somebody wrote yesterday when I repeated this on TV3 that I was attacking the partners. I have a right as a Ghanaian to challenge people who are repeating what I perceive to be falsehoods, and that can impact on the outcome of the peace that we are looking for. Okay, so government must learn, the incoming government must learn to be very critical of friends who come bearing gifts, and to be tolerant of its citizens who say, hang on, what is the basis for doing this? But we are going to keep Parliament also in check. Because I think I said it here yesterday. Since 1992, almost every parliamentary election sees between 30 to 40% of the parliamentarians being changed. For the 9th Parliament, prior to yesterday's vote, probably just about 40, 45, 50% of them were going for re-election. And if we see how the mighty have fallen. What it means is that on the 7th of January 2025, those who will be entering the chamber to be sworn in, the majority will be first-timers. So learning the parliamentary trade, the rules, the culture, is going to be a tough time for the government, because what they need is also a critical input to government business, and not just becoming a rubber stamp.
Right.
So I'm looking forward to a very interesting next year, and I think you see me here more often.
Oh, that's great.
That's good to know. But you spoke about the Ghanaian not being patient enough.
Yeah.
How much time do you think the Ghanaian can afford the next government, considering
where we are,
and what we need to do to gain a lot of grounds?
Yeah.
How much time does this incoming government have?
I think, and therein lies my suggestion to the incoming government, to refrain from misinformation and disinformation and the fluff, and to tell us this is the situation,
right,
and this is how we think we are going to solve it.
Right.
The levels of frustration, anger, but also mistrust towards the elite. And I think last night, Bernice used the word elite in this room. Is that, as my paternal grandmother used to say, and quite a number of other grandmothers, you get, there is this perception that out of the sweat from the taxes of the fisher folk, the farmers, whatever. Now we don't even know how many Ghanaian cocoa farmers kids get scholarship. If you take Get Fund, those who get Fund are those who are the most, endowed in society. So I think Mr. Mahama has super maximum 9 months to 12 months before he starts losing the trust and support of people. This dramatic turnaround and the victory that we are giving him must count for something. And I think he understands that. You see, what I like about John Mahama is that as a fierce critic, he's always tolerant enough also to have a conversation. So that must continue. He must try not to build walls around him.
Prof, forgive me, we'll have to cross over to Bolga now. We're picking some updates from our man on the ground. Hello, what are you able to tell us what's happening in Bolga?
Mr. Isaac Adongo, as the parliamentary elect of the Bankatanga Municipal Central Constituency. Thank you. So, Mr. Isaac Adongo is the parliamentary.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day for the NDC family. For Bolgatanga Central.
You see there, the incumbent member of parliament for Bolgatanga, Isaac Adongo, there, retained as the member of parliament after voting. We're not surprised. He's likely to be the next finance minister under this incoming government, right?
It's hard to tell, but I can understand I can understand why you would think so, because he's been quite pivotal for the NDC
when it comes
pointing out a lot of things. And talking about that, a lot of ideas are coming to my mind now, talking about who's likely going to be minister. But Sewa, beyond the security, we've also been talking about a lot of things. Now that the MPP's presidential candidate has conceded, it's not official because we haven't heard from the returning officer, Madam Jean Mensah, but we can safely say that Ghana is going to have a first-time female vice president.
Yeah.
That is exciting for a lot of women. But Prof, I don't know what you think about Professor Nana Jane. We've discussed what she added to John Mahama's fortunes, or whether or not she added anything at all. But
and it's even good that Prof is going to speak on it, because that is Prof's turf. You know, the areas that many believe that she focused her campaign on, the central and western region. Prof has a beautiful home up there in Elmina somewhere. So I know that he definitely will have a very great idea of the kind of campaign that went down in the central region and the western region. Prof, I mean, from what Bennett said, did she add anything at all to the campaign?
Well, let me go back and say something.
Okay.
This is a victory not only for women, but it's a victory also for those of us who have been brought up by strong single women.
Okay.
It's a victory for those of us who have been brought up by strong, highly educated women who are determined to fight against a patriarchal system that is narrow, abusive, and exploitative. This is, I think, the first female vice chancellor on this continent. The first female vice chancellor in this country. But a woman who was rubbished and abused when John Mahama boldly selected her.
Okay.
And here, let me say kudos to Esla Owusu. In the 2000 elections, when that character, Wontumi, said, she looks like a witch, look at her hair. And I wrote an article or a booklet about it that was published in Sweden, titled A Step Forward, but no guarantee of gender-friendly policies. Nana is celebrated today by most people, but not because they love her. It's because she's now gotten power. The NPP was so disrespectful
of her,
abusive, intimidating, and behaved in a manner that was a disgrace to our political culture, but also to the way some men think in this country. So first, kudos to John Mahama for retaining her, because John was under a lot of stress to change her. But he kept faith, and kept faith with the people of Central Region and women as a whole. So what did she bring to the campaign?
Okay.
She brought stability. She brought nuance, and brought that capacity as a woman leader who has been heading or thinking at the strategic level, to be able to couch her message in very simplistic terms that the people who are listening to her right now on our screen will be able to understand. There was no need to denigrate her history.
Right. Doc, I'll come back to you shortly.
Please.
We have to go back to Bolgatanga. Musa Lansa is interacting with the MP for the area who's retained his seat.
Recovery of this economy. And I know that we want to focus on infrastructure. The country over 8 years has seen little improvement in our infrastructure. And we now believe that we have a bigger task of regenerating that infrastructure drive that we're having. We also know that the energy sector is in a coma. They are just managing the surface. There is a bill of over $2 billion to be paid we'll find a way to deal with the energy sector issues and bring sustainable power, because our 24-hour economy is built on sustainable power supply, and we would address that immediately.
Will we be looking at solar, as people are suggesting?
The mix of power would vary. We have agreed that thermal energy is expensive, and particularly that we need to import a lot of fuel under thermal energy. We are looking at renewable energy, and we know that there are a lot of opportunities to raise money to deal with renewable energy, and we want to focus on that. But the most important thing is that we want to get a handle on our finances and our foreign exchange and our balance of payment. Once we do that, we will now be able to focus on the other things, and feel free to do what you think that we need to do.
Upper East region, 15/15, and it's one of the regions that is seen as the poorest in the country. As Member of Parliament for Bolgatanga Central and also the capital of the region, what should we be expecting from the members of Parliament, the caucus, from the Upper East caucus, in terms of pushing for development for the region?
Yes, so the members of Parliament, including my colleagues who are not going back, we've done a lot to influence our manifesto promise to our people. So in the Upper East region, there are very key policies that have been adopted by the NDC and by His Excellency the President. We expect to have an aeroplane park. We expect to have an airport here, which is one of our major requirements. We expect also that His Excellency will give us a new region to take care of the East, and also that His Excellency would help us upgrade some of our district assemblies. Particularly Bolgatanga will be uplifted to become a metropolis. It is enshrined in our manifesto, and we would ensure that Bolga becomes a metropolis. And as a metropolis, you will see an absolute lifting of our infrastructure. Our road network will be completely done. We expect to complete the regional hospital, and after that also deal with the president to make sure that one of the universities here is upgraded to a medical teaching school, so that this facility can be used as a medical school to train the next generation of doctors for our country. So those are the major policies to do it. But then we also believe that people they are agrarian. It's an agrarian economy, and we have a focus on agriculture. In fact, part of the solution we have for our exchange rate is to deal with food production. So the Farmers Services Center will be rolled out all over this region, and we will target a few bigger dams. For instance, the Via Dam will be rehabilitated and retooled. We will complete the second phase of the Tamni Dam, and we will give the Kwalugu multipurpose dam a big shot under our table.
Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure.
So that's the Member of Parliament for the Bolgatanga Central constituency. He's just been re-elected as the Member of Parliament for the area. Remember, he was first elected into Parliament in 2016. He got a second term in 2020, and now he's been re-elected for a third term. So all is done and dusted here at the Bolgatanga Regional House of Chiefs, where the coalition for the Bolga Central constituency election was done here. 154 polling stations from across the constituency. You heard the Member of Parliament elect. He says he's going to make sure that the region gets the attention.
Right, so that's Musa Lansa engaging the Member of Parliament elect for Bolgatanga Central, Isaac Adongo there, who's getting his third term third term in Parliament. Congratulations to him. And it's important to also know that the NDC swept the entire Upper East and Upper West regions. It's a tsunami, as a lot of people have said. But let's come back to the studio. We're here with Professor Kwesi Enin, who is a security analyst. Prof, you were, and of course, Bernice Abubedu Lansa, you were talking about Jane Nano Pukwajiman, and we're talking about what she added to the campaign of John Dramani Mahama. You first mentioned that she brought stability, and you were getting into that.
I mean, she brought stability. Look, the permutations for who could best support John Mahama all pointed to Professor Jane Nanajman.
Okay.
She had been marketed earlier, and despite all the negativities and the utterly unacceptable abuses, she never descended. It was like water on a duck's skin. And I think that endeared her to a lot of people. And she didn't really mount huge campaigns and made noise.
Right.
It was, one-on-one, small groupings. And I said, as I'm saying, the language that she used and the topics that she chose to discuss were bread and butter issues. And I think sometimes we tend to misconstrue or not understand when mature, intelligent women play on their multiple roles: mother, teacher, friend, aunt, a little trader here, So she embodied the totality of what the Ghanaian society expects of their leader. And she has this empathetic aura around her. Comes across as approachable, and although her minders sort of had to protect her a little bit and all that from people coming too close, I think her real added on is that she's a fresh face. And she has a track record of honesty, tough decisions. I mean, her history at the University of Cape Coast was one of no nonsense.
Prof, sorry, please wrap up.
And I'm hoping she brings that into government.
Today is a Sunday.
Yes.
A lot of us have lost track because we've been here since election eve, Friday night, and we've been following through the events and all that. But today is a Sunday, and some pastors feel vindicated, and others have a sermon in defense of their predictions or prophecies that didn't go right. Let's hear from one man who upset a lot of NPP supporters because he was considered one of their own.
And we do not speak in the name of the Lord just for us to declare what we have intended to say.
And then they are sorry them no more politics.
And those who often say,
I want say yemo mutinya mebiase. No who say nyame eyes ade no. Yabeko so achusu.
In all humility to choose leaders.
And this Obama Yamash show the biadia. I want say Upaja Gigi Drew baby who say.
You see, you must boost your faith to the level.
Ansana Onyamia Koa for Ayame Ousubempa.
Or your beloved prophet of God, who is Prophet Ousubempa.
Maybe Mano.
Before I open my mouth,
Nameka Ama Omani Nati
and declare a word in the name of the Lord to the public, and show you that the word of the Lord is going this direction, or this is how something is. I want you to know and be rest assured that before I say it, I have really seen it in the spirit and I know what I'm talking about.
Yes, Vice President, why a press conference at Yatum? Anna, why are they? Why not difficult? Why are they? Now, at the end of the day, Adiano and Kunimdiano, and what the hopa, 2 years.
So, that's Prophet Ousubempa. obviously feeling vindicated.
Yes.
We know that the NPP activists on social media came at him.
Not just on social media.
Not just on social media. And Prof, we've been hearing a lot of these. I was telling Sewa earlier that, I mean, personally, I'm not too keen on prophecies because it could either go this way or that way. It's a thing of either this or that. So it could go in your favor or not.
Yes.
But there are some people who solely rely on it. In fact, in the last days, in the run-up to the elections, we saw
many
past the candidates visiting, popular churches, asking even to be prayed for, giving monetary donations and all that. I mean,
I think that it's right that we delve into religion and politics. You know, Prof, you have been doing this, lived through many years of this politics thing. You know, then on the other hand, there's a man in Kumasi, Reverend Kusi Boateng, who also speaking, and I wish that we could play that, speaking to his congregants this morning, said that, you know, God spoke to him, just as God has been speaking to him in the past. He did, he listened, he spoke, but things decided to go the way, the opposite direction. Then we come back to the question of who does God really speak to, and what does he say? Prof?
And is God confused? Because everybody is attributing it to God.
Prof, your thoughts?
You know, there are too many charlatans in this business. That's number one. God speaks with only one voice. God doesn't have a tongued or a fogged tongue. So when people say, God has told me X will win or Y will win, and it doesn't pan out, and they come giving excuses, it just shows the hypocrisy and the lack of principle from these people. I think the people of Ghana voted with their head and not because of some prophecy. And I think nobody can take the credit for it. No pastor can stand in front of Ghanaians and say, God told me to tell you that John Mahama will win. No. And I think Mr. Mahama himself knows this. That it was hard work, an understanding of what Ghanaians needed, and the tailoring of his message for that. So please, incoming president, don't let them sway you off your path. Do we all go to church? Yes. Do we pay our tithes? Probably not as often as we should. But please don't use our taxpayers' money because some pastor has told you that he told you that you will win from God, and therefore you also want to build a new cathedral. If you made that promise, that is a promise between you and God and has nothing to do with my taxpayers' money. All these pastors see visions when it suits them, and when they get what they think they are getting from the political class. And Mr. Mahama, sack any of your security people who go to these pastors and preach for an amulet around their waist, so that to protect you, they need to be tying it, because it will not protect you. Don't let yourself be diverted, because the pastors will start coming. They will come and pray for you. Let that prayer be a private business between you and the pastors. That thing that you did where X number of pastors were laying hands, probably that lost you about 40,000 votes.
But this morning, we have seen the communications director of the party attend the church of Reverend Owusu Bempah. Because, I mean, for obvious reasons, he prophesied that he was going to be president.
Well, let them start being diverted.
The politics of prophesying to candidates.
And the politics of spirituality. Myself and Dr. Obin wrote an article about the politics of spirituality in this country. Let them start getting diverted into the spiritual side, and in 4 years we will show them the physical side.
Sorry to cut you, sir, but
that's fine.
I just remembered how the CD was locked and prayers said, because sometimes, without sounding disrespectful, I mean, some of these are noble men of God, some of whom have done tremendous for themselves and for the country, but sometimes it's as though we over spiritualize things, and we make these presidents believe, because I prophesied your win, I can give you directions on everything. And instead of thinking, strategizing, we are looking for spiritual solutions to every problem. I'm sure that's what Prof is talking about, where when the city is not performing, instead of looking at what the indicators are, what the causes are, finding the solutions, we are going to give money to pastors to pray and...
but not only that. I mean, if we go back to the COVID era, pastors said all kinds of things about the COVID. But they put on double, triple, quadruple nose masks. So, whilst we are a religious people, and Professor John Mbiti of Uganda says, the African man is a religious man, there is no contradiction. And our own J.B. Dankwa wrote his doctorate on the Akan conception of God. We don't need the Europeans to tell us who God is. But we don't also want this God and people who think they speak to him to give commands about the economy, about pandemics, about security, and then our politicians follow, because God was not on the ballot. We chose people on the ballot because they said things that appealed to us, except they want to tell us that what they said had been sent to them by God through their pastors. But that is not what they told us on the campaign trail. So this is like the unnecessary references to God all the time when we are talking national policy. Yes, we can pray. Yes, we can fast. Yes, and do all those things. But when we outsource everything that we do and we refrain from thinking, analyzing, and looking at the counterpart, different sides of the problem, then I think it becomes a problem. And a lot of these pastors today must hang their heads in shame because they gave categorical statements. But also political operatives who said, if Muhammad wins, cut off my head. And then there's some video of Mr. Wood to me. You see, we've trivialized our politics so much that it's like comic relief. But let me also talk about something that we haven't discussed, about the unnecessary militarization of our society.
Okay.
And here I'm not talking about the statutory security forces. I'm talking about all these people who go around dressed like Star Wars and providing security for buildings like this and some of the radio and television stations. Untrained, knowing nothing about the law. And this morning I had to challenge two of them who had handcuffs and all kinds of gadgetry around them. And I asked them, you don't have a right to handcuff anybody in this country. Okay? But we ourselves think it has become fashionable to have people who have all these gadgetry around them. Let's be careful lest we slip into a dangerous sliding zone.
But the police has guidelines for these security agencies. I remember.
Yes, the private
security services. There was a huge conversation, national conversation about it, and how they were even asked to wear one sort of uniform. They were supposed to receive certain levels of training. And in transition, it would be a good time to look at all these things again. Since we've spoken about the proliferation of arms in our system and the concerns that we're really not safe. You're sitting on a ticking time bomb because it could explode at any time, right?
And those who employ these people don't care. I went to a TV station this morning.
Okay.
And this guy comes and misbehaves. So of course, I don't suffer fools lightly. So I did what I had to do. But they had promised me that, look, this character is so disrespectful that they will get him out. I finished after 4.5 hours and come and see him there, and that's the same disrespectful thing in front of his boss. So I told him, you know what? Until you get this guy out of here, I'm not coming to your TV station again. Because today is Sunday, I could easily have slept. And they told me, oh, please don't mention our name because of our reputation. But I'm giving them up to this evening. Otherwise, I have to mention that TV station's name. Because, when we put clothing on people and they dress in a manner that sends a signal that they are from the statutory security services, but not. Okay? That is a danger to our society. So there are quite a lot of things that Mr. Mahama and his team will have to look at. It may be tangential to the economy and to people's livelihoods. But, when Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia conceded, there was a major galamseyist behind him, I think.
You mean the National Women's Organizer?
Yeah.
Of the NPP.
So, look, Mrs. Jimensa, please help us so that Mr. Mahama can begin the process of thinking through how to deal with these problems.
But Prof, do you really expect things to change? Because when you go on social media, there are those who think that, just like the argument they were making before the elections, that John Dramani Mahama we have seen before, we have experienced before. There were reasons why he was voted out. Do you expect that kind of dramatic change that you talk about? Because some of these things existed under him.
What?
He didn't do so much about it. The argument is made that Galamsey didn't start under President Akufo-Addo. It may have gotten worse, but it has been with us for some time. And not so much was done about it.
About 100 years or so.
Proliferation of arms has been with us for quite some time. The security breaches that you talk about, they've been there. Corruption has been there. In fact, one of the key reasons why he was voted out. Do you expect that drastic, massive change?
Probably not. But John Dramani Mahama was treated in a manner that as Ghanaians we should be shameful of ourselves. Incompetent Mahama. Yejiyemai. Oh, GHOne from who? Is Mahama not a Ghanaian? The rhetoric against Mahama and his administration was driven by this notion that we are the natural rulers of this country, and how dare Mr. Mahama win an election. So people felt they could insult him. People felt they could lie against him. People felt they could denigrate what he had done. I want to go back in history a little bit.
Okay.
When Dr. Hilary Liman, a fine global diplomat, won the elections, and at his inauguration used kente to sow a babariga. Accounts in this country said, how dare he use kente to do that? That we dear Oberi Besia say castle. We are a people who are so discriminatory against our own people. And it is that disrespect for the other and creating this impression that others have more of a right to rule that led to people's perception that they can abuse Mr. Mahama and disrespect him. So yes, was small arms a problem? By 2008, the small arms availability in this country probably was about 750,000 thereabouts. By the time he left in 2016, it was about 2.3 million. And we are just doing another baseline survey, probably to be much, much higher. But we also do know that when it comes to corruption, people did considerably less, and they were sacked. Remember the branding of the buses. You remember
Victoria Hammer. An
anticipatory statement of seeking to make $1 million. She was gone. Okay. And those are the indicative things that I think people now remember. And so, okay, hang on, maybe we can give him another trial. But he has also learned, Mr. Mahama.
You believe so?
Oh, I believe so. That, what has he got to lose now?
Because some make the argument that it is the same people that he had around him. They are the same people he's going into this new administration with.
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
I'm not too sure.
You're not?
I'm not. I would be hard pressed to foresee a situation in which, I don't know how many, I think he's promised that what? Is it 60 ministers?
60 ministers.
Yeah. In which 50 of them are the old guard. I think that would immediately tell Ghanaians that probably nothing much is going to change. But I doubt very much if he's going to bring the old guard.
Because, I mean, you're talking about the old guard, and we're looking at the wins in Parliament. You know, he's constitutionally mandated to choose more than half of his ministers from Parliament. Yeah. It is almost the same people who have won the seats in Parliament, and you still think that it's not going to be the same old people?
I don't know if they have or they had performance contracts previously.
Okay.
Were he to appoint the 80% of his cabinet or whatever the law says from Parliament, I think you give them some performance contracts. But nevertheless, and I will repeat it, they have about 9 to 12 months to demonstrate that they can bring about some change. I think we don't have the patience, we don't have the tolerance, we don't want to believe that change is coming and it will take us 4 years and change doesn't come.
Okay. One of the things that he promised, I remember, was that within the first, I mean, for every government appointee, you're going to do a declaration of assets. You know, that has been with us. But the argument that many people make, including myself, is that we never see what's contained in that declaration of assets. So how do we even judge you or hold you accountable at the end of the day when you're leaving? That's probably something that John Mahama needs to look at and maybe make the contents of the declaration available for all of us to see and know what they are going into these offices with.
Sure. No, I think that is a collective responsibility of civil society and all of us, that Mr. Mahama gets to understand what he's coming into office and what he's going to face.
Okay.
Because I don't think the people of this country, for us, that this victory must be construed as business as usual. No, I actually don't believe so.
Okay, Prof, I want you to hold on,
Yes,
Bernice. I want us to go through because at the time when John Mahama launched his campaign, his manifesto, I beg your pardon, they released a document on his first 120-day social contract. Let's remind our viewers again, because I mean, obviously, he is the next president and will be sworn in come January 7, 2025. He said that within the first 14 days, He will nominate the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. He will constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in his first 90 days in office, and that is the 60 ministers that he promises. He will establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. We wonder what is going to be contained in that code of conduct and what these government officials are expected to do and not do. He said he's going to hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. He will scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. That is e-levy, COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, and emissions levy. This is something that we expect Parliament to do immediately the ninth Parliament is sworn into office, because the NDC has more than enough to even carry on business in the absence of the NPP MPs, right? Yeah. As it stands, it appears they have over 180 MPs. They're going to have over 180 MPs. Ghanaians are going to be looking forward very keenly, especially even beyond the economic restoration. I believe the issue of e-levy is one of the main things that this government got voted out for. And everyone will be looking forward to how soon this levy is going to be scrapped. The betting, the 10% levy on bet winnings, the emissions levy, and especially the COVID levy. So there's that as well. He says he will review taxes and whatnot, and then prepare a policy document for the 24-hour economy promise, and it goes on and on and on.
And this is all within how many days?
120 days. Prof, you think that all these things can be done?
No.
No?
No.
Isn't that where the disappointment starts from?
And lean does not mean efficient. And I think we should not. No, I mean, I think whoever is around him must hold him by his trousers and say, look, put your feet down. We don't have the time. Nominate the cabinet. Yeah, of course, the jostling. I think he promised us that he doesn't have any preconceived names. So the jostling starts now. Lean and efficient. I think ministerial efficiency is nothing to write home about in all our 60-something years of independence. So he needs to develop, some performance indices to which they will be judged every 3 months or 6 months or something. The code of conduct for all officials. That's useful. But I, as Christian, for those who know me, being an educationist, I don't need to sign anything, because I've gone into that job driven by a higher principle of building a global brand when I used to work. Okay, so those who will be in office must by themselves, whether you are a member of a board, blah, 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 say, how do I contribute to making this more efficient? So it's useful. The National Economic Dialogue must be one of the first things that he does. Because it will then look at all aspects of the economy that is not working too well. Probably when the transition team meets, and I hope that they are preparing their notes and not just simply burning things now or shredding them. Then they meet.
Early days here, give them some time to recover from the loss.
There's no time.
There's no time. And I tell you, to shred 8 years, because the argument was that if their man won, then that will give them some respite. So there's a lot of shredding that will start this afternoon. But when the transition team meets and they provide Mr. Mohammed's team with the state of the economy and then how much e-levy, COVID levy brings in, then suddenly you realize that, hang on, can I do this?
Yeah.
You know, so what is in the manifesto and what he has promised is different from when they see the reality, what they can do. How they manage that tongue-twisting explanation of why they promise but cannot deliver, or we need to give them more time. That is where the disappointment will begin.
And Prof, you talked about something about honesty that let the people know that this is the state of it. No lies, no over promises, and the admission of it. Because Benis, you remember one of the things that people complained about, the NDC, CSOs, even ordinary citizens, was that the NPP never took responsibility for the state in which they put the economy. And that mattered to a lot of people. Do you expect former President Mahama, when he finally gets sworn in, and as you said, they look at the real state of the economy, they look at the books and see that some of these things cannot be done as they promised, or maybe within the time frame within which they promised, openly admits that yes, we said we will do this in our first 90 days, 120 days, but we just cannot do it?
He needs to tell us on the 7th of January and to tell us the remedial measures, the emergency remedial measures.
Okay.
People might say, oh, but that's the 7th, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Tinubu had thought through very carefully that the fuel subsidies could not continue. And he knew that he could exploit the euphoria and optimism of his inauguration to push through that very nasty, difficult regulation. And he did. So I think Mr. Mahama coming back for a second term, and as we are discussing, having some of the old hands around him, knowing the mistakes they made, those who deceived them, although they thought they were their friends, but will now come in new clothing, must tell us the truth right from the 7th. So that at least we know what we voted for and what we are going in for. I think the people of Ghana also know that the economy is in total shambles. So I'm not too sure whether Mr. Mahama, if he doesn't do some very dramatic things, can pay wages even the next 2, 3, 4 months.
The people don't appear to be understanding enough, at least from the sentiments I've picked from social media. And interestingly, there are those who are also...
Okay. I mean, Benis, let me come in. You know, Benis was saying that people don't seem to have that kind of time, the patience to wait. Because you remember, one of the things that former President Mahama said was that he needed some time, and the NPP campaigned heavily on that. Dr. Bamia said, I am not asking you for any honeymoon period. Swear me in, and I'm ready to work. But you know, as to whether or not we have that kind of time and patience to give to do some of these things,
we don't.
Dennis, that's what you wanted to ask, right?
We don't. And therein lies the need for his transition team to ask the proper questions, to get access to the proper documents, to be able to prepare a blueprint for him, and for his speech writer. Please don't go and steal somebody's speech. Don't go plagiarizing. Because when you start stealing from day one, it becomes a defining and definitive character for the rest of your regime. So write a speech for Mr. Mahama, and he should read it himself too. That touches on the core of what Ghanaians need and what Ghanaians expect. No fluffy words. No promises. Speak from your heart. And we can discern when you are giving us a spin and when, as an experienced politician and former president now, the president.
Prof, please hold on for me. Let's cross over to our colleague, Dom Kwabinya, Dinah. We understand there's some confusion there. Dinah. Hello, Dinah. Good afternoon. What's happening?
There's a massive misunderstanding on the agents of the NDC and then NDC at the collection center. That is due to the delay causing so much anxiety and then tension flaring up. So the total vandalism of property at the collection center, police are even trying to keep the matters under control, but there is no action. As I'm speaking to you, those others not to you. So they need to a colleague phone and then smash it. But I think with where I am, they wouldn't be, they can't see. So yeah, that's just what is happening.
Okay, Dinah, thank you so much.
Dinah, if you could just hold on just a minute. Can you tell us at what point the confusion...
Dinah, what point, at what point did this confusion start? Hello, Dinah. Okay, we lost her. But Prof, I'm sure that you heard the confusion, chaos in Dom Kwabinya. And I get what Benis was trying to ask, because we understand that Eli Klim has already won the seat. And so where's the chaos from and when did it start? But when we're able to touch base with Diana, we will be able to establish that.
And Prof, President-elect John Dramani.
I think Prof wants to comment on the Dom Kwabinya situation.
That is where Okwe is.
Michael Okwe Jr.
Yes. Well, but I'm quite surprised that they thought they would win, because the previous MP had shown gross disrespect for her constituents.
But isn't that why they voted her out at the primaries?
Yes, but the party took way too long to act. I mean, constituents felt... So this is not a vote against His Excellency Michael Okwe Jr. This is a vote against the party. That, you know, you contributed to this spin, you knew what was happening, but you left us almost to become like an orphan constituency. You know, so Mike has done a great job. You know, he had great messaging. He's engaged the constituents. But for the constituents, it's about, look, you took us, the party took us for granted. And I think we need to punish the party. And how do we trust you? So I suspect that if he wins a couple of other primaries, he will be able to come back. Or if he finds another safe seat somewhere, he'll be able, because he's a very smart, intelligent, mature, young politician. I've worked with him on one or two things several years ago. So it's most unfortunate that the party's behavior has cost him what is the party's stronghold. Most unfortunate.
All right, speaking of, I don't know if you want to still stay on that, but we have the official certified results from the Adentan constituency. Presidential, we understand parliamentary results are still not ready, but for the presidential, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia polled 29,578 votes. John Dramani Mahama polled 60,116 votes. Nana Kwame Bediako 963, Alan Tremanting 455. And Prof, I bring up Adentan because Benis and I were talking about it earlier, and she was making the argument that did Cozy have the full backing of the party, because this was a competition between a member of the NPP and another person who is not directly a member of the NPP but is directly related to the wife of the flag bearer. And so for some people it appeared that Cozy probably didn't have the full backing of the party. That's probably why she lost. But looking at these numbers,
no, this is a massive swing. I mean, it's even if the explanation that, you know, there was a relationship somewhere, I don't think it explains for this massive shift. I mean, this is earth-shaking, gap. Twice the gap. But once more, I think it reflects the conversation that we are having about this desire for change, and how this change is managed.
But Ramadan actually maintained that seat of the NDC.
Yeah.
So he's the incumbent MP. So this is more like an endorsement of the work he's been doing so far. But it's instructive to also note that Cozy did
a lot of work. I was going to come there because
a lot of work in the constituency, graded, asphalted roads, visited children, handed over exercise books.
I mean,
she did so much
as a candidate. Asphalted roads. So you think that it didn't raise questions about financing and where the money came from?
But Prof, there are people in the constituency on social media, for instance, who say that Abu Ramadan did almost nothing in terms of developmental, infrastructure, getting into this election. And Cozy seemed to have done all the work. And so for her to have still lost maybe there's the argument that you make, that people, it may have raised questions. Yeah. But then again, I know you're going to say that it speaks to the general atmosphere of anger in the system and the wind of change. But is it that bad?
It is. It is. But furthermore, you see, we need to encourage our candidates and those who win as MPs to do what MPs do. It is not their job to build roads. As Kweseni, if you see the dusty house, the dusty road to my country home, it's not my job to go and build that road. It's my job to criticize the MCE and the government to build that road because I pay taxes. And this year, you won't believe it, KEA brought me a property tax calculation of almost 16,000 cedis from the 500 I was paying the previous year. And I went to the council. I will not give you 1 cent because you have not provided any services for me. They said, but you live in a first-class area. I said, what have you provided to turn it into a first-class area? I provide my own street lights. I provide my own refuse collection. I built the gutters around the house. So what are you talking about? Then they told me that the collection of the property taxes had been privatized or outsourced to a private company. And that they had not even received a penny of what that company has been collecting. So as citizens, we need to live within our means. You see, so when, as Kweseni, I want to be an MP, and suddenly I'm asphalting roads. Because we know that in Ghana has one of the most expensive dollar to kilometer costs in building roads on this continent. So it raises a lot of questions. Hang on, even before you have become an MP, you are building roads. Then when you become an MP, what will you get?
And Prof, I'm happy you mentioned that.
This won't be the first time we're having this conversation about the role of MPs. And I don't know, Prof, if you ever think we will get to a point where MPs will be very honest with their constituents and their citizens that this is not the job of an MP, because every year we talk about it, yet they go there, make these promises, and in fact do some of them. On the campaign trail, you hear most of them saying, I have single-handedly built a school, I have renovated this road, I have asphalted this road. Yet after the elections are over, we come back into the studio, we talk about how this is not the job of an MP.
So Sarah, I've been talking about a new kind of politics from next year. That is participatory, citizen-based, and engages and challenges those who are in power. We did not send you to Accra. Of course, we know that the first business in the house is to collectively agree that they will get loans to go and buy V8. That is understandable. But it is not your business to build roads and to come and tell me that I have single-handedly built a road. So as citizens, we need to be able to challenge the sources of that income, because if you are taking that money from some businesses who have an interest in you passing a bill in Parliament so they can either escape from taxes or all sorts of things. Okay, so when MPs make promises to their constituents and do things that involve huge amounts of money that they don't account to anybody, therein lies the potential for corruption, B, the purchase of their vote within the House, and number 3, the disrespect that they show to their own constituents. I can come there when I want, I won't hold a surgery, I won't talk to you. I mean, it's only when I'm looking for your votes again 3 months before the elections that I may be coming around and you can come and talk to me. So I think it is our responsibility to challenge the MC. Why don't you remove the refuse? What are you going to do about the standing puddles of water when it rains? Okay? But people come to beg us for power, to serve us. We give it to them, and they turn around to intimidate us. And I'm just surprised that over the years, we've just kept quiet for politicians to think they are elevated and hover over the societies that they are supposed to be representing. The politics of the belly and the politics of the state as a balloon state hovering over the people they should serve must end. And I think these swings and results speak a lot. And for those who have won 11-11, 15-15, 18-18, it is not only for those who voted for you.
Prof, hold on. The very disturbing news coming from Damongo, and we're talking about it quite a while ago. Yeah. The district EC office is on fire. The district EC office in Damongo, where you have the main contenders, Samuel Abujinapo, who is Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and Adam Mutawakilu of the NDC, who was ranking member of the Mines and Energy Committee in Parliament at the time when he was in Parliament. That's it, the EC office. The district EC office is on fire.
The district EC office? Where,
well, in Damongo, yes. Well, we also understand that John Dramani Mahama will be speaking. Well, okay. All right, so we apologize for that. Forgive me, but yeah, we brought you visuals of the district's EC office in Damongo being set on fire. And for many people, you know, Prof, well, the question is, isn't it about time that John Dramani Mahama says something? You know, because we are seeing pockets of violence in many places. Dr. Baumia has conceded defeat. Maybe it's about time that he says something. We don't know the cause of this fire yet, but the results from Damongo are also not very clear, because the NPP, the incumbent member of Parliament, Samuel Abujinapo, says he has won. Mutawakilu also says he has won, just like what we are seeing in Okaikwe Central. And so there's a bit of uncertainty. Then again, the EC comes in and we're still waiting for them to say something.
Well, I don't think it's incoming President Mahama who should speak. I think it's the EC that has a responsibility to ensure that this is prevented. Because had they declared, what is the basis for going to ban something? That's number one. Number two, upon what basis is incoming President Mahama going to talk about this and to say what? Not about this, but generally, speak to the nation. Yeah. I think he's in a little quandary because GHOne has not spoken. Because normally, immediately one person concedes, and then 30, 40 minutes, an hour later, the EC then clarifies and says, you are the victor. Then I think the presumptive victor then comes out and says, yes, also gives, some speech of sorts. But right now, if the materials are there and this burning is taking place, then the EC can say, look, I'm not going to declare because these acts of sporadic violence are taking place. So the EC, please, your role is even more important now, and the need to declare, at least talk to us. Let us know what is happening. It will support Dr. Bawumia's earlier actions in conceding that has calmed the situation in most of Ghana, in calming the situation much further. Because whoever is causing this problem in Damango, it's not just about hoping that they will win and come to parliament. It's an expression of power and disregard for the choices that people have made. So please, the EC, I think you can contribute, not that I think, I know you can contribute to reducing further the tensions that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has reduced drastically with his gracious concession speech. Give us the figures that points to a particular direction, and then Mr. Mahama can contribute by giving us a statement and calming the situation in this country.
Speaking of the EC, our correspondent Araba, who is there, has just said that the EC is saying they'll start receiving certified results from the various regions any moment from now through their designated fax machines. The first one will be coming from the Ahafo region. And so this is a live feed from the coalition, the EC strong room there.
So this is problematic. You see, so what it means is that the EC is speaking to their officers on the ground, seeking to control how the results are faxed to them. But if you look at the machinery out there, actually that it can take multiple faxes coming in, and we need to get this out to people so that calm can be restored somehow. I don't think we can continue with this suspense. It's not good for what we've been working at.
But at least that's some good news coming in, Prof.
Oh, but Araba showed us this last night, around 11:30, 12 midnight. The same room.
Yes, the strong room.
The strong room, yeah. There were some party people sitting to our left, and I think Jean had just left the room, proud to connecting to her. So hopefully something will be done. Yeah.
Okay, Prof, let's come back to the conversation that we're having about Professor Jane Nano Pokwajuma. I don't think we finished that one on what she added. You spoke extensively about the stability that she brought. Yeah. And you also, one of the things you also said was how she was treated by members of the NPP. Yeah. Is it fair to say that Matthew Opoku Prempeh also received his fair share of the for the want of a better word, insults? But people wanted probably Nana Jane to be treated differently because she was a woman. Would you say that? Would you subscribe to that school of thought?
No, let's not forget that Nana has been in the firing line for at least 4 years, prior to Matthew Opoku Prempeh being insulted.
Right.
I think the politics of insults in our politics is disgraceful and under no circumstances acceptable. But as a nation, we tend to overlook, sweep under the carpet, and just forget these insults. So those who insulted Nana Opoku-Agyeman, how would they look into her face and then speak to her now? So we need, politics is about shared values, shared principles, and then shared norms. And no party manifesto wants violence and insults. But the parties are incapable or unwilling to control their forces when they begin to flout the rules. So we need a change in our politics in which we continue to focus on the substance of the conversation and not the individuals involved. Even in a school debate, when you are arguing with somebody, the tensions can be quite high. But there must be a certain basic decorum around how the debate is held. But in our politics, it looks like everything goes. So far as you are my opponent, I have a right to destroy you with any means necessary. And that should not be so. But I think that also comes, I think whatever she brought to the campaign is now a moot point. On my school platform, I can see they are discussing if GHOne is a one-term president, then Nana becomes a potential candidate 4 years from now. So I think what we should be looking at now is not so much what she brought to the table prior to their victory, but how best she will support President Mahama in carrying out the complex agenda that they have promised the people of Ghana. And I think you've read out some of the things that they'll be doing for the first 120 days. And that's a really very tall order. So I think she's the former Minister of Education.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So she has some ministerial experience. She's run a huge university, bigger than most ministries. She's headed international organizations on the education side. So I think she brings strategic thinking, global reach, and global experience, to support the president. But local politics is much different from international politics. So I wish them the best, and they should look forward to civil society doing what we do best, being a sparring partner and being as critical but constructive as possible.
All right. Prof, I want us to look at some of the things that happened in the run-up to the elections. There's this speech we're going to play to you of the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, saying that he wished he would hand over power to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
I want to be able on the 7th of January 2025 to go to Black Star Square in Accra and hand over the baton of government to the next MPP presidential candidate.
This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1957. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with enticing promises. Most Ghanaians will agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. This government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already.
Akufo-Addo said he can't hand over to John Mahama because John Mahama will not protect his legacy. You remember that? But his own vice president is running away from his legacy. His own vice president is running away from Akufo-Addo's track record. 7th December 2024, we're going to hold elections. And I know in the name of Mao Sogbo-Lisa, NDC is going to win the election.
So those are some playbacks of some of the interesting things that happened, in the run-up to the election. You heard from the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He's still president until January 7, 2025, where he hands over to John Dramani Mahama. And then you also heard from former President John Dramani Mahama, who is now president-elect, from all of our collation and our predictions. In fact, collation, because we have had to collate our results, but we are not mandated to call the election. So we are waiting for the constitutionally mandated body to do that. But just to let you know again that we're still live at the strong room of the Electoral Commission, where they say they'll start receiving the regional collated results one after the other, starting from the Ahafo region. But I'm here with Professor Kwesi Ening, who is a security analyst. Prof, those videos that we played.
Yeah. So the speaker was kind enough about a month and a half ago, 2 months, to deliver his second speaker's seminar lecture. And I focused that lecture on civic participation, but even more importantly, on political discourse, on the utterances of our leaders. And I chose the president's statement about that he cannot hand over to somebody that he has defeated twice. But there's a part of the clip that did not come, where John Mahama retorted, "We will not go to the Supreme Court. We will win it at the polling station." So there was a certain tension that had arisen because of the president's statement. And the perception, the public perception, was that by all means necessary, John Mahama must not become president. And John Mahama's argument then was that, no, hang on. You will not determine who becomes president. And we will not go to your Supreme Court. We will make sure that the pink sheets are signed, that they are clear, and that we would know from each polling station who has won. And that is what he has managed to carry through. Ensuring that the polling stations and the pink sheets are very clear and they've been transmitted to his collation center. So sometimes the utterances that we make or politicians make during campaign are just fluff. They want to send signals to their listenership and their background or their supporters that no, we are tough. We are not going to give this to the opponent. But then it comes to bite them in very funny ways. And I think this is one of the cases that we will see a lot of TV stations play over and over and over again. Yeah.
Okay. Prof, I want us to talk about Parliament. But before then, we are getting some reports from Techiman South. Remember, in 2020, there was a lot of violence there, resulting in the death of some people. We understand this year as well, there's violence coming from Techiman South. When we have the full details, we'll speak with our correspondent, Lukman, who is stationed there. But, okay, we understand Lukman is on now. Lukman, thank you very much for joining us. What's happening in Techiman South?
So, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, Lukman.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, what is happening at the GHOne South is not that different from what happened 4 years ago. What is left is that no one is dead. We can hear a gun has been fired into the skies by civilians, not military men, not police officers. The Coalition Center is the divisional police headquarters. The place has been vandalized. The security door to the premises has been vandalized. All the ballot papers within the premises of the Coalition Center are all being burnt to ashes, and everyone is running up and down. We can see a number of vehicles transporting macho men to the Coalition Center. Where I see the Coalition Center, but it will be very difficult for a media man to go there. Even taking the videos, they nearly shot me because they pointed a gun at me, and one person shouted that he's from GHOne, and then he pulled the gun back. So the situation over here is very serious. You can see a military armored car which came, and that escalated the tension because the NDC supporters are of the view that no military man should come there, and then the police can contain it. All is resulting from the delay to declare who won the election, the parliamentary election in the constituency.
Okay, but Lukman, we see some burning behind you. What's happening? What exactly is going on? What is being burned?
The smoke you see there is the fact that they're putting Patra over. The ballot papers were flying into the skies like eagles, and the rest are being burnt to ashes. That is what you see. The smoke you see is ballot papers, please.
All right, Lukman, you said that... Lukman, are you there?
I'm there, sir.
So the smoke we are seeing on our screens is as a result of burning of ballot papers?
Yes, please.
Who is burning them?
The supporters of the opposition National Democratic Congress, NDC, who believe that they have won, their candidate has won the election, but the incumbent member of parliament, Mensa Kosa, is not willing to sign for the EC to declare. As a matter of fact, the tension started mounting yesterday around 6 p.m. when we had gone for rounds and returned to the Coalition Center.
Lukman, hold on for me. Lukman, hold on for me from GHOne South. I'll come back to you. Here in Accra, let's cross over to Ayawase West Wuogon. John Dumelo there in your screen.
Abdul Rauf had 189 votes, representing 0.3% of the total valid votes amounted to 68,127. Total rejected ballots amounted to 257. So the total vote cast in all was 68,384. Can I have the coalition agents sign the results coming? The moment we've all been waiting for is here. At this moment, by the power vested in me as the I hereby declare
Well, so you see the live pictures and videos from Ayawaso West Wuogon. It is official. John Dumelo is the MP-elect for Ayawaso West Wuogon. This is his second attempt, and he won. And you know, the first time, looking at the figures, the first time John contested, he lost the seat by less than 2,000 votes. This time, our correspondent Ekobwachi will be giving us the official results very soon for parliamentary. But we will give you that very soon. But when it comes to presidential, it was over almost 20,000 votes at the presidential level. So that live pictures from Ayawaso West Wuogon, John Dumelo officially being declared as the MP-elect for Ayawaso West Wuogon. Congratulations to him. Let's take you back to Techiman South and speak with our correspondent Lukman. There's a situation there. Techiman South, 4 years ago, recorded same act of violence which led to the loss of lives of some people. Hopefully, we don't see lives lost. But Lukman joins us to give us a proper explanation of why we're seeing ballot papers being burnt, whether they're illegal ballot papers that people attempted to smuggle in or officially thumb-printed ballot papers due to be counted by the Electoral Commission. Lukman, thank you very much for joining us.
Wow.
Hello, Lukman.
Well, I'm here.
Yes, Lukman, you were telling us what caused the burning of the ballot papers. Can you tell us more?
Now, yesterday after the voting closed around 5 p.m. and they started counting. All polling station agents of the various political parties were giving their friendship, so they were aware of what each candidate got. So they started taking information that the NDC parliamentary candidate, Christopher Bayo, has won, and others were also saying member of parliament for the constituency, GHOne has won. So when we congregated at the coalition center for the collation of the results, they started it, and when they got to about 150 polling stations, they stopped. So this morning, we came back and then thinking that they would declare the results for us to go back to our various destinations. But that was never done. So it's the delay that caused the inspiration of the NDC youth who came to the coalition center saying that 4 years ago, they delayed it this way and then later on declared it for GHOne. So this morning, GHOne entered the coalition center and entered up there with the coalition room with the police officers. Christopher Bayo also entered, but a few minutes later, Christopher Bayo left the coalition center. Then the youth started marching up. About 10 a.m. to 11, the military in armored car arrived. So when the NDC youth saw the military in the armored car, they started pelting stones at them, hooting at them, asking them to leave the premises. So 4 military men were able to access the premises and then staying there.
Apologies, we had to cut my colleague there from Tishiman South. Let's take you now to the EC strong room. We're being addressed. All right, so what you can see in your shots there is what is happening in the EC strong room currently. We have observer groups there. We have reps of the presidential candidates there. You also have the media station there. We are told that the results have started coming in at the regional level, and I presume that because it's coming at the regional level, this should be quite a smooth process. That we've complained about the delays, right? And we don't expect it to delay any further.
Okay, what you're seeing now, Benis, is 12 photocopies of the AHAFO results being given to the reps of the various political parties. So that's what you saw.
So does this mean that it has all the constituency results for the region?
Well, I want to believe so, but we'll check with our correspondent, Araba, who is in the strong room, and get that. But if it's regional, then we want to believe that is all the constituency result. And
did you say Bono?
AHAFO. Yes, AHAFO region. That's the first one, the one and only that they have so far.
I'm asking because we just saw what's happening in Tichiman South.
No, so this is AHAFO only. Right. Yes, and also by going back to Ayawaso West Wuogon, it's instructive to note that, remember, we're saying that in 2020, John Dumelo lost by less than 2,000 votes. This year, John Dumelo won with more than 15,000 votes.
Say that again. 15,000.
Yes, because Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan polled 27,377. John polled 40,561.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about that result was that last night, already by 8 p.m., there were some indications. Because the results from Legon, and I think we discussed it here, that the presence of the students on campus would bring about change. And already by 8 p.m., almost all the polling stations on campus had voted for John. So the indications were quite clear that for a middle class, upper middle class place, people can discern. And I think it's one of the few elections that has taken place while students are on campus. So that is something that we would need to study a little bit more and then see what the impact of the students were.
We'll head to Kumasi now. GHOne is there. Justice GHOne is there for us. I know you've been wondering what's happening with the Kumasi results, right? He'll bring us up to speed on that. Hello, Justice. What can you report? Why are we not receiving the results from the constituencies in the Ashanti region? Hello, Justice, if you can hear me, bring us up to speed on why there seems to be a delay in the results from the constituencies in the Ashanti region.
Okay, so as we speak now, Kumasi is very quiet. Businesses are going on normal, but it's the NCC supporters who are on the street jubilating, occupying all drinking pubs, restaurants in Kumasi with their friends, their family, having fun over the declaration of former President John Dramani as the president-elect by the MPP's Fragba, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who conceded defeat in the early days of today, in the morning. But there's one thing here. Before this election, a week to the election, I had the opportunity to speak to a member of the NDC's elections committee in the Ashanti region, in the person of Richard Japa, who told me that in Ashanti region, the MPP would not record 70% turnout in the Ashanti region. Sorry, the entire election in the Ashanti region, the region will not record over 70% vote turnout in this particular election. He believes that there are ghosts in the register their voter register. And so in this election, they are going to make sure that these goats will not step out to vote in this election. It appears what Mr. Richard Japa said is true, because the turnout in the Ashanti region appears to confirm what he told me a week to election. Mr. Japa, some are saying that you are a prophet. Others are also saying that you are the innocent mafia in today's politics, because you were able to predict certain things which has manifested in this election. What did you saw before making this pronouncement that Ashanti region is not going to record more than 70% turnout in this election?
Good afternoon, my brother, and your viewers. If you are somebody who operates on the street and you can feel the voice of the downtrodden, you can feel their frustration, and you understand what is going through their mind. And then also, if you understand the modus operandi of your opponent, be it political opponent, your enemy, your rival, once you understand their mechanism or their modus operandi, you'll be able to come up with certain mechanism to checkmate them. You can preempt their moves. And that's exactly what I do. And over the years, this is how the MPP has been operating. Their figures from Ashanti region have always been artificial. And NDC, we've not paid critical attention to addressing this. We've taken it that, Ashanti region is a no-go area. They have tax in Ashanti region, because those wound to me and his ilks, they talk a lot, they brag a lot, but they lack substance, and we give credence to them. So we don't put in much effort in Ashanti region to checkmate them. But this time round, NDC, we are all over the streets like cockroaches. Every nook and cranny you go, we've seized the streets. We are everywhere. So there's no place for them to operate. So those ghost voters, they can't come out. There's no way they can come out. And those printed ballot papers too, they are still in their houses. They can't bring them to the polling station to come and stop the ballot boxes. And the tax, they couldn't come out to come and fight in Ashanti region. They will rely on the military and the police to do their fight for them. And the military and police too, majority of them are also going through the same hardship, because they have families. They take the same salary as all other security institutions. They buy from the same markets. They pay the same fuel prices, the same vehicle price, lorry fare. So they are feeling it. Their families are also going through the hardship. So why would they come be fighting with us? Except those unprofessional ones. Those partisan military guys that they transported from Accra to come and execute the agenda here, the few ones of them, except them. And by those ones too, we matched them. And we made it clear to them the rules of engagement. So they themselves, they were psychologically disarmed. And when they came and met our guys, the rest of our guys were prepared to face them. And because they know what they are doing is wrong, they didn't have the courage to stand toe-to-toe for our guys. Because when you are doing something illegal against the rules of the game, at times it's very, very difficult. And that's what happened to those military guys they brought from Accra to come and take over the duties of those in Kumasi here. In fact, they virtually made those in Kumasi here redundant. They send them on external duties, those on peripheral duties. But they brought those from Accra to come and do their election work. But when they came and saw the situation on the ground and realized that NDC men and women were determined to defend the ballots, and they have sound leadership, giving them confidence, they were prepared to stand up to them.
But with looking at the numbers in the Ashanti, the parliamentary seats, as we speak now, how many parliamentary seats do you have in the Ashanti region?
Well, I don't have that off my head. In fact, I've been operating those in charge of tabulating the figures and those things. They are in the various constituency collation centers. They are still working on them. So I don't have that figure offhand. In fact, the party executives will have that. I am operative man. I'm in the field, and I'm making sure that rigging does not take place. And now people have the confidence to go out and vote. And the military are told the do's and don'ts. They are reminded so that they can behave properly. The police also behave properly. All the things that needs to be done to make sure that Asante region rigging does not happen again. They get realistic figures is what I'm doing.
So you disagree with people who says that in Ashanti region the turnout was low, people do not come out to vote?
No, I don't disagree with them. It's true, people didn't come out to vote, but there are reasons for that. We should be talking about the reasons. As for the turnout, it's low. It is true, they didn't come out to vote. Apart from not coming out to vote, the MPP executive, the rigging ring, they couldn't execute their rigging plan because of the measures we put in place. They just couldn't. And those who go out to go and execute the rigging were warned, and they were scared to come out.
Being a member of the party's security team, now you are winning. We are waiting for the EC.
Not that we are winning. We've won.
Okay, so the EC has not declared you winner. So we are waiting for that announcement. But some of your people have hit the street. Some are causing trouble in our communities, attacking people, vandalizing properties. And in the course of that, some people have also lost their life. What do you have for your people? Because you want to govern this country. But if you start with insecurity, who are you going to govern? Talk to your people.
Well, I don't have any evidence of the allegations you are making now. And you haven't provided me with any evidence. You have not even mentioned any single place of what you are alleging.
Now, in Tamale, they broke into a warehouse where they were offloading foodstuff that they have in that shop.
Well, I have not seen it. Okay. You are alleging. So it will be difficult for me to comment on that.
Our news team cover it live on GHOne TV.
But that's what I'm saying. Unless I'm confronted with the evidence.
I'm sure you are aware of the security issues that are coming up.
No, security issues that are coming up are not security issues orchestrated by NDC. These are government tax, military personnel who are operating outside the rules of engagement, taking unlawful orders from some of their generals and some of their senior officers. And they are doing what they are not supposed to be doing. And that is what is creating the problem. And the government officials who are not prepared to go by the rules of the election because they don't want to hand over power. They are those creating the problems. Not we in opposition who do not have government machinery. We don't hold government, we don't control the budget, we don't control the military, we don't control the police, we don't control any security institution. So we cannot be those creating the problems. No, not at all. They have the responsibility to make sure the election is safe. They have the responsibility to provide security for the whole country. And that's why they control the budget and the security institutions. So they are incompetent.
In your general assessments, how would you rate Jen Mensah's EC work in this particular election?
Well, I don't really want to talk about her. No. I treat her performance with contempt.
Why?
Because you can realize that she's not up to the task. Lot of ballot papers we are printing, burning, a lot of financial loss to the states because of incompetence, poor planning, and arrogance. So she's not prepared to learn. We keep on a whole regions, we keep burning ballot papers, and you spend millions of Ghanaian taxpayers' money. And you have to print and print. And all this, the printing presses will build government for it. Because it's not free. It's not free. Even up to less than a week to election, we are still printing, burning ballot papers and printing. So it tells you that the incompetence of this woman is I don't even have words to describe her. No. It's just completely out of description. No. And it causes us financial loss because of their incompetence.
As we speak, the entire results are not ready.
Yes, it's part of the incompetence I'm talking about. No. Apart from being incompetent, you can read mischief, benign activities, inimical to the interests of the genuine results of the election. You can sense it. You can see those signs. Luckily for us, pressure was mounted on Bawumia and Akufo-Addo to concede defeat because the difference is so huge. If they want to rely, if the international community and peace-loving Ghanaians want to rely on Jemensa and her electoral commission, tension will keep escalating to a point where the military will have to come in. And who knows, you may have one of these unscrupulous generals who is determined to toe the line of the hawks in the MPP to take over power. So to protect our democracy, something needs to be done. They need to bring pressure on this Akufo-Addo and his Bawumia to concede because the difference was clear.
So who are the people who brought the pressure on him?
Oh, come on, my brother. You should understand how geopolitics works. Do you think it's nothing for the American government to issue that warning prior to the election? They knew what was going on. They know those among MPP who are not prepared to hand over power. Didn't you hear Lord Kome? You heard him and his likes. They are not prepared to hand over power. Didn't you hear Wuntumi? They have 1 million ways of winning election. No. What 1 million ways, if not illegal means, to create violence? So as they are attacking people at coalition centers and ripping ballot papers apart and destroying everything over there, what do you think that will lead to? It's just creating the condition to a point where they will say the country has reached a state where it is ungovernable. And then you may get the military coming in.
So in your campaign activities in the Ashanti region, making sure that the NDC security arrangement work effectively, did you in any way cross Wuntumi?
No. And I think Wuntumi, I saw him briefly at Lancaster Hotel one evening when we were just having a normal dinner with Alfred Mahama and Hobbs Nadoye and some friends from UK who came to support us in the campaign. No. And our Hobbs Nadoye came there and met us. We were even sitting. So he met us by coincidence. No. And we sat down and had drinks and some food. That was all. And Wuntumi is claiming that we were using that opportunity, that sitting on the table to have friendly sitting, to plan mayhem in Ashanti region. And that was far-fetched. That was the only time I've ever seen him. Even I don't know whether he saw me. I don't know whether he saw me. We might have heard that I'm there. That's the only first time I've ever seen Wuntumi. And doing all the operations in Kumasi here, the man has gone into hiding.
Oh, the governor of Ashanti.
Oh, he stuck his tail into his ass and has gone into hiding. We can't find him on the streets. We can't find his boys on the street. Kumasi Ajubreo is cool. Everything going on smooth. Streets are almost empty. We can't find his boys. And that is why they could not come out to go and do their staffing.
All because of the Japa effects?
Well, I wouldn't say Japa effects. Because of the whole operation of the NDC in Ashanti region. You don't operate alone. You have so many people playing different roles in the Ashanti region here. It's a coordinated effort. I hope you understand. So that coordinated effort, they understood the game. And they now understand that NDC has descended into Ashanti region. The men have come. And we want them to understand that we brought hostilities here. And if they misbehave, we'll match them here. And they're checking out. So they couldn't staff the ballot boxes. And all other means that they wanted to use in rigging, we checkmated them. And that's why you are seeing these results that you are seeing.
Now, with where we are today, it's clear that you will form the next government. Can we trust the NDC for our security based on these conversations that we are having in the next elections that will come?
You should understand the history of NDC. NDC came from a revolutionary past, from a military past. Anytime NDC is in power, the security of this country is up there. Armed robbery is down. The security is up there. It's because NDC came from a security background. So we take security very, very serious. And we have respect for the military and its officers. Because we came from security background. We don't treat the military officers and soldiers like nobodies. Like send them around, talk to them anyhow. No, we don't do that. Because we came from that. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. So we know the mindset of military officers, soldiers, and the security institutions in the country. Because that's our history. MPP no. And that is why they use the military, the police, anyhow. Without taking into cognizance the professional aspect of the military and all the security institutions. They corrupt them and they drag their professionalism down to the lowest level.
Now,
so we have a lot of work to rebuild it, to rebuild the professional standard of the military and the other security institutions. A lot of work needs to be done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajapa, for this interview. We can only congratulate you for your victory.
Thank you too for the brief interview.
So you saw that exclusive interview with the famous Richard Japa in the Ashanti region, and I am not so interested in the things that Richard Japa said, but it's instructive to note that Kumasi is gone quiet, and it's one of the first things that Justice said, that Kumasi is quiet. The only people you are finding on the streets are supporters of NDC jubilating, which, if the NPP had won, things would have been so different. And also, Bendis, the numbers from Kumasi aren't coming.
They aren't. I don't know. But they are content that their man has conceded. So it's a done deal. At this point, I'm not sure anybody's even interested in the numbers again.
No.
At dawn, we were interested in the numbers because then they would paint a picture and tell a story. And now we know what that story is. We are just waiting for the returning officer, Madam Jean Mensah, to officially declare John Mahama as president-elect. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia strongly believes that even if there's going to be any change in any figures, it's not going to be significant. It will not change the outcome of the elections. And Prof, you've been commending him. You've called him a decent man for his decision to concede, to accept defeat, and also to think about the nation, put Ghana first. So we've got our fingers crossed. So we're just waiting for what the coming days will look like, the transition process will look like. But it's now time for us to bow out. We've been here with you. This is your Election Hub. Thank you so much for staying with us. But we are not done yet. We've got a lot more for you, Sewa. And who are those taking over from us?
Well, so Lily Mohammed and Joshua Kojo Mensah will be taking over from us, but we are not going away. We are going to be with you until they walk in on us, and then we will chit-chat a bit, and then we will walk off the set beautifully. But Prof, thank you so much. Professor Kwesi is a security analyst. He's a former director of research at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping and Training Center. Prof, thank you. We will see you tomorrow, God willing.
Tomorrow evening. But thank you really very much. But I want to thank Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia for that concession speech. Had he not done that, we would have seen violence all over the country by now. And I think it's taking real bravery for him to do that, because I'm sure some of the hawks around him did not want him to do that. Yesterday we saw that disgraceful press conference by some of the most rabiate talkatives in the party. And I think their communication was so poor that among the three people, apart from the speaker himself, whose words did not match his body language, it was like a praying mantis, on hot coals. They wanted to turn this country into a place of conflagration. So thank you, Dr. Bawumia, for what you have done. You've shown us a pathway to peace, and you've demonstrated that signing that peace accord was not just a publicity stunt, that you believed in it. And I think you've demonstrated it. So kudos to you for the maturity. And thank you from the people of Ghana.
Prof, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, this is your Election Hub. It's been, over 24 hours since we cast the first ballot, and now in what we know, a concession speech by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We're waiting for John Dramani Mahama to officially address the nation and say something to us. But it's also important to let our viewers know that the Electoral Commission is telling us that they are now receiving official data for the regions, starting with the Hafo region, which they have distributed photocopies of to the party agents, representatives in the strong room. But let's bring you a profile put together by the EIB Research Desk on our President-elect, John Dramani Mahama. He aims to revitalize the country with his 24-hour economy policy. Once upon a time, known as Commissioner General, this candidate is determined to get the economy back on track within 4 years. He hopes Ghanaians will give him the opportunity to lead the nation once again. Who is he?
John Dramani Mahama.
Mr. John Dramani Mahama.
John Mahama.
John Dramani Mahama.
John Dramani Mahama.
Ghana ya mobo dudu.
The former president and NDC presidential candidate was born on 29th November 1958 in Damongo, which was then the capital of the West Gonja district in the northern region. He is the son of Emmanuel Adama Mahama, the West Gonja constituency MP and the first regional commissioner of the northern region under Ghana's first president Kwame Nkrumah. He received his basic education at Achimota Basic School and later moved to the Ghana Secondary School in Tamale. In 1981, he received a Bachelor of Arts degree in history, but was forced to flee to Nigeria, where his father was living in exile. However, in 1983, he returned to Ghana and enrolled in a postgraduate program in communication studies at the University of Ghana and received a postgraduate degree in social psychology from the Institute of Social Sciences in Moscow in 1988. Mr. Mahama was employed as an information officer at the Embassy of Japan in the Republic of Ghana from 1991 to 1995 and moved on to join the non-governmental organization Plan International as a sponsorship and grants manager in the Ghana country office from 1995 to 1996. It wasn't until 1996 that John Dramani Mahama entered Ghanaian politics. He joined the National Democratic Congress and was elected to the Parliament of Ghana to represent the Bole Bamboy constituency. He was re-elected in the 2000 and 2004 elections. During this time, he was appointed a Deputy Minister for Communications in 1997 and then Minister for Communications from November 1998 until January 2001. He also became Minority Parliamentary Spokesperson for Communications from 2001 until 2005 and then from 2005 until 2008. The year 2008 was a defining moment for Mr. Mahama as he partnered the late Professor John Evans Atta Mills to helm the affairs of government from 2009 to July 2012, where he assumed command of the nation following the death of the Asumdwe Hene.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the
Dramani Mahama was sworn into office as the President of the Republic of Ghana, making him the first Ghanaian head of state to have been born after Ghana's declaration of independence on 6th March 1957. According to Mr. Mahama's website, Ghana's ranking when it came to press freedom rose from 41st in 2012 to 26th in 2016 under his administration. In 2016, however, Mr. Mahama was unable to secure a second term as president, losing out to the NPP's candidate then, Nana Akufo-Addo.
On the basis of the foregoing figures, and by the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
I will leave it to history to be the judge of my time and contributions while in that highest office.
Indeed, we are dealing with a situation already. Let me make a distinction between what Ghanaians call dumso, that is outages. We have two phenomena. We have load management, which used to be called load shedding, and we have outages. Load shedding is implemented when the amount of power is insufficient to meet the demand. Outages are the common occurrences that happen with overloaded transformers or blasted cables or something like that. So there are two differences. What we're going through currently is a load management or load shedding, if you prefer to call it that, created by an act of God. A ship's anchor broke the West African gas pipeline and knocked out 320 megawatts of our generation.
Despite being a distinguished statesman, Mr. Mahama's administration was marred by frequent power outages, which became a significant issue during his tenure. This challenge arguably overshadowed many of his contributions to the country.
I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation, how well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all, and done so with the best of intentions for my God and my country.
During the 2020 elections, Mr. Mahama contested with the hope of returning to power. He, however, lost to the incumbent president, Nana Akufo-Addo. The NDC later petitioned the Supreme Court over alleged irregularities. Then, on 24th April 2024, Mr. Mahama announced Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman as his running mate for the 2024 elections.
When people were dying and they needed just a little bit of help, you will not find in his term an Ejapa-like manifesto. And you will not find him as president clearing malfeasance and writing love letters to prejudice a bad situation.
She had previously contested the same position in the 2020 elections. As a family man, John Mahama is married to Lordina Mahama, to whom he has been married to for 32 years. Together, they have 5 children. Outside of being a politician, the former president is also an author, having published his book, My First Coup d'etat and Other True Stories from the Lost Decades of Africa, in July 2012. He attributes the awakening of his consciousness and subsequent actions to that fateful day in 1966 when Ghana's founding president Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was ousted in a military coup documented in the first chapter of his book.
If
given the nod, the NDC presidential candidate will be the first president in Ghana's history to return to serve another term in the Fourth Republic. So that's all you need to know about the president-elect, John Dramani Mahama.
Right. Well, we've got all the updates, analysis, and conversations coming up shortly. And our colleagues are ready, poised to bring you a lot of action. So when I would just take a sip on water and just rest a bit. Lily and Joshua, we're back again.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
I mean,
good to see you too.
It's Team Jolie on television.
I know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I see.
Anyway.
Yes.
Anyway, we will be back.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll be back sooner than you actually expect. Hopefully by then the EC has got something for us.
Hopefully.
But whatever it is, we already know what it is.
Yes.
Right?
Ghana is
It
back.
is what it is.
Enjoy.
Definitely. We'll catch you on the flip side. That's
Joshua.
it.
So I know you have your eyes on me.
So, for all of the heavyweights, relatively low voter turnout, needless deaths, chaos, ballot smuggling, and then delays in announcing of results. Well, what will it mean for a future NDC government come 2028? Will there be a woman running for the top seat of the country? Because as it stands, Ghana has its first female vice president. Like we say, the future is now. My name is Lily Mohammed. You're welcome. Joshua Kojo Mensah is here with me. It's Team Jolie here on this afternoon belt.
With this kind of intro, I don't even know what to add to it. I mean, but it's a beautiful Sunday. At a point, I lost track of which day we were actually in.
I'm still thinking that we are within the week.
Exactly.
Within the
So I'm
week.
waiting for the weekend, and we're already in the weekend. But that's what it's been. But the anxiety is also building up, and we are seeing some unfortunate incidents at some various collation centers, and also at some EC offices across the nation. One that we would have wished we would not have seen, but unfortunately, that's what is happening. And it also has to do due to the current situation where the EC has not declared results at some collation centers, and so the anxiety is building. People are getting so anxious. People cannot wait, especially after they have seen that John Dramani Mahama and we've also heard from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia conceding, and so people are wondering if that has already happened. Just give us the numbers and let's get out of here. But what we do know now is that the EC says that it has received from one region out of the 16. So we have 15 more regions to go. We'll get details of that shortly as well.
If it means that every hour it gets one region, we're in for a long haul. 15 more hours to go.
Let's not wish.
But the EC gave us up till Tuesday.
Of course. So rightfully, they are within the time frame. I think what has really taken the steam out of the EC's sale basically has to do with the fact that Dr. Bawumia has already conceded. And so now people are asking questions. If this has already happened, just get the figures. Because if you do not have the figures and the political parties have their figures, then
what does it tell of the largest election management body?
And that's why I'm not surprised Richard Jakpa went on that tangent and says, well, you know what, this electoral commission has been incompetent from the get-go, and the incompetence is also showing in the delay, because the delay now is what is causing the anxiety. The delay is what is causing what we are seeing at the collation centers, where NPP and NDC polling agents are just hitting themselves like that.
Okay, so the national chairman of the NDC, Johnson, they call him General Mosquito, is...
Right, so like Lily said, we are going to the NDC headquarters where Johnson Asiedu Nketia, the chairman of the NDC, national chairman, is addressing the press.
To actually get the government players to commit to the peace deal and also put in place a naming and shaming scheme where they will be monitoring the conduct of all the signatories, so that when or if they find any of the signatories reneging on their commitment, then they can be named publicly and shamed, and we believe that that will force those actors to take the appropriate action. Throughout all this electioneering process, we have persistently been complaining about electoral commission's feet dragging in getting results announced. We have not heard the National Peace Council or anybody in the peace industry calling the Electoral Commission to fast track their duty of collating, announcing results so that it brings peace in this country. As we speak to you, and earlier on, you were here when our National Communication Officer explained to you the outcomes as per our collation system. And they still are available for everybody to see. And the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. It is not as if the outcomes of the elections is that close that can generate any controversy. President John Dramani Mahama has secured a historical 56%, over 56% of the votes. And these figures are compilations from our copies of the Electoral Commission's pink sheets across the country. So if they have the originals and they have signed and given us copies of the originals they are holding, what prevents them from putting their own totals together and announcing? We told them that we are aware of government's connivance with the Electoral Commission to delay the declaration of results so that agitations will start and then the military will be unleashed to shoot and kill innocent citizens. We made this thing clear to the National Peace Council. So one would have thought that if the National Peace Council is actually interested in peace, and they have as a matter of fact that the two key political parties have all declared results that are consistent in a certain direction, they ought to call out the Electoral Commission to live by the commitments they have signed. I felt disappointed when the deputy chairperson of the commission addressed a press conference virtually indicating that nobody can pressurize them to declare elections and so on. So they should come and tell us if they have any challenges that is impeding the expedition of the collations and declaration. The nation ought to know. But keeping the nation, in a situation where nobody knows what is happening, interested parties are bound to react. In fact, I have been called upon by the National Peace Council to speak to the youth of my party to remain calm. And I have responded that I have done that before 4 years ago. And they remained calm and they were cheated. And nothing happened. So the only way I can call on the youth of my party and of this country to remain calm is where justice has been delivered, and maybe out of jubilation or retribution, I can call them to stay calm, because then you have a government that will ensure that wrongdoers will be punished. And that is the only way I can commit myself to calling the youth to remain calm. We cannot remain calm and be cheated twice. So the way forward is for the National Peace Council and all the other actors to call on the Electoral Commission to expedite action on the declaration. You don't need to declare all the constituency results before you declare the winner of the presidential elections. That can be done. If it is done now, we will then follow up with a reasonable statement calling on our people, those who fear that they could be cheated, to now pipe down, and then there will be peace. But in this situation where everybody is in suspense, if I, as the national chairman of NDC, call on my party people to remain calm and allow themselves to be cheated, I will not survive it. And I'm not. So thank you very much. Today, I'm not accepting any questions, and I'm not answering any questions. Well, Omar this year. So
that's the national chairman of the NDC, now government in power, or party in power. Johnson Esiedun Ketia.
Party in power in waiting.
President in waiting, a national chairman in waiting. Yeah, but he's calling on all the NDC youth to remain calm. He's also questioning why the Electoral Commission is delaying in announcing results, especially after concession, especially after some bodies have congratulated John Dramani Mahama. We have seen that of the U.S. Embassy congratulating him. The Electoral Commission says we just received one region, right, out of the 16 regions, and so stay with us. We'll bring you all the results as they come in here on your election hub. Throughout, we've brought you the coverage prior to the election. Even before that, we told you how the election was going to look like. We brought you the reports from our reporters across the board. We've started bringing you results as and when they come in. And so you want to know that this is the place to be. Natalie Fort has joined us. Natalie?
Yes.
What's been your general assessment? Are you also questioning why the EC is delaying in announcing results?
Oh yeah, quite frankly, Lily. You know, yes, when the general national chairman, Esiedun Ketia, was speaking, he did. I don't think he quite called on his support, on the supporters to be peaceful. However, because in essence, what he's saying is he cannot call for them to be peaceful entirely until the EC officially declares the results. And he's asking what's making it so difficult for the EC to have these results declared. Now, yes, throughout this period of covering the elections, we've had our resource persons also talk about the issue of peace and possible post-election violence. So for me, for Esiedun Ketia to somewhat, but not entirely, call for peace directly is slightly concerning. And the prolonged process with which the EC is taking makes it even more worrying. Yeah.
You know, yesterday when Dr. Adam Bona joined us here on the set, he mentioned that the longer the delay, the more tension will come, and the more chaos we are going to record. And it is evident. Look at what is happening in Dom Kwabinya, where they are destroying chairs and tables here and there because the EC is delaying.
Right.
You brought the results from the various polling centers. You know what the results look like. What is taking you so long? After 24 hours, what is taking you? Well,
almost 24 hours because it's 3 p.m. So 2 hours to the 24-hour mark after the election was polls closed. What is making it so difficult for the EC? Now, especially when we have reduce increase the number of polling stations, and so the numbers are relatively small. So you know that in one polling center, for instance, you have about 300 people, and so by end of polls, if all is said and done, about 200 people have cast their ballot. Why is it difficult?
These were all measures put in place to, in essence, speeding up the process.
Exactly.
And the interesting bit is that, you see, one thing we are also losing sight of is the fact that in as much as the EC, you would say, should have the figures by now, we know what is happening at the constituency collation centers, where collation is not being done in certain constituencies because of the chaos there. So as it stands now, the EC does not have results from those particular collation centers, and those collation centers will not transmit to the regional transmits to national. So if it doesn't go to the regional, the EC cannot receive those figures, and so the EC cannot receive, for instance, for Greater Accra, because as we speak, Don Kwabenya is boiling. For which reason they don't have figures from there. So the parties might have the pink sheets from their agents, might be able to put the figures together, but then it's not transmitted to the EC. And I'm not trying to basically cover for the EC, but I believe strongly that these pockets of violence we are seeing at the constituency collation centers is what is causing the delay. So instead of Asiedu Nketia to tell us that he cannot call his party youth to order until the right thing is done, I think it is very wrong, and I would rather prefer that Asiedu Nketia would tell his party people that leave the coalition centers, let the EC put the figures together, and let the declaration be done. Because once they are there, and the tension is there, and the violence is there, EC will not announce. And it's quite clear. So General Mosquito, and he says what? He's not taking questions. Hey, General, since when?
You know the interesting thing when you're in power, right? Yeah.
And the power has not been handed over.
I live here. I live in that for now. But former Upper East Regional Director of the Electoral Commission and a member of the NDC coalition team in the region, John Bosco Azigo, has blamed the lack of vehicles for the slow pace in collating results in various parts of the country. Speaking exclusively to GHOne TV, John Bosco disclosed that the Electoral Commission in the Upper East region did not have enough vehicles to convey the pink sheets to the collation centers, reason for the delays.
If the discrepancies or the departments are not being prepared to release their cars, because when the EC use their cars and then there's a problem with the car, they are not prepared to repair the cars for them. So that's one of the problems. But in Bulga in particular, Bulga is a very vast area, and with so many valleys and rivers around, so it's difficult to get the collated results very fast.
As a former regional director of the Electoral Commission, let's look at 2024 elections. What are your key takeaways that you think that as a nation we should work on to improve on the system?
I've looked at the rejected ballots, and I think that the Commission should work on the rejected ballots. We need to do something about the rejected ballots. Before I left the place, we used to look at the rejected ballots, we tried to work on them, and then we have what we call know how to vote. This process, we put them around, we go around educating people. But this and that has not been done. So when we want to look at it, you see the rejected ballots is just very high. So I think that they should do something about rejected ballots.
In terms of education?
In terms of education, yes, they have to do that. It's very, very important. And then I would also congratulate them on the use of the BVDs. The BVDs are correct. They've gone so fast. And people were not going to wash their hands and do other things to come and then do the verification. So things went on very well. I went round, so things went on very well.
During your time at the EC, during Charlotte Osei's time, there are so many issues with the Electoral Commission. We seem to be back to that phase of the EC being accused of so many things in terms of not getting certain things right, figures and all that. Are you worried that we are getting to a point that anytime there's a change of government, we are likely to see a change in the EC leadership?
In fact, this thing, I'm finding it very difficult to respond to this question. Because, especially with Charlotte Osei's time, well, we did so well. And with this lady Tujid Besa, we did so well. Especially with the BVDs. We did so well. But see, the problem is with the Hebel factor. People are now willing to work without cash. That's the way I see it. So I think that when it comes to the legislature, try to always give them half of what they are supposed to take home. That will ginger them to work well. Yeah.
Moving forward, vehicles for various officials on the field on election day. How do we deal with this problem?
They have to actually resource the commission very well, so they will be able to, at least high private vehicles like the bucket truck centers. Because when I was in Boko, that's what I did. I was given enough resources, and I was able to hire market trucks, and we used them. But because of the conflict, somewhere along the line, some refused to go back to pick the people, and the police helped. So we can also resource some of the security personnel, so they will help in conveying the ballot boxes and the results back to the coalition center. That will be okay. But they should resource the officers, so they will be able to just look for the bucket trucks, hire them, the buses, so they will help them in the elections.
Before we let you go, one of the issues people raise is this slow process of collating. They have to bring it here from the field and then they do the inputs. Do you think it's time we use a digital process where electoral officers will just take a shot or scan and send it to the collation centers, or it will be problematic?
Yeah, I don't think it's ripe now for us to do that. I don't think we don't have enough people who are digital minded, who notice about computer and the internet now in Ghana. So when we look at even in 2016, when we were collecting the results, we saw that people hacked in and the results were changing. I was in as a director, the results were changing. So not up for this time, we are not ready for it. Thank you too.
Yesterday, for the Bolgatanga Central Constituency, the parliamentary results is as follows. Elvis Atia A obtained 15,470 votes. Isaac Adongo.
So those are results also from the Upper East region. Earlier, Musa Lansa engaged some persons also from the coalition center in the Upper East region. The issues cut across the board. Here in the Greater Accra region, we've seen certain coalition centers where ballot papers or ballot boxes had to be transported in taxis. And so it smacks of readiness of the Electoral Commission, even though they were allowed on their readiness. Did we know that this could happen? I'm sure a lot of us are not pretty surprised. This is not our first this is not the first election we're covering. We've seen similar incidents in the past. Is it that the EC doesn't learn from some of these incidents? What could happen in the event of commuting? The integrity of the election is entirely compromised.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, literally, just to think that, yes, we've had this since, we started a voting process, 1992, but can it be, it does compromise the process entirely. The fact that we are used to it, or it has been the case previously, and as you expressed, the level of funding or investment and confidence that was raised by the Electoral Commission moving into this election, would have hoped that these instances do not occur.
Joshua, we're talking about the delays, right? And what is characterizing these delays? Unnecessary chaos, needless deaths. Because if 2020 is anything to go by, we saw some people die. Right. We told ourselves as a country that never again. How come we're here again?
It goes to the issue of resources. We've heard time and again that, our institutions are not adequately resourced, and so there are lapses. And it wouldn't be the first of its kind. We've seen these things happen over the years. Elections have come and gone. We've seen how these material are transported. We've seen all of that. But it looks like we've become used to the system, such that it's normal to see ballot boxes put in a track which does not belong to the EC. And you heard the director there, the former director. He said he used to hire market trucks. And that's how they conveyed electoral material, in fact, ballot boxes from the polling stations after counting is done
to the various collation centers.
After voting is done to the various collation centers. So that is what they are used to. You understand? And so the issue of resources is one that would have to relook at and then find out how do we adequately resource the EC going forward, because we've heard that these also basically open the floodgates for others to also join in. For instance, we saw in Ablekuma West, the residents there rejected certain ballot papers, ballot boxes. Why? Because they said these ballot boxes were not sealed and were vulnerable, and so they did not know where the ballot boxes were coming from, and so would not allow for those ballot boxes to get to the collation center. And it was not just Ablekuma West. We saw it in other constituencies.
Exactly.
And so, yes, the challenges are there. So going forward, these are the lapses that we need to address. And now you see, and the whole idea of, they are trying to rig the elections at the collation center. We sat here last night with Dr. Odro, and he asked a very important question. How do we rig at the collation center? Because at the collation center, nobody's counting ballot papers.
Yes.
And so when you come there and say, we've seen ballot papers here. No. What they work with is the pink sheet. What is on the surface of the pink sheet? That is what is tabulated at the collation center. And that is why I still don't understand, and I will still say that the call by the NDC yesterday was wrong. The call by the MPP yesterday was wrong. That party people should just mass up at the collation center and be vigilant. What are they going to do? Nobody's counting ballot papers there. And so when I saw the pictures and the videos of ballot papers
that's why they say elections are won at the polling stations.
Ignorance. People need to be educated.
The followers of
and that is, and you know what?
And that is the ripple effect.
Exactly. And when they incite the followers to go to the collation centers, they themselves don't go.
Certainly not.
Did you see any national executive of the NDC at a collation center? To do what? But they would incite the young people who are enthusiastic about the party to go there, and that is what that's the mayhem we are seeing. In this 2024 elections, we've had at least 3 lives gone. And the question is it worth it? Is it worth it? But people, of course, party people will still come in and challenge this. No, we are vigilant. MPP wants to rig the elections. John Mahama says Bawumia has scored. Bawumia has done a press conference, has conceded. What are you doing at the collation center again?
Exactly.
Just go home. Go home.
Okay. So a while ago, we had on our screens live pictures from the Electoral Commission's headquarters. The EC is still waiting on collated results from the various regions. So far, just one region has come into the National Strong Room. The returning officer will announce it as and when all these results come in. But if we can have it on our screens right away. So those are live pictures from the National Strong Room, the EC headquarters. You can see the posturing of some of the monitors there. They are tired. People have waited almost 24 hours after voting. Usually by now we know who is winning, and interestingly, we know who has won the election. For the incumbent government to concede defeat, for the flag bearer of the NPP to say that, listen, per our results that we have collated, this is where it's going. It feels as though Ghanaians want a green sweep, right? But the Electoral Commission does not have the results yet.
It's worrying, Lily. I mean, on a global front, really, because we've got, as you mentioned, we have international, various platforms already congratulating already congratulating John Dramani Mahama as president-elect, right? And we have had Bawumia congratulate him as well. The call has been made. So in essence, it's done and dusted, isn't it? It really is. And this reduces the impact and the weight that is put on these declarations made by the EC when it finally is made.
Right. I mean, imagine EC says, well, per the results we have, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won the elections. What do you think will happen?
This whole country will be thrown into a state of chaos.
Exactly.
Will Dr. Bawumia say, okay, now I am no longer considered?
I am doing my words.
I mean, and that's why, you see, I'm making the point that leave your party agents at the collation center. You, the party supporter, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You won't change anything. The whole call of we are remaining vigilant for who? It is done.
Why are you massing up in your numbers?
I mean, you're making it difficult as well for the EC
Go home. That is the reason you appointed agents.
And it's shameful to see in Domkwabenya destruction of property. We saw same.
It was totally needless.
GTUC. Now you destroy school property.
Now Damongo EC office as well,
which will cost the country more money to repair. That's it on your screen. This was highly needless. Why residents and voters there will attack that collation center. The MP-elect, per the results we have received, Elikplim Akurugu was also there. I mean, she was quite incensed that the results have delayed. I mean, it's past 3 p.m. Even the parliamentary level, a lot of the results have not been declared. What are we waiting for? And so it is important. It is important for all the all the political parties to whip their supporters in line and tell their supporters that go home. There is a reason we have appointed polling agents to police these processes, to police these ballots. Go home. Let's monitor the process for you. We'll tell you whatever it is. You have the results. You know you're winning if you are. And so why mass up there in your numbers? Even for some members of the NPP, I don't understand why they'll mass up there in their numbers.
And that's why I said the call from both parties is very wrong. Leave the agents. In fact, you chose the agents.
Exactly. You chose the agents.
Choose the agents for you. So it's that you don't trust your agents to be able to get the job done. In terms of being vigilant, that you need party people to move from the various parts of the constituency just to come to the collation center, mass up there, and then through the entire process, and then later. But you see, in all of this, I feel that if I were the EC chairperson, I would ask my people to expedite work.
Yes.
Expedite work.
Simple.
But the same, you see, but that's the problem. We are trying to expedite work, but people are not allowing.
Yes, because
see, would it have helped for us to by now have had some, a presser from the EC, just as we've had Bawumia having congratulated Mahama? I think just post that, the EC should have spoken.
But the thing is, yes, the EC could have spoken, but based on what? Because the EC says we are relying on the results coming in from the regions, for which we have set up constituency collation centers. All the constituencies will collate, fax it to the region. The region will fax it to us in the national strong room, and then we can announce. But as it stands, the people in the constituency are disrupting the process, and so once we disrupt the process, we delay it. And once we delay it, the longer we all stay in waiting for the entire results. So we implore all the constituents who have massed up at the constituency collation centers, go home. You exercise your franchise. You have done your civic duty. What you want is the result, isn't it? Your parties have various polling agents there. Why can't you just go home and wait for the results from your polling agents, from your parties to tell you that indeed we have won? You know whether you won at the various polling stations.
Okay. Well, Lily, so talking about this same incident, and I'm checking the comments, and it's quite interesting. People are going at us, the party people, the vigilance, right? But we would have to go to Domkwabenya. And for those of you who are watching and do not understand the dynamics, let's tell you what the presence of party people and being at the collation center is doing to the process of collation, because as it stands now in Domkwabenya, the process has stalled. Akobwachi is joining us from Domkwabenya to tell us exactly. See, you are in Domkwabenya now. We understand the process has stalled. Talk to me. What is happening now? Hello, Echo, can you hear me? Well,
it's a bit too faint. Can you please?
Yes. Okay. Echo, is it better now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's quite better, but not too best.
Okay.
Currently, I am at the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission Hall, which is the coalition center for the Dom Kwabenya constituency. Behind me are scores of members of the National Democratic Congress who have massed up here to congratulate their parliamentary candidate Elikplim Akugu based on
something exactly a call. Hello, Echo.
Echo, are you safe?
Well, we'll try and establish a clearer connection to Echo. But what you can see on your screens now, clearly, these are not party agents alone. We are seeing party members mass up at the coalition center. And for this particular reason, coalition has stalled. And so if EC wants to receive results from the Greater Accra region, the results from Dom Kwabenya would not be a part of those figures that the EC can announce. And so EC cannot say that it has figures from the Greater Accra region. And it's because of the situation there currently. Now, party members have moved and trooped into the coalition center. And videos we saw earlier saw destruction to property at that particular coalition center. And in your shots now, you can see out there, party members clearly trooping there and insisting that results be declared. But there's a process that really needs to be done first. Echo, so tell me, what are the officials of the EC telling you about the impact of their presence and how that is not allowing them to basically collate the figures?
All right, Joshua. So over here at the Dom Kwabenya Constituency Coalition Center, the deputy returning officer made me aware of the fact that some of the presiding officers in the various polling stations decided not to keep their pink sheets in the sealed envelope alone for security reasons, but rather lock them in the ballot boxes, and all the ballot boxes were taken to the police station, and as such they could not, that is the EC could not retrieve these pink sheets. However, they decided to go with police escort to the police station in the company of political parties to go pick up these extra boxes, but scores of people who had massed up thought that it was an attempt to introduce some other boxes, some other pink sheets to distort the process, and they caught the entourage on the way and decided to destroy the boxes. So if you can see, the whole area is littered with some kind of fragments of polling boxes and this sealed envelope and some pink sheets littering the area. But the parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Elikplim Akugu, has decided that she would want to go on with the process with the numbers that they have already collated from the polling stations, and she was inviting the New Patriotic Party to also do the same so that collation could begin. The EC has also agreed to this, and the NPP is yet to be in agreement with the other parties so that collation can begin. Elikplim Akugu spoke to her supporters some few minutes ago, and she urged them to calm down and cooperate so that the process, which has been almost 24 hours late, could actually start so that business could go on and life could continue.
Very well, Echo. Very well, Echo. But then talk to me. Earlier, we understand that there were some level of... In fact, something is happening right behind you, Echo. If you can let me know exactly why they are moving in a particular direction behind you.
Joshua, could you please repeat your question?
So people are moving in a particular direction behind you, Echo. I want to find out what exactly is causing them to move towards that direction.
I have yet to find out why they are moving in that direction, but the parts at which they are moving to has been sealed, so I would have to get you details of that subsequently. But as of now, the collation process is expected to start inside this building, so things that are happening outside the building may not really affect what is going on as of now, but I will get you the details subsequently.
Fantastic. So talk to me about security arrangements. The police earlier had a tough time controlling the people who were smashing chairs, among others. How is the situation currently?
So in your shop right now, there are military men. I hope you can sight them. So there's the presence of police, military men, and also there was a helicopter seen patrolling the area. So in terms of security, it's quite difficult even climbing upstairs to get to the collation room itself.
Right. Echo, thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll come back to you as and when we have further details on the situation in Dom Kwabenya. But clearly, the situation, we were told that the military will only be brought in when the situation gets out of hand. So that
appears to be a situation that requires the military presence.
Let me take some water break. You know that we are refreshed by very natural mineral water. And so Papa.
Right. And it's one of the reasons why we've been able to do this without having our voices break. And so this election coverage is clearly brought to you by Verna Water, the official water brand for the 2024 general elections. Now, Verna Water wishes all Ghanaians a peaceful election. Verna Water does not want you to go out there and be a part of the statistics when it comes to challenges and then people being hit among others. So just, if you can, stay home, watch us, take a sip of Verna natural mineral water, purified drinking water, and it's quite cool.
And if you want to celebrate, please make sure that your throats are not parched. So grab a bottle of Verna natural mineral water and ensure that you are hydrated during this period. Especially for those of you up north, we know that the Hamatan has setting. You want to stay hydrated and enjoy your Christmas. So grab a bottle of Verna natural mineral water in Sokrojing, Papa. But Joshua and Natalie, there are some incidents that were okay. Before I take you to Tamale, let's go back to Dom Kwabenya.
Exactly. So what we are seeing currently is the beefed security presence in Dom Kwabenya at the Collation Center due to the challenges that have occurred there. In fact, everything has basically gone to a halt there. Collation cannot happen. And from what Boachi told us earlier, the NDC candidate says, well, with the numbers you have, we can begin collation. EC says we can also do that, but they need the buy-in of the other political parties, particularly the NPP, who seem not to be in agreement with the proposal. So you see how many men? I can see over a dozen military men fully armed to the teeth currently at the Collation Center.
The policemen,
the police also very armed to the teeth. I mean, it's an election, it's not war. You know, and that's the challenge. We need to find
we are one Ghana after all of
ground.
this.
We need to agree to disagree and get things done. I mean, in the long run, it's almost done. It's almost done.
And you know, it's interesting how this is happening in Dom Kwabenya. In all of this, I mean, nobody placed an eye on Dom Kwabenya to come like this, you know, because over the years, after every election declaration done, and it's business as usual, everybody goes home, and if you celebrate, fine. If you don't, you amend your ways and come back stronger or better next time.
Because
but what we're witnessing,
close by constituency, I also West Wall.
they're
done. They're done.
And even for IRS West Wagon, that a lot of people anticipated chaos. I mean, it was a flashpoint, and so people were looking out for characterization in there. But even Ayaso Wogon has done a smooth declaration, and I am wondering, there are some papers on the floor. I am wondering if those are not ballot papers. That was placid.
Right. But what's so currently?
So they are stuffing.
Right. We've got an MPP figure, right, being stuffed, and it appears to be, well, there are NDC flags in the hands of the supporters around the MPP figure. So I'm wondering if it's what message specifically they are attempting to put forward through this action. But as you said, Joshua, it only also goes to show that initial flashpoints or that we might highlight hotspots can tend to change, right? Throughout with various elections that we have. Well, it appears they're basically knocking down and kicking this figure, which is clothed in MPP apparel, and they're clearly NDC supporters. Post-election violence is look, when we're starting off this process, you would recall it was relatively peaceful. It was actually very peaceful up until about 2 hours towards the tail end of election day. And with this continuous prolonged process by the Electoral Commission, we're only likely to see more of these, unfortunately.
And it's just sad. It's just sad we are seeing this happen at Dom Kwabinya. And
our reporter highlighted how long the process has stalled, right?
Yes, the process has stalled. So, in fact, they could easily have been done with this
by now,
but for the current challenge with coalition and the disagreements. And you see, it also comes down to the level of mistrust for institutions, among the parties themselves. There's so much level of mistrust. So everybody would want to go the extra mile to, as it were, protect the ballots, as they like to put it. And what is happening is completely needless, I should say.
But I'm wondering what the security, it doesn't appear to be entirely well managed. Looking at the numbers.
The security, you can tell from what we're seeing that down there, they, like I said, they've shut access. The security have managed to shut access to the people, to the coalition center. So they are outside. And that's where they're displaying and all of those things. But then earlier, the challenge was with the coalition center itself. And we saw visuals from there.
So now that has been, they're away from the coalition center.
Exactly. And now party people are showing their cratchy powers out there, unfortunately. Quite unfortunately. But it tells you exactly how easily this could degenerate. It could easily degenerate. And that's what we are talking about. I mean, we don't need this. It's completely needless. And I've seen people talk about the fact that, well, they could smuggle in, and these are earlier footages, when the party supporters had access to the coalition center itself. This is what transpired. And this is what we keep talking about. This is what we are saying we should find ways to avoid. Party agents are there for a reason. And I've seen someone ask, what if the person brings in a forged pink sheet with faked signatures? And I'm saying that is why party agents are there. We can check from our various pink sheets, because when I fill on your pink sheet, I fill on mine, and everybody sees what happens there. So the vigilance should be from the party agents, and not you coming from outside. How will you even know that their signature is forged?
And this is where we need, for instance, be it leadership of the various parties to call on the supporters to put a stop to it, really. I think to make a more strong and aggressive call for them to put a stop to this, because it's, as you said, Joshua, it's needless.
Very.
And had it not been for the concession speech being made by Dr. Bawumia, we could honestly imagine the level of chaos that we would have been witnessing by now. It would have been quite dire and quite serious.
And Dom Kwabenya is also an elitist community.
Like I said, prior to today, every election period, whenever Dom Kwabenya goes to the polls, people go to vote, go home, wait for the results. But what is significant about this year is that people are massing up at the college in their numbers. You know, something that originally you would not see.
Yeah.
Because the results are delaying. But what they also fail to understand, what these supporters fail to understand is your numbers there is actually delaying the results being tallied, tabulated, and called. So once you are there and causing mayhem, how will the results be able to be tabulated and for final call? And so we call on the very. I wish, because I know that Elikplim Akurugu is there. I have not spotted Michael Quay Jr. there, though, even though his agents are there. I wish she would call her supporters to order and say, you know what, guys, I am here. The agents are equally here. So go home.
Trust some, you know, the process really, and trust those who have been.
And you know, is that all of this deepens the mistrust. So MPP does not trust the NDC. NDC does not trust the MPP. NDC does not also trust at all the EC.
The Electoral Commission.
Great mistrust among these people, and so that then makes the process quite cumbersome and all of that. But we're just hoping that things get better and we get to deal with this. But let's go back there. Eko Boache has joined me. Eko, I'm glad you're standing with people who seem to be party affiliates. Talk to me, engage them, and let me know exactly why they feel it's necessary for them to be there at this particular time.
Joshua, I can hardly hear you.
And I'm sure it's because of the noise surrounding you. But I'm saying that you can go ahead and find out from them why they feel it's necessary for them to be there.
Okay, so I'm currently with some residents of the Domkwa constituency over here, and I would want to engage a few of them. Good evening.
Fine. Yeah. Me country. Me fi rabbit. Acho. Ana me betra 1996. Ana metra minimum election from 1992 na me wo odoko ye wini wo hada me pool agent masakoye chairman e wo ha ana ne sesi anu dobi ye rabbit ya wini rabbit obia wini ye da ya wini e wo rabbit omanu enye obakufo dia omanu ye Ghana fo nyina man
NCCC ano mo parliamentary candidate Elikplim Akurugu akache mo se mo nyaboche na coalition no enkoso eno so odwen ho se
that be ye mo munsa wiya ebiem what I say ye wo rabbit ne wo MPB na ofi baby wo mutu mice bi baby oba ni fie enchen ye to aba until ye this year no ye split ye very tight ya win omo ho muntumi any hwe meka.
Okay, sisi ano ye ba ye hu se omo say papers, ballot papers ne enema no around at the internet see sir
there be man sir ye on say me ye penny many afi ena omanu yankasa ye man omanu be manyasi NDC manyasi MPP what I say until me maba me no me youth no and say ye boys no ye ma say ye ni soldier for be nyantokwa ya ma say ye ni journalist for be nyantokwa ye pa peace omuma nukura no enya den
ba asema me bisa in say to say sisi I wo form ha me hu ballot sheets ni bi pink sheets ni bi ni rubber no ya tetetete ni ntino eye den na
yes yeah it's true there are some ballot papers on the floor. You can see that since yesterday that the results came here, so our people when they collect all the results, we know that we won. Won. Me, I was agent.
Yes.
At Atomic, we never won that place before, but we won both parliamentary and presidential everywhere. You understand? So what they brought results here, since people were here since yesterday.
Yes.
But they don't want to accept the result. They want to do some closure. So we are here today in the morning. People were here. So they were saying, oh, they should hold on. So the result, they haven't finished all those things. Not knowing they have some ball. We were there, no. They brought some ballot papers from nowhere. They wanted to come and go inside with the ballot papers. And when people saw them, they say it will not happen here. They stopped them. That's why they took all the ballot papers and they burned all of them over there. Yes. So we were waiting the whole day till now too. The result is not coming. That's why all the youth here are angry and they are told all these things here. So when you see all these papers on the floor here, those boxes, whatever, no, you are still waiting for the result. We have to declare Elipi Makurugu as MP.
But you understand that your party polling agents were also giving copies of this pink sheet. So if what they were bringing does not match with what your party's agents have, then the EC will rule it out. So why didn't you wait for the EC officials to do that?
Our agent don't have any problem. They have every pink sheet correct. We have all the agents of NDC. They have all the pink sheet correct. All the results there. Now our opponent, that is Makoko Junior, his agent, they are saying that they don't have, they can't find their pink sheet. They don't have their pink sheet to come and compare with ours. That's why we are still here till now. So we have all our pink sheets. Everything is there.
Right now, the Electoral Commission says that they are going to use their copy and the copy that Elikplim's agents have. So is that satisfactory to you?
Yes. For now. We are ready.
For now, we are certified for that.
Because we know that.
I will speak key. Okay. I'm here since 2007. This Domi Kwabenya seat, I was here since 2007. I know what is going on the grounds. I'm Justice Hajiman from Dome. Hajiman. Okay. Right now, what is happening here? It means they are cheating us. They don't want us to use our complaint to decide what you want.
You want change?
You want change for now.
All right.
Domi Kwabenya want change. That is what you want. And that is what is happening right now.
Me ding Black Kuno. Me free NDC manager Sapato. If you don't have NDC manager no. Ana me free bano. No no smart me nchi me nanti no. Na banyi na wo mi ho. Because of me Togoni by difference no mu. Di papa no free. Di mama no free. Nchi o dia asem na meka. Nchi sana asem na no ka no a me ayi gbeni. Nchi asem na no meka no. We no ye wini awie. Okay,
say Sisi and what you say mo paper no ewo Elikplim or copy and easy to copy into your more complaints yes, so I just spoke to some of the residents who have agreed that Elikplim Akurugu's decision with the Electoral Commission is to collect both their sheets and do some comparisons to it and then come up with the certified results. So they believe that that's the way forward. So I'm going to engage another group of people. Hello, sir, and welcome to GHOne TV.
Thank you.
May I please know your name?
My name is Tache Nita Tejijin II, the warlord of Kwabenya in Atupai.
So, what do you make of what's going on here presently?
Okay, so what I would say is we plead, now we have to beg, because the parties came to meet the constituency and government came to meet the people of the land and the chiefs of the land, and the people are much precious to us. So we'll tell them that even though election is over and the presidential candidates for the MPP side has conceded defeat, we will plead that the constituency representative, which is the parliamentary candidate, Honorable Michael Kwe Jr., should do the needful, because Ghana is the only place we have, and if this thing brings
route, which will cause anything which is not right, you could see that we are going to distort the peace of our nation.
When you were speaking, you said you would want Michael Okoye Jr. to do the needful. Could you tell me what the needful is?
From what people are saying, we can see that they said his agents are not bringing the pink sheets for the coalition to take place. And that is the only process that we are going to be able to know who has been elected by the people, the good people of Domi Kwabenya constituency. So we will plead that he should speak to his campaign managers. As chiefs, we are bringing peace, and we are telling him that this is how battle is. If two people are going to a battle, one may win and one will not win. That is it. So he should let his agents bring the necessary pink sheets that are supposed to be brought to the coalition center, so that they will do the coalition and we'll get to know who has won the Domi Kwabenya constituency seats.
But have you been able to meet any of the NPP members, or perhaps Mike Aaron Okoye himself, to put this grievance to him?
I've not been able, but I've made numerous calls to the chairman who is there. I've made numerous calls to him, and I've also made numerous calls to the constituency youth organizer and that of the communication organizer, and I've told them that we need peace. We need peace. That is why we saw something on the telly. That is why the chiefs have been asked to come here. We don't want any rout in Domi Kwabenya. This has been a peaceful constituency, even though it's the largest constituency in Ghana. This has been the most peaceful constituency. So we will not want to hear anything, or else we, the traditional authority, will hold him responsible if anything happens.
All right. So Joshua, I have spoken to some members of the NDC as well as some members of the traditional council. I am looking around to see if I can get people from the NPP side, but so far I haven't cited any. The ones I cited came in some minutes prior to me coming on air, and they lit firecrackers and they went away. So as soon as I get them, I would come back to you in the studio to connect to you. Meanwhile, at the collating center, Eli Mauku and the Electoral Commission and some other parties are there comparing their pink sheets to what the EC has to ensure that the process comes to a smooth end. Back to you in the studio.
Very well, Eko. Thank you so much for bringing us updates from Dom Kwabenya, and it's quite clear that mistrust.
Exactly.
So the accusation is that the MPP agents are failing to present their pink sheets, and that is what has resulted in all of these. And it's quite interesting how that has metamorphosed into all that we are seeing. And even listening to the constituents, it's quite clear they want peace. Everybody wants peace, but the path to peace is what the challenge is currently.
Absolutely. But in all of these things happening, what does the police have to say? Now, police have arrested 14 suspects for looting and causing damage to properties in parts of the country. Let's cross over to the police headquarters for details as Director of Public Affairs of the Ghana Police Service, ACP Grace Ansah Akofi, addresses the press.
So the Ghana Police Service has arrested 12 suspects for looting and causing damage to properties in some parts of the country. Preliminary investigations have established that the suspects attacked and caused damage to some state properties, including the setting ablaze of the Electoral Commission office in Damango in the Savannah region, causing damage to some residences of district chief executives in some parts of the country, and vandalizing some collation centers. Additionally, some of these suspects broke into the school feeding project warehouse in Tamale and made away with some items, including foodstuff. Footages of the attacks, vandalism, and looting have been obtained and are being reviewed by a team of investigators to get the perpetrators arrested to face justice. We urge the general public to remain calm as police officers have been deployed to key locations with intensified patrols to maintain law and order. Thank you very much for your attention.
So that's Tough Public Affairs, the Ghana Police Service, ACP Grace Ansa Akofi, bringing us update on what the police is doing about the tension and chaos across the country. She talked about 14 suspects have been arrested, different incidents, Damongo, in Tamale. You know the interesting thing about Tamale, you walk into a warehouse where food is being kept.
School feeding.
You know, and then both supporters of the NPP and NDC go in there and say that this belongs to us, so we are going to loot the food. Come on, how? and then it is the audacity to set an officer ablaze for me in Damongo. I mean, what will warrant this? This is a peaceful poll. I mean, you go cast your ballot, whoever wins, like I said, you go and celebrate. If you do not, you amend your ways and come back. It's just 4 years. 4 years ago, we witnessed an election.
Really, 4 years is not just though.
No, but Joshua, if you did your homework well, obviously Ghanaians will reward you. And it is simply the wind of change blowing across the board. And so if it did not go in your favor, it means that there is something for you to do. You need to go back to the drawing table. Whatever formula it is you have, revise your notes and come back with a different formula. You did not win. It doesn't end it. In the end, we are one Ghana. If whoever has emerged winner, per the results that are coming in, if John Mahama is the winner, he's not a winner for just the NDC. Whatever policies he implements, if it is a 24-hour economy, it affects every Ghanaian, including the children that will be born tomorrow. You know, that will be born tomorrow. Tomorrow, that is the 9th of December, right? So, including the children that will be born after 7th January. So everybody is affected. If the economy is in shambles, it affects everybody, not just the NPP, not just the NDC. So why?
And that's the sort of rhetoric we need from them.
Yes.
Really. You know, that's the sort of rhetoric we need from the political leaders. It's as simple as that, because Joshua, as you said, when these things are done, they're not going in to do them themselves. There's these supporters who are bearing the brunt and who are putting their lives really at risk because of the faith and confidence that they have in their party leaders and in their parties as a whole. And so it's a rhetoric of unity. It's a rhetoric, we have this peace pact. And you wonder what's the impact of these things we sign to, right? Yeah, we just expect more of this rhetoric of peace and unity from these political actors at this crucial time.
It's true, and that's why yesterday I was so unhappy. I was so unhappy yesterday with the directive from Miracles Abuaji that, you know what, when you go, you have our permission to touch them. Whose permission? You go and touch them yourself. Go and
you're
touch them yourself.
Violence.
Exactly.
You
don't sit in the comfort of your edifice and then incite people to go and touch others until they have your blessing.
Well, guys, there's an incident happening also in Kaswa in the Ewutu constituency. Esther Botier is a woman on the ground. Earlier, we understand that the member of so per results, she's the member of parliament elect, but the EC has not declared yet Phyllis Nakoyo. She says she's asking that declare the results. I have won per what I have collated, per what my party and I have collated. I have won. Esther is there. Esther, tell us what's the latest there. What was the demand from Nakoyo?
Okay, so good afternoon. Earlier this afternoon, Nakoyo came at the collation center where we are gathering the results. We've been here for almost 24 hours now, and she is angry because it's been 18 hours and still we've not heard from the collation officers. They were still working on the presidential results even after Baumia had accepted defeat. And she was questioning them because, according to her, last 4 years, she was being cheated. So this year, she's not going to give any chance for her to be cheated. And she also said the last 4 years, they finished around 11 p.m. So she doesn't get it. Why, as at 1 p.m. the following day, the results have still not been declared. And also her party members were also demonstrating because they've been here since yesterday till now, and they've not heard anything from the collation officers or any of the media personnel or the security personnel. So she got angry because yesterday she was already attacked. One of her agents is dead, allegedly. It hasn't been confirmed by the police. So she's already in a distressed place, and also her results are not being tallied, and she's worried. So she just stormed into the collation room and she was demanding answers, demanding for her results. So that's what occurred this afternoon.
Now, Esther, what is causing this particular delay in that constituency?
Okay, so I've been in the collation room for 18 hours now, and all that they were doing was to do the presidential, and Ewutu Senyai's constituency is the fourth largest according to research. So we have 361 polling stations, and as at 10 a.m. this morning, we have done 150. So initially she gave us 2 hours to wrap everything up, but we got an information that someone was trying to sneak in illegal pin sheets. So she got annoyed, and she said this year she's not going to give any chance for anyone to cheat on her because they've cheated her last 4 years, but she's not going to allow that. So she was demanding that they stop doing the presidential collation since it has already been declared by Mahmoud Bawumia that he has accepted defeat. So they should just hold on with the presidential and continue with the parliamentary, because now that's what everyone is waiting for. So that's what made her storm into the collation center this afternoon.
Esther, okay. But I hope that you are safe wherever you are, wherever you're seated. I trust that you're safe. So that's Esther Botier there for us. And she says that the NDC parliamentary candidate for the area, Phyllis Nakoyo, says that, well, per my results, if it appears I am winning, what is stopping you from announcing me as the winner of that particular constituency? That will be one of the brutal fatalities for the NPP, considering that Mavis Harcomson held that seat and that she's lost it to her fiercest contender, right? Phyllis Nakoyo. And she's among the numbers, the bigwigs that we talk about, Eslo Uswe Kufu. We also talk about Henry Court.
Yeah. I mean, quite interesting. I mean, when I looked at the list, I was like, "Aye, okay, the mighty oaks are falling."
Really, right?
Really.
And we did have some projections from our resource person.
Exactly. But I mean, Esla also losing a Bekuma West. I mean, she brought you 5G. She gave people 5G. She made sure you had internet access as communications minister. Yet the people of Ablekuma West felt otherwise. So they gave the nod to the man of God. Yes.
Well, she gave 5G to the people of Ghana, and not to
Ghana, not to
the Ablekuma West.
Ablekuma West people are Ghanaians.
well, they want roads.
Yeah.
They want potable water. At some point, see, in Dansumane, the water situation. I used to live in Dansuman.
Okay.
So I know the water situation in Dansuman. Sometimes.
But the Glife area, that place is not cool.
See, you can go days without running water. And then you ask yourself, how do people expect me to go about my duties? How do people expect me to live my life comfortably when I have rented, when I have paid, and then basic social amenities like running water, I cannot have it. And so these are some of the issues that the people really are asking for. If I have data, yet I cannot have water to drink. We're here, we're hydrated, right? If I cannot have water for my daily chores, what is data to me? If I could, we have not gotten to the era where we can all work from home.
But let me whisper something. I want to say it loud. Is that the job of the MP?
Well,
that's another question.
That's not the job of the MP. However, how many MPs or candidates have what do you call, have campaigned on the back of these promises? When they go to the various constituencies, do they tell them that I am going into parliament to make laws for you? Because see, 5G is a beautiful thing, okay, for all of us.
Is it working?
Come again?
You say, is it working?
Well, that's the question for the gods.
This is where we'd even go back to some of these campaign promises.
Yeah, campaign trail, yeah?
Yes, and in as much as digitalization and all that is necessary, people are also wondering about more of the basic necessities that are being, that they need, you know, and some of the promises may seem a bit futuristic or too far-fetched and not addressing the current necessities that are being faced, and possibly, as you said, Lily, it's a call also, I believe, on the MPP as a party, not just on the presidential side, but parliamentary as well, given that a number of these big wigs have dropped, you know, have lost their seats, to go back to the drawing board and to just sort of rethink and assess their performance, right, even in the next 4 years. But I'd also want to just highlight some congratulatory messages that have come through from global leaders. In this context, it's President Tinubu of Nigeria who has congratulated President-elect John Dramani Mahama. He's called him and has congratulated him on his victory in the December 7 general election. We should say even before the EC has officially announced, but this just goes to show how far these congratulatory messages are going in spite of the delay from the EC. So in this telephone call, President Tinubu mentioned that he hopes that Mahama's ascension to power for the second time would bring some more stability to ECOWAS, of which President Tinubu is current chairman. He commended Ghanaians for the commitment to democracy, which he says was demonstrated through the peaceful and successful conduct by both the presidential and parliamentary elections. And
at this point, I doubt if we can call it
I actually don't think we can
entirely
call it an entirely peaceful process at this point on the ground, you know, but generally. So then he also mentions here that he's applauding that's Baumia, Vice President of Ghana, for conceding defeat before the official announcement from the Electoral Commission. Yeah, so this is just one of quite a number of congratulatory messages that have already come through from various leaders to President-elect John Dramani Mahama.
Per our results, not according to the Electoral Commission.
We're still waiting for the official announcement.
If you're in a battle with someone, the person calls to say, you know what, you've won.
You should just take it as. So what are we saying then in effect when the EC makes this declaration?
Well, the EC has to give us the figures because the MPP did not tell us why or the margins
by which they lost.
Think they lost. For which reason Dr. Baumia congratulated Dr. Mahama. That's a prophecy.
don't want any more prophecies.
Okay, I'll love for us to touch on prophecies and
that thing.
Yes, I know. I know we're going to stoke some religious sentiments, but it's important we talk about it. We saw a number of prophecies, and for some time I was on TikTok, and every scroll you see a prophecy, either from a man of God in Ghana, from Nigeria, from somewhere, you hear Sierra Leone, Gambia, the world over, prophesying on Ghana's electoral outcome, right?
Electoral outcome, yes.
Some prophesied that John Dramani Mahama was going to become a winner. Some said, oh, there was a dark cloud and that John Mahama will win, but, you know, they'll twist it. Sometimes I just I'll do this because I felt that some of them were very unnecessary,
ridiculous.
Yeah,
really.
You see, and a lot of people knew that there was a wind of change, right? Ghanaians were clamoring for change. Analysts and watchers had said that the prevailing economic conditions, the lost war on Galamsey, the CD. That broke jail, you know, corruption, and rising cost of food. As common as Gobe. Coffee broke man. Today, if you don't have 15 cities, if you don't have 20 cities, you cannot buy coffee.
Herrings. Ordinary money.
You know,
it's not for the rich.
I tell you, before money was for some of us, you know. I like that look, Joshua. Don't give me that. But today, we cannot buy those things. We cannot call them basic, right? If a young person out there goes through school, comes out of school, and cannot be assured of a job the next day, a month after, years after, why then do we say that as a government, you have done better? Come on. The prevailing economic conditions were the reasons that Ghanaians rejected the NDC in 2016.
Right.
These conditions are still evident today.
Yeah.
And so if the ordinary Ghanaian goes to the polls and will reject this government, it was pretty evident. However, at some point, it became 50-50.
It did, actually. And I do think that the MPP really had their hopes high, particularly with regards to free SHS.
Sure.
I think that they thought that would be it. I mean, you at the final rally, we had President Kufuor also touch on that with regards to his administration having brought forth free SHS and relieved many Ghanaians of having to pay for fees or for their children. So I think that they felt like that was going to be the trump card, that was going to be the winner. I mean, whatever the case may be, we would vote the MPP because we're not paying fees. But then the question has to do with the quality. Of course, we had President-elect, somewhat, John Dramani Mahama say that he's not
at
going
this point, the Election Commission is
we don't even know how to address it. But then, yes, I mean, saying that he's not going to entirely scrap.
But it is safe to say he's President-elect, right? If Baumia's speech is anything to go by.
If Baumia's speech is, and yes, and all these messages.
But it's not heard from Cheddar. Cheddar must concede.
What's your thoughts on him, though? And
but it appears he is the third force.
You think?
Yes.
I will wait for the electoral commission.
I mean, per the results.
I was really disappointed at the performance of Alan Chemating.
Were you? I am not.
You're not disappointed? No, you're not surprised? Or not
I was pretty indifferent about Alan. I mean, going into this election.
No, I didn't expect him to get a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. No.
Well, I didn't expect. I expected a 0-0 from him. Honestly.
Oh.
Yes. Wow. Honestly. See, Alan over the years went to sleep. He has no constituency. Alan doesn't have a solid base. Alan struggled to even choose a running mate. There are people who are following Alan because a number of them are bitter. A number of them have their own frustrations against the New Patriotic Party. And so when Alan broke ranks, they thought that, well, since you have, we can join you. But do they really? I am sure a number of them who followed Alan, they don't even vote for him. I can bet my last dollar that some of them did not even vote for him. Because, see, Alan has not demonstrated that, indeed, he can lead this country. And I
even with the GTP.
Oh please, see,
even with his tour and the rallies, engaging the youth, telling the youth that this is what I have for you. I have a great
a young person to be. Joshua, we are journalists. We have gone out there. We have engaged electorates over the period. How many people remember anything about GTP? The only thing they talk about Alan is Alan Cash. He's living on past glory. And so if the electorate cannot remember a single thing, see, the electorates remember certain free SHS. The electorates remember Agenda 111, don't they? The electorates remember one district, one dam, even though it is...
one village, one dam.
One village, one dam. One district, one factory.
Right.
A certain electorate remembers a certain 24-hour economy. Whether or not that is feasible, they still remember it. Then they remember the watch at midnight, the watch at 2 a.m. They remember that.
Nightclub 24 hours.
You know, those of you who like going to the nightclub.
24-hour night.
Because his pastor is watching. but how many people? Okay, so let's do something on our social media pages, right?
Yeah.
You watching us, tell us what you really remember about Alan Chemating in the run-up to the elections, during the campaign trail.
I remember something.
What is that?
I think at his last engagement with the youth, I remember something that was on his tag. That was jobs for the boys, cash for the girls.
That's what you remember.
That's what I remember.
And what does that mean?
Out.
Cash for the girls.
Yes.
What does that mean?
And jobs for the boys.
He's going to give the boys jobs so that they can give the girls cash. What does it mean?
Unless we call Alan.
Thank you. You see? You remember because it was a certain tag, but do you remember that it was a policy? We are remembering people based on policies. Right. Chada campaigned on the back of youth. The youth are hungry. Yeah. The youth need jobs. Yes. And one instrumental thing that they'll be, or the Apubeko Kumasi, right? People remember that. What do people remember as
these figures from the Ashanti region, whether or not
they
wanted it? Because Lake Musumchi has been overused. Lake Musumchi has been overused. That's what they chill mostly. So, like,
but how was he going to do?
But he gave a complete. He says challenge from the central region.
Yeah, going to dredge. Yeah.
Sometimes the seas there with the waves and everything.
Wow.
We have a yacht club crowd.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting.
He's traveled the world and he's seen it. So it's
well, it's that's possible. True. He's well traveled. He's seen it. But as to looking at
feasibility,
how our landmass is it easy to dredge? Okay, where's the central region? This is the central region, right? And this is the Ashanti. Yeah. So Cape Coast. Then we come all the way to Elmina, then we come through the Mankasim area, then we go to Winneba, then we come to Kaswa. Charlie, chairman, give us a break. You know, but I know there's a route from the, what do you call it?
Figure out how it's going to work. No, but I mean, are Ghanaians ready for a third force? Will you actually say he is the third force? Like you said, with the numbers we can sort of assess as to whether he is or has some chances of becoming the third force. But from our observation as journalists and engaging Ghanaians, do you think that we are ready, really, for a third force?
I am not sure. No, that so. See, Ghanaians say, oh, we are tired of the NPP and the NDC. So people brought you alternatives, but were they really ready for the alternative? Was the alternative convincing, or were the alternatives convincing? Because in this case, we had 10 more that they could choose from. There was a lot. You said that you didn't trust the two. See, there were a number of voters that we engaged, and they said, oh, I don't trust the NPP, I don't trust the NDC. You were giving 10 other alternatives. You could not choose one. Because even the numbers does not suggest that Cheddar that we're saying is a third force. He pulled quite significant numbers. But were those significant numbers even close to either of the parties?
Nothing
striking. So Ghanaians clamoring for a third force, really ready for a third force. Should the other alternatives, should the 10 other options come together? Are they ready to all come together and say, this is our vision, this is what we are looking for, and so we want to ensure that we campaign on this premise and win the hearts of Ghanaians?
Right.
Everybody wants to be on the ballot paper. Everybody wants to be at the presidency. Everybody wants to be known as the top man at the seat of Ghana's presidency. So, unfortunately, it is interest as usual. You say in politics, there are no permanent friends, but permanent interests, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And it's quite exciting, and I'm sure that's why people are very anxious to see the results from the Electoral Commission. You know, in this era of misinformation, disinformation, one of the things we have decided to stick to is to not necessarily be putting out figures there until they are confirmed and basically announced by the Electoral Commission. So we await that declaration, and I'm sure that with what we've seen across the country, the anxiety at certain coalition centers, the EC would find ways and means to make sure that at least we get the figures announced, and then people can, you know, enjoy it, because people have put their champagne on ice. Waiting for the proper celebration.
Well, some of us, it's not even about celebrating any political party. After the long hours at work, I want to sip a cold champagne and just rest. And
I just want to drink fruit juice.
Wonderful.
I know I just wants to drink my cuts on TV.
Looks like someone is watching who's like really monitoring.
I don't know why Lily wants to do my case like that, though. I mean, that's not fair to me.
But I'm sure even for us as journalists. See, I covered Iowa so as we're going in the last election. And by now, By 5 a.m. the following morning, results were declared.
Yeah.
And we had called it, you know. By now, even though at this time 4 years ago, it was just the final declaration with the EC coming up with World War I, World War II, World War III, you know. But by now, everything, a chunk of the numbers were collated.
Right.
As it stands, we don't have a chunk of the numbers. But we'll tell you what you on social media, you're telling us. Nana Ama Akwa is standing by with your thoughts. So like I said, tell us if you remember anything on the campaign trail by Alan Kwejo-Chirmating. But aside that, what are your thoughts on what's happening across the country with tension and chaos at various collation centers? Needless. Do you also agree? Nana, what do you have for us this afternoon?
Well, Lily, before I begin, I also want to drink fruit juice with Joshua.
Nana says she wants
fruit juice.
I want fruit juice with Joshua, yes.
Okay, so Danama and Joshua are having fruit juice and then
I want some champagne.
Okay, so
what do you want?
I'll go with Lily.
What do you want?
No,
you see?
Exactly, what do you for?
She says she wants champagne.
Okay.
It's been long hours. See,
it has been
in about 30 minutes, it would have been exactly 24 hours
since polls closed.
Exactly, yeah. And as of now, even parliamentary, we're still struggling with declaring results.
Right.
I am wondering when we are going to forward all the results to the national.
I think what the EC should be doing now is that there are areas where we've not heard of any disturbance whatsoever. So perhaps they could start by declaring the results in those areas while we work out the troubled areas. And then that would put people at ease, you know, and get people.
Declare what you have, right?
Yeah. But the question is, do they have it?
Well, initially they mentioned that they had one.
Right.
But 1 out of 16 is.
Yes.
But I'm sure by now they should have.
Yeah, I see our reporter has also just shared that Mohammed Ramadan has been declared parliamentary candidate elect for Adentan.
Yeah, he's broken the four.
Yes.
So he said he's ready to work for the people, having put trust in him to serve for a second term. So yes, Joshua, he has broken the four. But yes, the number, I mean, it's coming through slowly. You know, we're just getting one after the other at a very slow pace. Yeah. Nanama is standing by, though, to give us some congratulatory messages from the international community and reactions as well.
There is message here, and John Dramani Mahama will be addressing the country. And this is from Joyce Bar Mokhtari. He spoke says that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will address the country after his official declaration as winner of the 2024
no time has been put to this because it's after
presidential election by the Electoral Commission. Dr. Baumia earlier placed the call conceding the election to Mr. Mahama. On behalf of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Mahama extends his appreciation to the good people of Ghana for the emphatic endorsement of his call for change to reset the economy and build the Ghana we want. So, John Dramani Mahama, So, EC says, so Joy says we don't know when EC would.
So she said simply saying once he is announced, he will address. So that time-wise, I guess you
so John Dramani Mahama will be waiting in his office.
Exactly.
We're all waiting at this point. So that's not what he wants to do, right? He wants to wait for the final declaration, then he can address the nation.
And I think by now, Mr. President-elect is also on edge.
You know,
what are you waiting for? If you can declare parliamentary, declare presidential.
So I can go ahead.
Dr. Morgan has conceded. Just tell me
that
I won by 1 million votes, so that I can say that what happened in 2016? Me too, I have repaid the MPP. You understand? And
payback, right?
And I can understand the comeback for a payback.
Comeback for a payback.
But you know, it reminds me of all those bold statements the MPP made prior to the election. I remember Salam sitting in the studio of Star 103.5.
Salam Mustafa.
Yeah, the youth organizer of the MPP, and he says, I stick to my words that if the MPP does not win these elections, cut off my head.
Does anybody sell sharp machetes?
No, you don't want to do that.
So this is all part of the rhetoric. Exactly. I think political rhetoric and how the implications of it is something that we need to talk about a lot more. even post, the elections and all that, because he certainly doesn't mean it. I mean, we would hope he doesn't mean it, but he said it, and followers and supporters continue to adopt similar rhetoric. So that's, concerning. That's a whole other topic, really, that I think we need to subsequently address. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm seeing a statement also from the National Peace Council.
Okay.
This was released a couple of minutes ago.
All right.
It says the National Peace Council continues to speak with multiple stakeholders, including the Electoral Commission, on the timeline for results declaration. Madam EC Chair, I don't want to be in your shoes as it stands now, but Peace Council says they've been engaging you. And we understand the expectation of political party supporters for the EC to declare the national results and the outstanding constituency results quickly. However, the delivery of a national election is a significant undertaking for any electoral management body. In light of the concession by His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the acceptance of the concession by His Excellency GHOne Mahama, we plead for patience to allow the EC the space to follow due process to ensure that Ghana's democratic rules are rigorously observed within the 72-hour time frame promised by the EC. It is in the interest of all political parties that the EC is as meticulous as possible and declares an accurate election result, and that is issued by the National Peace Council. And we'll come back to this, but I'm Aqua, my fruit juice companion, is ready.
So, Joshua, in the meantime, whilst we are waiting for the EC to finally declare, and also waiting for President-elect Mahama to also give us his speech, Bawumia conceded defeat, and this is what you had to say on that. Richard said, you can't hate Ghanaians. Maturity, maturity, maturity. I'm very proud to be a Ghanaian. Isaac says, so he has his mobile number? Then Collins adds, this is the first time Bawumia has spoken the truth. Jack says, this is not the end of your life. Work hard and come back again. That is advice for Bawumia there. Then Bashir said, things like this make me proud for being a Ghanaian. Then we also move down. Matthew says, let Nigeria imitate Ghana. Nicholas said, well said, sir, you have spoken well. That's true maturity. Desiree adds, oh yes, you did very well. When we move on down, Carol says, congratulations, doctor. Better luck next time. Ganza says, Howard Kumsen must be in jail. Then we have Ike. God bless you, sir. You put Ghana first, not the useless politicians in Ghana. We also loaded a picture to congratulate President-elect as well. Then Adolf says, the street loves him. We also have Gabriel. Congratulations from Nigeria. Very soon, our own NDC, which PDP here will take over. Anthony says it's the nation builder. Then we have a lot of congratulatory messages there. We also have Ajamai, who takes a humorous spin to it. I heard that Bawumia's wife voted for GHOne Mahama. Then we have Lincoln. No one has received so much political insult and ridicule than JM. But what God says is what shall stand. Congratulations, my president, John Dramani Mahama. We also have here, Stephen, the return of presidency. Ghanaians, you have chosen more than ever. May God help you to fulfill all your promises to Ghanaians. Francis said that after Mahama victory, do you think your boss could have beat Bawumia with a no track record? Indeed, JM was a good candidate to represent NDC. Congratulations, JM. When we move over to, we also have Prof here. And obviously, this is a great... something great for women, as she's the first female vice president in Ghana. We also have here, congratulations, Mama. Then Solomon says, Mummy, we in the NDC love you. Congratulations. A lot of congratulatory messages here. Senior Man says, history in Ghana politics. First female vice president. Thank you, President-elect, for your vision for Ghana. Please don't forget what has happened now and don't repeat your mistakes. And he says, thank you. Then Jacobson says, congratulations. They always call you grandma. Now you are their leader. We also have Entry Bosiakun, who is also having a humorous side here. So her husband will be called Second Lady or Gentleman. Congrats. We have Mary. Congratulations as well. Then Kojo here says, for the sake of affirmative action, congratulations, Mum. Richard, congratulations to the first female vice-chancellor and first female vice president. Amadou says congratulations to his professor. Your imperious winning is well celebrated. And our last comment here, William, who says, strong woman, congratulations. Congratulations indeed to the NDC and President-elect John Dramani Mahama. My name is Nanama Akwa. And as Lily said, continue to send us your messages on Instagram, on Facebook, and on X, which was formerly Twitter. See you soon.
Many thanks, Nana Ama Akwa, for bringing us what people are also saying on social media in reaction to what has happened all of today. I mean, this morning it was an interesting one. When I was told, I remember around 7 a.m. I heard that at 9 Dr. Baumia will be addressing us. I said, the man will concede. Because what would be the urgent need to address the nation at 9 a.m.? But did the concession come as a surprise to you, Natalie?
Well, first I was eagerly waiting because it was a little after 9. First of all, it was about 30 minutes after 9, and I was wondering, well, I did have it in mind. It came to mind that this might most possibly be a concession speech. However, at the same time, there was a little bit of possibility for there to be something.
It is possible.
Of course.
At this point, it is usable.
I mean, I thought that it could possibly be something other than that, but at the same time, it was most likely to be a concession speech. I thought it was rather fast. I mean, I think it's historic somewhat in terms of how fast that concession speech was, and I love that. When Nanama was highlighting on social media, just the reactions to that, having Ghanaians being on a globe, sub-Saharan Africa, and within the continent as a whole. Of course, we shouldn't belittle the fact that we're a democratic leader. Really.
Okay, Natalie, let me hold you there. Right. Let's go to the National Strong Room. So you can see in your shots the National Strong Room. That's Felix Tete, the Deputy Director of Elections there. And the EC is about to address the press. I am wondering how
could this be the moment we've been waiting for?
How many results do they have yet? But I would doubt because of what is currently happening in Domkwabinya. Yeah.
Well,
or could it be that the EC?
Everything is possible. We never expected Dr. Baumia to also concede this early. And I mean, I've heard some party people who have said that Olu should have waited a bit. I mean, he should have waited a bit. And then I heard from the same party quarters, I also heard people like, Charlie, there was nothing. That's
clear.
I mean, at that point, it was over. And also realizing the tension that was building up. And I've heard some people also humorously say that the 24-hour economy started yesterday because we didn't sleep. So we run 24 hours.
Actually, we run a 24-hour election.
We've been running since Friday night when we launched with the killer intro. So I mean, we've been running since then, and now I think nothing else will surprise me as it stands now, including Jean Mensah telling us that we don't even need the final results. But it's done.
Let's hear from Jean Mensah, the National Returning Officer.
On the results that we are expecting at the National Collation Center. You would all agree with me that it's been 23 hours since the end of the polls on the 7th of December. That is yesterday, the 7th of December 2024. And it's been 23 hours since the close of the 2024 general election. As you may be aware, the Commission however, did record in 2020 and was able to declare the results in 48 hours.
However, 23 hours following the close of polls, we have received requests and some questions from the general public.
Was able to declare the results in 48 hours. However, 23 hours following the close of polls, we have received requests and some questions from the general public as to when to expect the results. I'm happy to announce that the results have come in from the Ahafo region, and we are expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the results coming in. We thought that it's important to update our citizenry on the process for the collation of results as it pertains to our CI 127. Because the questions that we have received from the citizens is that, oh, the political parties have results and they have the pink sheets from, the polling stations. And indeed, it is true that all the political parties are giving copies of the results at the polling station level. I think this heightens the level of transparency. But under the CI 127, we also have a process for the collation of the results, and it does not stop at the polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. And the process emanates from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates. But it starts and emanates from the pink sheets at the polling station. Once the results are counted at the polling station and parties are satisfied with the count of the ballot papers, they then go on to fill out the pink sheets, after which party agents sign on to these pink sheets and are provided with copies. As you may be aware, a copy of those pink sheets are posted at every polling station across the country. From there, the pink sheets are sent to the Constituency Collation Center, where you have the agents of the parties as well. And right at the collation center, no counting is done. What is done is simply to collate the results from the pink sheets, and this is done at the Constituency Collation Center. It is done in the presence of the agents of the parties and observers and media partners, and once parties are satisfied, they go on to sign the collation forms provided at the Constituency Collation Center. They are also giving copies of these, and a copy is also pasted at the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, the results travel to the region, where party agents are also present. Again, this is not a counting process. As I mentioned, the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced and the results that are collated. But the results from the constituency are also collated at the regional level. Once parties are satisfied, the regional results collation forms and the summary forms are filled, and the parties sign on to these, and they are giving copies of these forms. It is at this level that the results are then faxed to the head office, that is at the National Collation Center. Again, the results come through fax, and it is done in the full glare of the party agents who receive the fax, and they review it against what they may have received from their respective parties. If they are happy and it conforms to what they have received, they then endorse it. After endorsement, the results are projected and as provisional results. Those provisional results are brought to the commission, and we scrutinize it. And as the returning officer for the presidential, I go on to sign this. I'd like to ask that citizens exercise patience. It's just been 23 hours since the close of polls. The process is elaborate, it is inclusive, it involves the political parties and observers at every step. And the whole idea is to ensure that what comes up at the end of the day has involved, it's a bottom-up approach that has involved all the agents at all levels. And at the end of the day, what comes up is acceptable by all the candidates and their supporters and the citizens as well. So this is the elaborate process we have. And we thought that this afternoon it was important to allay the fears and the anxieties of citizens. The Commission is going to intends and will uphold the will of the people as expressed at the polls, and that will is what has been captured on the pink sheets. However, it's important that we exercise patience, we take our time, and we are very thorough in producing the results at the national level. As we speak, we have had results coming from Ahafo, and we are expecting more results coming in the next few hours. We are trusting, we believe that within 72 hours, and this has been the norm, we should be able to declare the results of the presidential election. As I indicated, we broke that record in 2020 and declared it in 48 hours. But we do have 72 hours within which to declare the presidential results. Of course, if all the results come in the next hour and we review them, we would not wait until 72 hours or 48 hours before we do so. It's important to mention also that the delays in some of the collation centers has resulted from the besieging of our centers by supporters of the parties. In the anxiety and in the excitement, some supporters of political parties have besieged our collation offices, making it difficult in some cases for our officers to carry out their functions. We have spoken directly with the leadership of the political parties, and we've asked them to recall their supporters. We believe that this should be done, and our supporters, our staff should have an unhindered access and the free space to collate the results. So as I mentioned, we are looking forward to seeing the results. Of course, in cases where it's impossible to collate results for a particular constituency, where it would not affect the outcome, and where the winner would still emerge winner with at least 50% plus one, the decision has been taken by the Commission to proceed with those results, even if we don't have certain constituencies as part of the final results. Once we come up with the final results, we'll look at that and include it. But in order not to waste time where there's some difficulty to collate constituency results, we will proceed to collate the presidential results without it, and so long as it does not affect the outcome of the final result. So we'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we believe that in the next few hours we should be receiving some of the results. As I indicated, we have received the results from the Ahafo region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before I end, I'd like to assure you, I think the Commission has walked the walk of transparency. We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness, and we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters' register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been peaceful, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed at the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets that will travel from the polling station to the constituency, to the region, and to the National Collation Center that would be declared at the end of the day. It is the people's choice. As President of the Republic of Ghana, that would be announced, and we believe, so help us God. Yes. So on behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process, and I believe that, I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would walk with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, international and domestic observers.
So that's the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, GHOne Adequate-Mensah, who doubles as the national returning officer. So far, just one region has its collated results faxed to the National Strong Room. That's the Ahafo region. And this is the 8th press conference by the Electoral Commission. She says, we're waiting for all the other regions, 15 more regions to come in so they can confidently declare the results. They are asking that the various political parties should recall supporters at the various collation centers in the constituencies. And this is a rehash. We have said this over and over again. The various political parties should recall their supporters. There is a reason you have your agents there. If you did not trust them, then you wouldn't have deployed them to those areas. A lot of them have their parliamentary candidates also there. So why are your supporters there in their numbers? Why are you asking more supporters to mass up at the various collation centers? Recall them. Let's have space enough. Let's have peace to be able to tabulate the results and collate them, and be able to fax them to the various regions, and then they will fax them to the National Strong Room for onward declaration. And she talks about how transparent the process has been. Largely, it has been. We can see that aside the tension, aside the chaos that has characterized this particular election, in areas that ordinarily you will not see chaos in for an elitist constituency like the Dom Kwabinya. You know, it was highly unnecessary, and as it stands, they still have not been able to collate results in that constituency. Does it mean that we are probably going to hit the 72-hour mark, or we're going to surpass it?
Exactly. I mean, you do hear the GHOne Mensah, the chairperson of the commission, putting a lot of emphasis, of course, that the commission has 72 hours, which is factual.
Sure.
However, it still does raise, as you just said, some concerns. Are we waiting up until the close to the 72 hours? Because that only increases tension and heightens tension. So you hear a lot of focus being placed on the process having been transparent and the integrity of the process, but the timing is also crucial because if it's too late, it could just affect that integrity and that transparency that has been seen throughout the entire process. But most importantly, for party leaders to ensure that their supporters make this process a lot easier for the Electoral Commission.
And so we're asking one more time.
All right.
Please call your supporters to order.
Absolutely.
We call them. Supporters watching us all over social media, go home. I know a number of you are commenting on our various social media feeds and saying that no, we will not go home, we will still police. Please go home. The longer you stay there, the longer it takes for these results to be tabulated, collated, and further faxed to the regional centers. So the longer you stay there, the longer all of us will have to wait for the Electoral Commission to declare results. I'm sure by now we all know those who've won, we know those who've lost, we know who the ultimate winner of the presidential election is, but your presence at the various collation centers is delaying the final declaration of these results. And so you have your agents there. I'm sure you trust them, don't you? So please leave the various collation centers. I know a number of you are coming at us, right?
Oh, yeah. Especially me. Especially me. You know, because you're beautiful ladies, I decided not to attack you, but me too, my face like this. They're going at me, but it's good. But I have a serious reservation about the address of GHOne.
What is
Adukwe Mensah. I think, gauging the tension in the country, her wedding could have been different. I feel that if she's telling us that, yes, we all know you have 72 hours within which to declare as you have promised. That has been the convention. And she says in 2020 she did 48. They broke the record. But what are you communicating to people now? And you see, the difference here is that there's been a concession. And once that has been done, it changes the dynamics about the expectations of the people and how patient they will be for a declaration. And so I felt that she could have managed the communication and said, well, even though this has happened, we are still getting the figures and we'll announce the figures. But to say, well, after all, we have 72 hours. We broke the record in 2020. The same 2020 where results were declared how many times? People have raised concerns about that. So if I were GHOne, I wouldn't talk about 2020 because people are already incensed. And people are feeling that there is a plot to rig. So that is in the minds of people. You don't want to exacerbate that. You don't want to make it worse. And so I had a bit of challenge. But what she said was basically what it is.
What it is,
Yes. But it's not always, I can tell you that Natalie does that. But I have to find a way around it. And based on the emotions, based on how people are reacting. And so I would have suggested, I don't know what went into it. The communication for me was quite challenging. And I think that if not managed, it would rather get people to get more agitated.
So these are live pictures from Adenta jubilant mood there.
Even the birds are happy.
Yes. Even the birds are jubilating in the sky and Adenta. So that's the party office of.
Right. Okay. So pictures from Adenta. As it stands now, all they await is a declaration. And people see the lady there. Yeah, come out getting close to her. She looks like she's from my hometown. Davy is not happy at all. She wants the declaration made so that, you see, the speakers have been mounted. So Soloku, the DJ is on standby. We just want declaration to be able to jubilate. And so you could understand the anxiety. Oh, my brother has powdered his face. Still no party mood yet because jubilation has been stalled. And but the EC makes a very important decision. In fact, Jean Mensah talked about something very important. You want us to be able to get collation done quickly and declare results. Get your supporters
I think that's the most...
so that the EC officials can be able to do their work. And this is what I said, and people got angry at me that they won't go anywhere. They are vigilant. If they go, and
this is beyond vigilance.
It's not about vigilance.
This is not even
you
vigilance.
don't play any part there. Your agents are there for that purpose. Your agents must be vigilant. But when you all besiege there, it creates a security situation which will not allow the collation to take place. And when I said it, they came after me. Now Gina said it, so go after Jean. No, but that's the situation. Once people mass up there, there's a lot of tension that builds up automatically. Look at Don Kwabena. They had to bring in military.
It slows down the process. I mean, it certainly does slow down the process.
And once that is happening, then we cannot do the collation because the mistrust is deepened again. And like Jean said, her officers are not able to do the job that they're supposed to do because of the massing up at the various offices. So political parties, if possible, I mean, just call your supporters, both MPP and DC, call your supporters to let the collation go on. You know, let the agents be tasked to monitor the process. You understand? And then that is what will happen, and we'll be able to get the results. Because me, I want to close. You two, you are tired. You want your results. We all want to get some rest. Because Christmas is just around the corner, and we need to prepare for Brunya. So we'll take you back to Adenta shortly, and we'll get you more pictures and also sights and sounds from there. But Joel Echampon is there. Joel, so really, people are still anxious in Adenta. What have they been telling you?
All right, so it's all over here. So they declared it some few minutes ago. I was wondering over to the party office. So it's not and the party office.
Joel! Hello, Joel. Yes, I can barely hear you because of the Mahama behind you. So if you just distance yourself from the speakers so that we can hear you more audibly. Right. Well, Joel will move away from that so that at least we can get to understand what the conversation there is, even though we understand they are not too excited about the delays also there in the Adentan constituency. I mean, earlier I saw the incumbent MP for the area. He had been there since midnight, and then at a point he realized that no, the thing was going to run deeper, and later I realized he mentioned that, well, it's likely to be collated by 2 p.m. but now it's a minute to 5 p.m. It's a minute to 5 p.m. But okay, don't even go beyond the 72 and because it's not mandatory exactly though. But we'll hope. Natalie, you want to go home, right? We all want to rest. But you know what? Let's go to JM's office, John Dramani Mahama's office. We read the earlier circular about John Mahama preparing and waiting for the declaration from the Electoral Commission. Then he addresses the nation. Let's go and get a feel of how that place is also shaping up. My colleague Obed King Aglo is there, and he is joining us to let us know exactly how things are shaping up there. Obed, so clearly we've just heard from the EC, and it feels as though we are not going to get any declaration from the EC now. So really, what's happening at JM's office?
After the concession speech by Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, now members of the National Democratic Congress troop to the office of former President John Mahama to share their excitement about the victory. Let me get some of them how they feel about the victory so far. You're welcome to GHOne TV.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel about the victory of the party?
For me, I'm very happy. The way Akufo-Addo and Bawumia mess up everything. So when Mahama come, I'm very happy.
Right. Let me speak to some more members of the party who are excited to be here this very afternoon. Talk to me. How do you feel?
I feel happy because I was here. I was victory since yesterday. As usual, yesterday I was voting as Nungwa. As I removed for housework as I go, I lost my phone, but I was happy. I was good. Victory. So now I was here. I was waiting as economy 24 hours. As I can see the change, yes, more powerful.
Thank you very much. So there are a lot of people still here, crowded in front of the office of the former president. Let's do engage some of them about the situation. As you can hear from the background, they are playing the most popular song in town right now. Let me find out from you, how do you feel about the victory of GHOne Mahama currently?
So excited. We thank God for how far he has brought us. We are so happy to have our daddy back. We are grateful for Ghanaians for voting for us. We love each and everyone. Thank you.
You are live on GHOne TV.
Thank you very much. I'm a Ghanaian. Forget party. I'm a Ghanaian. How do you feel as a Ghanaian after being ruled 8 years like animals? When we even ask for timetable, your light goes on, they say bring your timetable. Now we gave them the timetable. It's not happiness, it's respect. See, there are challenges, but how you address it. If you go up top on post, they think Ghanaians don't have time for it. How do you feel as a Ghanaian?
Thank you very much. So, right here from the office of former President GHOne Mahama, the president-elect, it's been excitement fun by members of the National Democratic Congress in that the president-elect GHOne Mahama will come and implement the policies he decided to list in the campaign. Reporting for GH1 News, Obed Kingaglo, Cantonment.
Okay, so that was Obed Kingaglo earlier from the GHOne Mahama campaign office. We have live pictures from the Electoral Commission engaging members of CODEO who are observing. Remember that the National Strong Room accommodates presidential candidates, national executives of the various political parties, national and international observers, and the media. And so that's an interaction with the chairperson and the National Returning Officer of the Electoral Commission, Jean Adukwemensa, with some international observers there. I am wondering what the tete-a-tete is about, but obviously I'm sure they are asking what the situation is on results coming in. Well, so far the EC says we have just one region, and that is the Ahafo region. And so we are waiting for 15 more regions. Like we asked, are we going to hit the 72-hour mark, or we are surpassing it? Already it's 5:04 p.m. and so it's 24 hours after polls closed here in this country, and already we're seeing a lot of disruptions of collation centers, and so they are unable to tabulate and further collate the results, and then onward forward into the Electoral Commission's National Strong Room.
I think at this point we should just get water and put our legs in it, because we're going the long haul, and it'll be quite interesting going for that, because clearly
it's going to be.
I'm just waiting to see the reaction to Jean's message to Ghanaians, and I wonder how.
You mean the message she just delivered in this, right?
The message she just delivered. I'm just looking at how the reaction would be, especially right before we saw the message from the from the National Peace Council, talking to us about their engagements with the EC and the need to also make sure that declarations are done. EC says, well, as it stands now, we only have one out of the 16, but then we'll put mechanisms in place so that if a polling station or one center, collation center is delaying, we would find ways to declare what has come through and then later add it. So when you declare what has come through, are you going to wait? Well, we'll see. We'll see how the declaration.
I know.
It's quite confusing for me, though.
Yes. I mean, one of our reporters in the Central region just shared most probably that the EC is set to receive results from the region. Coalition, she says, has officially come to a close. Vanessa Danso is there. Okay. Says the results from 22 out of the 23 constituencies in that
more to go.
region. Exactly. one more to go. So as Jean Mensa said, they're literally trickling in, and yes, it's certainly going to be a long while ahead. That's clear.
You're still watching our continued coverage of the 2024 general elections. A lot of us thought that by now we would have seen parliamentary results, and then the EC will be busy receiving all the fast results from the various regions. But as it appears, it has been one rather that is longer than we anticipated for us as journalists. But trust us that we'll bring you every minute detail coming from the grounds, coming from the EC headquarters, coming from you, even the viewer. And so once again, please, various political parties, ask your supporters to leave the collation centers so that we can tabulate and collate the results. It is really needless for all of you to be there in your numbers. What purpose will it serve the entire nation if we have to wait for about 3 days, 4 days before declaring? Already the incumbent flag bearer for the NPP has conceded defeat. Congratulatory messages are trickling in. So it is evident that the man who has secured the top job of Ghana is John Dramani Mahama. But we cannot independently call it because we are waiting for the Electoral Commission to say that this is indeed the will of the people of Ghana. But there are a number of issues. I pray that as Tutua has sent us the regional results from the Cape Coast, from Cape Coast in the Central region, I pray that it goes quickly to the Electoral Commission so that at least that's 2 regions, and that's how many more? 14 more.
Yeah, but I'm seeing also presidential election regional results summary sheet from the Western North region.
Okay.
Yes, and we'll wait for the EC to tell us, but provisional results, what we do have here, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 124,024 votes, and John Dramani Mahama, 202,689 votes, Daniel Augustus Latte, 546, okay, Gum, 627, Kofi Akpalu 135, Mohamed Frimpong 120, Nana Akosua Frimpong of the CPP 942, Hassan Abdullah Ayarga 579, Kofi Cranton 93, George Chumberma Edu 92, Nana Kwame Bediaku 1,723. Western North 1,723.
See, the
Alan
guy
Chematin,
crisscrossed the entire country.
His campaign was
400 and what?
41. Alan K.
I told you, and I am still waiting on you, the viewer, to tell me what resonated with you during the campaign tour when Alan went around on his campaign tour. It feels as though Ghanaians actually accepted, some Ghanaians actually accepted the messaging of Nana Kwame Bediako, popularly known as Jeddah, for which he's polling such numbers. In the last election, it was the Ghana Union Movement.
Andrews.
What did he lose in the run-up to the 2024 election? Did he go to sleep? Did he lose touch with his support base? Because for somebody who just emerged onto the scene, polling, becoming the third force in the 2020 election, and in this election, he can't actually be seen anywhere. I mean, even though Cheddar is obviously the third force, Alan is also making quite significant inroads, right, Joshua?
Right. He really is. Natalie, Central Region, we are seeing some results from there. Vanessa also given, I mean, Tutua is in the Central Region, and she says collation has come to an end there. And the figures are quite interesting too.
Absolutely, yes. So the figures actually shared currently. MPP 382,749, GCPP 1,457, NDC 562,620, GHOne 2,305, CPP 2,118, and then we've got I'm looking for Cheddar. Yes, that's 9,000.
In the Central Region, 9,000. Wow.
Not bad. Alan Trementing in that same region, 2,417.
And you know, Alan is also partly from the Central Region. So I am wondering why his own people.
It didn't resonate.
Right?
It's interesting. Well, on the EC's declaration and the press conference, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh has some thoughts on it.
Okay, tell us.
So he's put together this piece. He says, I like the opener. What is the EC's problem? The toughest part of the EC's mandate is organizing our public elections up until the ballots are counted at polling stations across the country. Once all polling station data are out, that hard part of the EC's job is done. From that point on, it becomes a simple arithmetic task of aggregating the polling station data to obtain constituency level and national level totals per candidate. Now, this aggregation job is one that private media houses, political parties, candidates, civil society groups, and any interested person can access to the polling, with access to the polling station data can do. And then he goes on to say, how then is an entire, okay, let me go, I was trying to jump. He says, instructively, the one candidate with arguably the greatest personal stake in the outcome of the presidential elections, incumbent vice president and candidate of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has commendably conceded the elections and congratulated his principal rival. How then is an entire EC, a body with disproportionately more resources and access to all the primary data, unable to accomplish this simple mechanical task hours after most other election stakeholders are done doing that same task? Are elections won and lost at the polling station or at the so-called collation center or some other place? The EC has made itself, over the course of time, far more significant and influential in the outcome of our elections than it usually or actually is. Once polling is over and the ballots counted and certified transparently, the people's will is firmly determined, and the EC can do nothing, absolutely nothing, to change that. Thus, all this game of keeping an anxious nation constantly on edge and in suspense, election after election, long after polling station data are complete, is needless and frankly irresponsible. Now, the concluding part says, the leadership of the EC must get off their high horses and do without further delay what is essentially a ministerial or administrative duty to announce officially to the nation and for the records the results of the December 7 general elections that we already know. They have no choice or discretion in the matter. Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh there.
You know, in as much as I appreciate his sentiments, the EC has clearly told us that, listen, when we are furnished with results, that is when we can announce. So far, we only have a half a region. So, Professor Kwesi Prempeh, like I said, I appreciate your sentiments. But in this instance, the hands of the EC are tied.
But the question he asks, really, is if Dr. Bawumia, who holds principal stakes in this election, is able to collate figures and say, based on what I've collated, I have lost. Why is EC finding it difficult to do so?
Listen, Joshua, the EC gave you the scenario, right? When the elections are collated from the various polling stations, they are taken to the constituency collation center, right? And then from the constituency collation center, it goes to the regional collation centers. Then the regions will forward it to the national strong room. But if the people are preventing the constituency collation centers from tabulating, how then do the officers there in charge forward it to the regions and then to the national? So their hands are tied because they cannot assume and they cannot rely on Dr. Bawumia or John Mahama to say, give me your results, let me announce it to the nation. When my officer in the constituency or in the region...
We'll wait for them to fax it.
Exactly.
To the EC.
I mean, that too would be irresponsible of the EC because he described that it's irresponsible.
But let's talk about the central region because Tutua Danso is joining me from the central region. Tutua, nice to talk to you. It's been a long while you left me here in Accra. So talk to me. Collation is finally over in the central region and we announced some figures, but if you could walk us through the figures you got from there.
Okay, so let me just go straight and go to the NPP, and the NPP garnered 382,749. GCPP did 1,457. GHOne did 2,305. LPG did 489. We also have NDP doing 286, and then CPP doing 2,018, with the NDC doing 562,620 of the votes. And the next party is the All People's Congress, Hassan Erege's party, with 1,318, and independent candidates, Kofi Kwanting, doing 367, and then George Chumberima did 335, with Nana Kwame Bediako of the New Force doing 9,090 of the votes. Then we have Alan Kwedetre coming in with 2,417. So the total valid votes for this region was 965,551 out of the over 1.7 million registered voters. And we also have rejected ballots amounting to 26,926. And that the total vote cast is 992,477. So Joshua, that is it for the Central region. And as I said earlier, the results is the 22 out of the 23 constituencies in the Central region. The outstanding region is the Utu Senior East constituency, where we understand that coalition is still underway. And so as and when the results are finalized, it will be sent to the Electoral Commission. And the commissioner here told me that that result may not change the entire outcome of the electoral, the result that will be gotten on the national level, because even the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party has already conceded. And so that is it for the Central region, Joshua.
So at the collation centers in Accra, we've witnessed some level of chaos, party members, storming the collation centers. How different was the situation in the Central region?
Well, the Central region was pretty calm, and I deliberately visited two of the constituencies which were earmarked to be flashpoints in this region, and they were relatively calm. Yes, there were supporters, but supporters were outside the coalition centers. They didn't make an effort to enter. They just stayed and observed, because some of the coalition centers had transparent glasses with which they could see through. And so they just stayed outside and monitored happenings and waited for the Electoral Commission to declare it. But here, largely, it has been very smooth and peaceful. No violence so far.
So your job in the Central region is done?
Finally.
Hurry up and come back and let's do start today. Tutua, thank you so much. So that's my co-host.
I can sense sadness in her voice when she says, finally.
And I can't wait to say same here.
I wish we could say same in the next 5 minutes, right? But unfortunately.
Yeah. Hours. The EC has 72 hours.
Yes, you have to go by that.
And we've done only 24 out of the 72. So we have 48 hours more within which the EC would be able to collate results.
And news coming in suggests that in the Adenton constituency, Abu Ramadan the results for that constituency has been declared, and Abu Ramadan has emerged winner. So he's MP elect for that area. That was the constituency, one of the constituencies I was keenly looking out for because of the contenders, Abu Ramadan.
And because he did so much in that constituency, at a point, there were predictions that she's likely to continue the trend in Adenta by toppling Abu Ramadan. I mean, I remember road construction works ongoing in the constituency. She was building bridges, where she said was from her personal pockets to do that because she loves the constituents. And there was this particular road project. She said that the area within which the construction was being carried out is an area that usually does not vote for the NPP, but she does not.
So those are live pictures on your screens. I'm sure by now the Soluku will start. Now that the results have been declared. That was our man Joel Champon there. He will bring us the results and tell us what the actual picture is on the ground. I'll walk to the screens and then tell you what the results look like. I wonder if I have Joel there, but scenes from Adenta suggest that Abu Ramadan has eventually emerged winner of that particular election. Joel Champong. You can see in your screen jubilant mood there. Earlier we saw white powder on supporters. I am wondering where the MP is in all of this. That's the office of Member of Parliament for the area. He is the incumbent who went head to head with Akosua Menu. There are a lot of things Akosua did in that constituency. Joel, if you can hear me, I'm sure by now people are jubilating in that constituency. Tell us what the mood is.
All right, so it's jubilant mood since the time we spoke initially at the party office. So we were at the party office, but this is the Member of Parliament office we moved to because of the noise. I wanted to move to his office. We need to meet with him also in order to share a few words with him before we leave. He asked that he would want to meet with us, the media, before we leave this place. But I think the history has been made. This is actually a swing constituency we gather. It's actually not a constituency meant for one political party. So Abu Ramadan retaining this seat indicates that the job is done so far for most of them here in the constituency. They really appreciate it. That's why they give him that second term. And coming into this one, I think Akosua Menu gave him a run for his money though. But then despite that, the margin was quite big. Because interviewing him after he was declared the winner, it did indicate the fact that Akosua Menu did come close this time around. But obviously, because the teaming supporters and the faithfuls inside Adentan knows what he's capable of doing for them, that's why probably they give him this second term. And history has said that no legislator has gone for 2 terms in this particular constituency.
Right, so Joel is in the screens there. Joel, so really, right. Joel, can you unmute? We can hear you now.
Yes, Coach Joe, I'm unmuted now.
Great. So, aside people jubilating.
Well, I was struggling to hear what she asked.
No, but I'm asking, have you cited Abu Ramadan and what has been his reaction to his victory, sweet victory in the area?
All right, so we've been with him throughout. He's just attending to them at the party office. Then he joins us here at his office for us to have a chit chat with him before we wrap up the day. So yeah, it's quite for him. It's a sweet victory because he swept it with 56,303 votes as against Akosua Menu's 35,143 votes. So for him, it's a good one because the margin in which way when it came to the presidential also was quite a huge margin. It was over 30,000 plus. Margin. The presidential we had John Dramani Mahama coming in with 60,000 more votes here in the Denton constituency. So for Abu Ramadan, he believes that the people, not voting, especially even skirt and blouse, should tell you that the issues regarding employment, the issues regarding the economy and what have you, it really got to them, and he feels that giving him a second term and giving John Dramani Mahama also to return back to the seat of government as the leader-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. They believe that, it's worth, or if I should put it that way, a stitch in time. It's in to save 9 for them here in the constituency.
All right, so Joel, I know that as it stands now, Abu Ramadan went to the contest with Cozy. Have you heard from the camp of the MPP in the constituency?
Well, it would interest you to know that even as of yesterday, we've been there for, I hear that, in 2020, they had to recount and it entered 3 days. But, we are fortunate that we're not going to sleep at the place again today because it's been declared. We've not had sight of anybody from the NPP. As of yesterday, Abdullah sat in with us throughout the dawn. I don't know whether it was the strategy of the NDC anyway this time around during the elections, because he didn't blink an eye. He sat throughout when he joined us at around 12 a.m. He left close to about 6 a.m. this morning. We've not spotted anywhere, but there were a few NPP people around there, but you couldn't even count them. It was more like a sweet victory for the NDC, so they didn't want to come around. I was thinking probably we would have seen her to come congratulate Abu Ramadan, but maybe it's early days here. You never know. She might show up. I don't know how to describe it yet, but she might show up obviously, I'm sure, to congratulate.
Might show up, or she might actually call or text him. We never know. So that's Joel Champong from Adenton. And as you have it, Adenton has gone green for Abu Ramadan. Let's head to the National Strong Room. Evelyn Araba Edu. Evelyn, I know I can see bags under your eye. You're tired, but we soldier on. What's the latest from the EC headquarters? Tell us.
I don't know if you can hear me, but the line is very faint. But if you can hear me, yes, we've had two more provisional results from two regions here. That is that of the Central Region and Western North. It just came in about 15 minutes ago, so making three provisional results. And I must add that these results are for the various political parties here to go through to see if everything is okay. When that is done, then it will be sent to the commissioner, who is the returning officer, to also go through. If it's okay with her, then she would endorse it. So with the two provisional results that has come from the two other regions, starting from that's of the Western North, we have Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia gaining 124,024. We also have Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. also gaining 546. Then, of course, the late Equiadonko, there's nothing there for her. And Christian Kobina Andrews also had 626, then followed by Kofi Akpalu, who also had 135. Mohammed Frimpong also put 120. Then Nane Equia Frimpoma had 942. John Dramani Mahama, of course, had 202,689. Then Hassan Ayariga also had 579. Then it goes on to Kofi Kransen, who had 93. Then George Chum also had 92. Nana Kwame Bediako had 1,723. Then Alan Chamanton had 441. And then so the total votes cast, the total valid votes were 332,011 here. And also that the rejected ballots are it's a bit faint here. But before then, I have the director of elections of the NPP here. He wants to move out, but I just will ask him a few questions before he moves. Thanks for joining me, Mr. Evans Dima.
My pleasure.
So far, what would you say? What are your impressions about the handling of the results by the EC so far?
I think so far, in terms of results coming from the regions, it appears a bit delayed. I mean, you know how results must move from polling station to constituency collation centers, then to regional collation centers, and then finally to the national collation center. Because of few pockets of disturbances, we've not been able to receive the results here, and we urge stakeholders to let the procedure flow so that we can have all results in for the EC2.
Okay, one will say that now your presidential candidate has conceded to defeat, and so what are you doing here?
Well, he is a man of his word. When he was signing the part, he told people of Ghana that he wants Ghana to emerge out of this exercise as a united Ghana and a victor, and said that all states must ensure there's peace. I mean, he mentioned political parties, the media, the security agents, as well as the voters. And by his word, even ahead of EC's final declaration, has indicated that in order that there will be peace, he has on his own, having done power vote tabulation, accepted that the numbers he has gotten appears less than what Mr. Mahama had gotten. In view of that, has extended congratulatory message to Mr. Mahama. That tells you that this is a man who believes in the full picture of what we call democracy, and it has also really deepened our multi-party democracy and put Ghana's name up there again. If you watch across the world, even in some advanced democracies, they have difficulty going through what we are going through now. So I will only say that yes, his message should communicate a lot to the good people of Ghana, that there must be peace before, during, and after these elections.
So, Mr. Evans Dimako, what's culminated into the concession by your flag bearer?
So we will have peace in Ghana. So people will calm down and know that he, who is the number one beneficiary of the outcome of the results, say enough is enough. What else will motivate you to do anything untoward? And we've heard of some pockets of disturbances, and all those people, they must to a large extent comply with the law. They should not give the security agencies the benefit to act in a way that will not help them. We need Ghana peaceful.
Okay, so what margin did you lose with according to your own figures?
We are still collating. You know that in some places they've not been able to send their polling station result sheet to the collation center. So as we speak, I am not able to give you definite numbers. We will have to exercise a little bit of constraint so that when the party has put together its figures, we will churn it out.
So if you are not done, then would you say that the concession was premature?
I won't say that, because when you have done, if you know electoral history, when you have done some sizable numbers, you're looking at results from 40,648 plus the 328 special voting centers. When you have put all of them together, or you put sizable numbers together, you can do the appropriate deductions. This is where we are. And so what they did is rather to bring peace to Ghana and not to cause any procedural challenge.
Mr. Evans Nimako, parliamentary-wise, the party, the NPP, has lost some big weight. As the director of election and research of the NPP, what do you think didn't work for you?
Well, this is the decision of the good people of Ghana. We will take our time, go through this exercise. When we are done, we will look at all the issues at a review stage, and then we will move move on. It is too early to review when the whole exercise is not complete.
I know that the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, addressed the media before 10 a.m. this morning. As of that time, what was the margin that led to him conceding to defeat?
You know, we have a team. We have a team at the national, regional, and constituency, and we are still collating. I have been here since morning. When he was addressing the media, speaking to Ghana, I didn't have the benefit of being there at the time because I was at National Coalition Center. Let me relate to our coalition centers across, and at the appropriate time, we will put out those numbers. Thank you very much.
Did the NPP lose its formula?
Well, we didn't get the numbers enough to constitute government, so you may be entitled to that opinion. But then let's look at what is ahead of us.
Your last words before you go.
There must be peace in Ghana. The New Patriotic Party is ready to accept the outcome. But all those who are creating problems must know that at the end of the day, it's only one Ghana we have. We must have peace. So as a family we can live, our parents can live, our children can go to school and get back home safely without challenges. Yes, it's elections. One candidate will win, one party will win. So please, it doesn't mean that when you have won, you should create problem for others.
Mr. Evans Nimako, yes, I know I said your last words, but this question just came. You know, earlier the NPP said that you were going to collate results and declare Bawumia by midnight of day. What went wrong of the time leading to this margin defeat? I have tried to get you to answer to this, so let me try this time.
Well, I don't think you have any record that says NPP was going to declare Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia the president of Ghana. New Patriotic Party will never make such a statement. What we have done over the years is that we have always collated our results from polling stations and put them together accordingly. But for some disturbances in Techiman South, in our wing, okay, even in Dokabenya, would have done that long ago, but we also respect that the final declaration must come from the EC. So we are respect the law. Give us that benefits of the doubt.
So how does President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo feel about the results?
I have not communicated to him, and I'll not be able to know for now. But I think that he has said that he was ready to hand over to the next person who will be elected by the good people of Ghana, and wanted his vice president to be the person. At the moment, that is not what we are seeing. So definitely, as human as he is, he will feel a little disappointed, but I have not spoken to him.
Any lesson learned, or it's still early days yet?
Definitely, lessons have been learned, and will continue to learn until this process has ended. At the appropriate time, we will talk to you. Thank you very much.
Are you confident of coming back in the next 4 years?
The good people of Ghana will decide.
All right, Mr. Evans Nimako, thank you. And we've been speaking with the Director of Elections and Research of the New Patriotic Party, which its flag bearer this morning conceded to defeat. So if there's still time, I can still take you through the other results that have come in. Before the interview with Mr. Evans Nimako, I took you through the results from the Western North. Now let me take you to the results from the Central region. In the Central region, the NPP's flag bearer, that is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, had 382, 382,000, I beg your pardon, 382,740. Then Daniel Latte also had 1,457, followed by GHOne. The GHOne candidate had 2,305. And then Kofi Akpalu, of course, had 489. Mohammed also had, I beg your pardon, some of the writings are a bit faint, but Mohammed had 286, and then Nana Akosua-Frimpong also had 2,118. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 562,620. Hassan Ayariga also had 1,000.
Okay, so that was Evelyn Araba Edu there. She brought us certified provisional results from the Western North and the Central region, and she also engaged the Director of Elections and Research of the New Patriotic Party, who says, well, Ghanaians be the better judge if the formula of the New Patriotic Party failed. Interestingly, in 2016, the NPP polled marginal seats in Parliament. In 2020, they came at par with the NDC. Does it appear that in 2024 their formula failed deeper? Because if you came at par with the NDC in 2020 and then in 2024 you lost to the extent that very big wigs in Parliament fell to the trenches.
Did they have a formula in the first place?
That's a good question.
And if they had a formula, what formula was that? Because clearly, I mean, the people that, to the extent that lost
could their formula be 442?
Or maybe 133? Agenda 111? We don't know which.
Well, maybe it was 111, adding on 111.
Yeah.
Because they were at par, so maybe they wanted to add 111 to it. And
whatever it is, it didn't work.
It certainly didn't work. Even in their strongholds, you know, you find either that they maintained and you see a pickup rather on the side of the NDC. So it's certainly.
And we're going to see fresh faces in Parliament again. Yeah. Because, I mean, GHOne decided to do justice to the contender. And I mean, I look at the results that we've seen thus far, and you're asking yourself, okay, so clearly something went wrong. Is it the national politics that really led to the dissatisfaction for the NPP MPs? The fact that people are now looking at the national conversations, the economy, the CD, infrastructural development, among others. Is that what people used as benchmarks, or they rated the performance of their MPs based on the work they did? Because I really don't get it. I really don't see it.
And what would it do on the integrity of the current crop of national executives? You know, we are talking about that. We're learning that the General Secretary will be addressing the press at 6:30 p.m. So we'll go live to the NPP headquarters and bring you that. But what does this mean? The NPP changed hands in its national executive machinery, and then they're heading to opposition. What does this mean? Does it mean that whatever reason for which they voted for new executives failed? Is it that the current crop don't have a firm hold
on team, Justin Kodia,
on their support base? What was it? What was missing in this whole puzzle? Because I am wondering how the General Secretary and even our national chairman, who for a very long time was silent, we barely saw him. Like the previous national chairs that the NPP has had going around. Maybe he was, you know, maybe he was, but it was not that visible in the media. You know, what failed for these national executives?
You know who I would love to speak to now?
Who?
Freddie Blay. I'd love to sit with Freddie Blay and assess the performance of the NPP. And I'm sure he would have so much to say. Because, I mean, looking at what happened, I'm not sure most of them expected this to happen. I mean, I remember an interview with the Interior Minister, Henry Quartey, during their primaries. He mentioned
who unfortunately has also fallen.
He's going to win hands down. And even during the special voting, I remember one of our National Service personnel, Mary, interviewed him, and he was super confident. He was like, no. And the girl asked him, so are you confident? It's not about me being confident. It is done. Only for him to fall to the axe like this, in this manner. And it tells you so much. It tells you, because this man is one who's been Interior Minister, Greater Accra,
Regional Minister,
and all of that. And he at a point had the momentum of assemblymen in Greater Accra throwing their weight behind him, and that did not save him. It tells you clearly that there's some serious level of dissatisfaction. But does it arise from the government at the executive level or the personality of the MP involved?
Did the whole Make Accra Clean project, I mean,
Charlie.
you know, people were incensed. A lot of people were not too happy about it. Did it cost him?
But did he make Accra clean?
No, he didn't. He made efforts, a lot of even some.
He moved people.
Yeah,
he located markets and
and a lot of people even within his party were unhappy with him. And the question is, did this cost him his seat as Member of Parliament for that constituency?
I wonder if that alone could have cost him his seat.
Or it was a general voter apathy. Voters were tired. They needed a fresh face. They needed fresh ideas.
Yeah.
But that is the whole view that is going around the country. A lot of these MPs that fell, was it because the voters were generally tired of them, or generally tired of the NPP, and so they punished the members of parliament in that regard?
And the Apia Kubi, for instance, Asante Achim North, he lost an independent candidate.
Exactly. He didn't lose to the opposition party. He lost to an independent. Now, mind you, the independent candidate
was sick. Like over 60%, 70% almost. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because this is a man who, and that's where I get confused as to what might have caused
came in at a latter period.
Because Asante Achim North, we had Andy Apia-Kubi champion the cause to get Kenofurata out,
removed,
because he believed that he was the reason why the government was not performing at its optimum. So if people were dissatisfied with the government, they should have been happy with him, because he actually fought against his own party. But see the defeat he suffered. Too okay.
You know, for a latter-day saint who came in not too long ago into the political scene, people felt that he was doing a lot for the constituency. Now that is where the challenge lies, because a lot of electorates do not know the mandate of a member of parliament. And so when somebody rears their head, comes into the constituency, is building schools, is constructing roads, is building toilet facilities, drilling boreholes, then the people feel that is the true mandate of an MP. And so when the incumbent does not do these things, they feel like, well, you're failing us in that regard. That is why I believe Andy Apia-Kubi suffered this particular defeat. Because OK was in the constituency doing a lot of things to them. We were there for Voters Connect. And you could sense the wind of change blowing in that constituency all through. Everybody, almost everybody that our cameras captured, spoke highly of OK. They called for him to become their member of parliament. Some people said, well, I will vote for the NDC in the presidential, but for the parliamentary, I will vote for OK. What does this signal? Does it mean that a lot of education will have to go down for electors to understand what really the mandate of a member of parliament is? Because it feels as though we do not understand. People go into constituencies to campaign and they tell them, I will build you this. I know you lack this. Is that what your mandate requires?
You're talking about Cozy earlier as well, and even on her social media, just following her, the number of initiatives that she's put forward within that constituency, and having done it out of pocket. So she would feel it's that helps her campaign-wise because she says she's doing it out of pocket, but at the same time, that's not within your mandate. So certainly, I mean, I think a whole lot of education has to go down, actually, in terms of the work of an MP. Else we're going to continue to expect more than they should be doing. And it, in some way,
and
could
that's
even
how come we've monetized the elections.
It could increase corruption as well. Exactly, because we expect much more from them than they're actually supposed to be doing.
So this is still our continued coverage of the 2024 general elections. According to results coming in, the green wave is gradually sweeping across the country. So far, after 24 hours of polls closing, only 3 regions have faxed their results to the National Collation Center, National Strong Room. We have the Ahafo region, the Western North, and the Central region, because dear political parties, your supporters have massed up in their numbers at the various constituency collation centers, which is disrupting the flow of collation in that particular constituency. So we implore. I am wondering what is happening currently at Dom Kwabenya, whether or not they have been able to bring the situation under calm. A while ago we took you there and you saw scenes there, disruptive scenes there, ballot papers flying around, heavy military presence, heavy police presence, and they were armed to the teeth. What does this mean? Has calm been restored? I wish we can get our reporter Eko Boachi to tell us what the current state is at Dom Kwabenya. Joshua?
Yeah.
I understand we have a certain video that we need.
Yes, of course. I mean, President-elect who is waiting for the declaration for him to also address.
President-elect waiting.
Yes, he's waiting for Madam Jean Mensah to declare him winner so that he can address the nation. Maybe, so he would not do fellow Ghanaians. What would he do?
Minianom.
Okay. Well, so let's
no, he usually says my brothers and sisters.
My brothers and sisters.
No, that sounds like him.
Okay. So let's take a look at his profile. We'll be back with more right here on GH1 television. Stay with us.
He aims to revitalize the country with his 24-hour economy policy. Once upon a time, known as Commissioner General, this candidate is determined to get the economy back on track within 4 years. He hopes Ghanaians will give him the opportunity to lead the nation once again. Who is he?
John Dramani Mahama.
Mr. John Dramani Mahama.
John Mahama.
John Dramani Mahama. John Dramani Mahama.
Ghana Yeya Mobodudo.
The former president and NDC presidential candidate was born on 29th November 1958 in Damongo, which was then the capital of the West Gonja district in the northern region. He is the son of Emmanuel Adama Mahama, the West Gonja constituency MP and the first regional commissioner of the northern region under Ghana's first president Kwame Nkrumah. He received his basic education at Achimota Basic School and later moved to the Ghana Secondary School in Tamale. In 1981, he received a Bachelor of Arts degree in history, but was forced to flee to Nigeria, where his father was living in exile. However, in 1983, he returned to Ghana and enrolled in a postgraduate program in communication studies at the University of Ghana and received a postgraduate degree in social psychology from the Institute of Social Sciences in Moscow in 1988. Mr. Mahama was employed as an information officer at the Embassy of Japan in the Republic of Ghana from 1991 to 1995 and moved on to join the non-governmental organization Plan International as a sponsorship and grants manager in the Ghana country office from 1995 to 1996. It wasn't until 1996 that John Dramani Mahama entered Ghanaian politics. He joined the National Democratic Congress and was elected to the Parliament of Ghana to represent the Bole Bamboy constituency. He was re-elected in the 2000 and 2004 elections. During this time, he was appointed a Deputy Minister for Communications in 1997 and then Minister for Communications from November 1998 until January 2001. He also became Minority Parliamentary Spokesperson for Communications from 2001 until 2005 and then from 2005 until 2008. The year 2008 was a defining moment for Mr. Mahama as he partnered the late Professor John Evans Atta Mills to helm the affairs of government from 2009 to July 2012, where he assumed command of the nation following the death of the Asumdwe Hene.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
During the 2012 elections, Ghanaians gave him the nod to occupy the Flagstaff House. As such, on 7th January 2013, John Dramani Mahama was sworn into office as the President of the Republic of Ghana, making him the first Ghanaian head of state to have been born after Ghana's declaration of independence on 6th March 1957. According to Mr. Mahama's website, Ghana's ranking when it came to press freedom rose from 41st in 2012 to 26th in 2016 under his administration. In 2016, however, Mr. Mahama was unable to secure a second term as president, losing out to the NPP's candidate then, Nana Akufo-Addo.
On the basis of the foregoing figures, and by the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
I will leave it to history to be the judge of my time and contributions while in that highest office. Indeed, we are dealing with a situation already. Let me make a distinction between what Ghanaians call dumso, that is outages. We have two phenomena. We have load management, which used to be called load shedding, and we have outages. Load shedding is implemented when the amount of power is insufficient to meet the demand. Outages are the common occurrences that happen with overloaded transformers or blasted cables or something like that. So there are two differences. What we're going through currently is a load management or load shedding, if you prefer to call it that, created by an act of God. A ship's anchor broke the West African gas pipeline and knocked out 320 megawatts of our generation.
Despite being a distinguished statesman, Mr. Mahama's administration was marred by frequent power outages, which became a significant issue during his tenure. This challenge arguably overshadowed many of his contributions to the country.
I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation. How well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all, and done so with the best of intentions for my God and my country.
During the 2020 elections, Mr. Mahama contested with the hope of returning to power. He, however, lost to the incumbent president, Nana Akufo-Addo. The NDC later petitioned the Supreme Court over alleged irregularities. Then, on 24th April 2024, Mr. Mahama announced Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman as his running mate for the 2024 elections.
When people were dying and they needed just a little bit of help, you will not find in his term an Ejapa-like manifesto. And you will not find him as president clearing malfeasance and writing love letters to prejudice a bad situation.
She had previously contested the same position in the 2020 elections. As a family man, John Mahama is married to Lordina Mahama, to whom he has been married to for 32 years. Together, they have 5 children. Outside of being a politician, the former president is also an author, having published his book, My First Coup d'etat and Other True Stories from the Lost Decades of Africa, in July 2012. He attributes the awakening of his consciousness and subsequent actions to that fateful day in 1966 when Ghana's founding president Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was ousted in a military coup documented in the first chapter of his book.
If
given the nod, the NDC presidential candidate will be the first president in Ghana's history to return to serve another term in the Fourth Republic.
Is the Christmas cake
Still with us here on GHOne TV and Star 103.5 FM across our various sister stations, and this has been our continuous coverage of the 2024 general elections, and very interesting developments have been coming through in the past few hours. We've had the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, GHOne Mensah, address Ghanaians. We've also had the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Mahamudu Bawumia, who has congratulated His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President-elect, from the numbers coming through so far. And so very interesting developments, and we've brought you the very latest right here on your election hub. Been doing this with Lily Mohammed, and we've also got the head of our political desk here at EIB, that's Ibrahim Al-Hassan, coming to run us through really all the nitty-gritties and help us get a better perspective as to what to expect, really, and in the next few hours up until the official results come through from the EC.
Well, so Natalie, if what the EC told us is anything to go by, then we'll expect the final declaration by tomorrow. We're given 72 hours for that to be done. Nonetheless, there have been delays, and I'm not sure anybody will run away from that fact that there have been unnecessary delays. In fact, on my way here, I realized that finally the hurdles had been cleared for Okankwe North to be cleared, as well as all the other constituencies in the enclave. As we speak, Okankwe Central is still in dispute because there were some group of young men who charged on the collation center, disrupting the exercise and destroying the pink sheets in the process. So that's on hold. We understand that the collation in Suhum, for instance, in the eastern region, has been postponed to Tuesday. We also understand Damango, things do not look good there.
Especially when an EC officer was
yes.
shot.
Has been short. Are we likely to go past the 72-hour mark?
For the presidential, we will hold the EC by the 72-hour promise. We expect a declaration by tomorrow. We can't do this forever. Many people have not slept, right? We can't. So we told the address from Madam GHOne Mensah that as we speak, it's just one regional results that's in. And you see, we sat here and we've been at this for a while, saying that that additional layer of regional coalition was a bad idea, and the EC still defended.
So now we have 3 regional results in.
Now we have 3.
From the time she
yes, so
we have Hafo, we have Central, and Western North.
Western North, so 3 out of 16. But for the fact that we've created regional layers, we'll have had constituency results filtering in directly to the strong room of the EC. But nonetheless, we have 3, so 13 more to go. And if the coalition in the voter region is anything to go by, then we can say that in no time the voter region should also be done, because one of the regions that has not recorded many challenges.
Is the voter region,
Yes. Again, Ashanti region, we've not heard that coalition has halted in any of the constituencies. So we're looking forward to Ashanti region equally being smooth. Same with Western region. We're looking forward to Western region being smooth. It is Savannah and then Northern region, of course. There was this shooting incident in Tolong, Nyampara to be specific. So tension is quite high there. So we expect Northeast not to also have that much of a headache in coming through. And then the Bono enclave, the Bono East, and what have you. So we should be home and dry, we hope and pray, by tomorrow. But nonetheless, as you mentioned, now we know who the president-elect is. And what the vice president and MPP flag bearer did was to, in a way, put spanners in our works as media people. He did not allow us to project. So it's more or less like you saying, I sacked myself, right? So as we were all waiting to put together our figures and establish a trend and then go ahead to project, he came to concede. And that was good. Politically, that was great. It doused the tension. It sent the clearest of messages to the supporters of the NPP that it's over. Do not put in any resistance. And it also, at least allayed the fears of the NDC supporters who were a bit apprehensive, thinking that the delays were because of some intended manipulations here and there. And so they then realized that if the flag bearer had conceded and congratulated the former president and NDC flag bearer, then it means that it is what it is. And so kudos to him for conceding at that time that he did. And you heard him talk about the fact that they've done their own collation. I sat here and said that as at midnight after the elections, the two parties knew who the victor was and who the vanquished was. Sometimes they buy time to make the defeat a bit more acceptable to the supporters and manageable because emotions are involved. Yes, that's right. But after the following day and knowing the verdicts that were being returned from one constituency to the other and the campaigns that were falling, the message was quite clear. We talked about the path to victory for the NDC. We had mentioned that if the NDC, for instance, takes the central region from the NPP, because in 2020 the NPP won the central region, and NDC wins Greater Accra massively, as we are witnessing, Ashanti region will not matter. And indeed, that was exactly what the NDC did. How it panned out. With the central region in the bag and many more parliamentary seats from that end, Greater Accra with the heaviest parliamentary defeat yet witnessed for the NPP, the Ashanti region results will not matter. Safe to say that the low voter turnout was the damper for the MPP. The MPP became conscious of what was to come after the exercise and then the low turnout in the Ashanti region, because the party, per the permutations, had hoped that the region would turn up heavily. Once that didn't happen, it was clear. It didn't come as a surprise to any of them, because they had done their own permutations and realized that this was what they needed. Eastern region, the final figures will come, and the shocker will be that NDC will perform much better in the Eastern region than it has ever done. And it all boils down to the wave of change that we talked about. At some electoral cycles, it happens, especially after a party does its full circle. That's 8 years. There is bound to be that perception, the belief in the Ghanaian that after every 8 years, there has to be a change.
From where you sit as a political,
political watcher.
Political watcher, I was for ex-party, but having been in this field for quite a while, right? Did you see it coming? Did you expect this?
I did, and those in my circle will tell you that I said this election will not be a contest. Yes, in the media and in the public discussion and the discourse, it was presented as a contest. But if you were on the ground, if you had engaged people, you will realize that first, apathy was going to be high. Afrobarometer, Global Info Analytics, all those reports that were made public pointed to at least 6% of individuals who voted MPP saying they will not vote this time around. Right? Now, if that is the case, then which party will suffer from that? Because 6%. But did the MPP do something about it? Yes, the MPP did. And that's how come it concentrated heavily in the Ashanti region. The flag bearer spent 15 days on a trot. And
then later came back
for an additional
went back. Even the day of the final rally, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was in the Ashanti region.
Same as John
Mahama as well.
Went to visit at Otumfuo and they said goodbyes, and then he came here. John Mahama, same. Even after the 15 days, immediately Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia left. Samira Bawumia, the wife, was in there. Dr. Matupuku Prempe pitch camp there.
So what do you think specifically with that region? Also given the fact that his running mate, of course, is from the Ashanti region, was also, I'm sure, selected with that in mind. Why then did we have some form of a drop in that region?
Well, so it is apathy and the fact that the region feels neglected. And then I'll tell you why.
You were in the Ashanti region for Voters Connect.
For this. And I'm actually from there as well. Exactly. I was born and bred there. Yes. So the people who refuse to vote are the typical MPP voters who either vote MPP or nobody else.
Vote at all.
And so when it got to that point where they did their evaluation and realized that they had not been treated well, in quote. When we're in the region, we realized that the region has been turned into a construction site. Every road is being fixed. Emphasis is being fixed, not fixed. Now, politically, two things are involved. They can either be expectant and excited and enthusiastic and say, let's retain you so you complete this. Or ask themselves, why did it take you this long?
Feel taken advantage of somewhat, I guess.
Exactly. Why did it take you this long to initiate these projects? Okay, we are not moved by this. Because some projects that were even started by former President Kufuor still remain uncompleted in the region. And so I think the latter is what actually prevailed. They decided that there is some form of punishment that must be exerted. And that's exactly what they did. Now, aside that, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, as unfortunate as it is carrying the baggage of Akufo-Addo. And let me explain to you why after every 8 years, we see a change in government. But it's difficult to see a change in government after 4 years. So after 4 years, you make a number of people happy. Or equally, you make a number of people sad. But those that you make happy are overwhelming. They are much more than those that you make unhappy. Because, of course, there was some kind of positive indication. That's what brought you to power. So the people who voted for you will give you what you call goodwill. And that goodwill at least will last you for 4 years. Now, after 8 years, chances are your enemies become many more than your friends. You step on too many toes. There are many expectations that are not met. From even within, I kid you not, at every point in time, there are party supporters who are praying that their own party loses.
So that they can regroup.
And then also benefit. Because it's always a clique that comes together and enjoys. If you are unable to break into it, you don't get anything. So you try, first 4 years, you are unable to break into it. You try again, then you say, okay, you know what? Let's also go back and then reset. And then when we come back from opposition, we will know that we are all starting from ground zero. It might be my opportunity to
so that my candidate can be there, then I can be a beneficiary.
That's the point. That's the point. And so if you see the supporters of Alan Chamatin jubilating, it's not because their candidate has won. We all know Alan Chamatin has won, right?
He didn't even place third.
Exactly.
I mean, Nana Kwambediako did much better than him in those many.
As expected.
He obviously is the third force. I mean, that's what he campaigned on the back of. He's the third force. Ghanaians are clamoring for a third force. He's the third force. And if the results we're seeing is anything to go by, then it means that he's actually the third force. Will this go ahead into 2028? We saw something in 2020. Christian Kwabena Andrews was a third force in 2020. In this particular election, he hasn't made any inroad. In 2024, we're seeing Nana Kwame Bediako. Is he whipping up more interest? Will he continue the momentum heading into 2028?
That depends on him. See, he's announced his presence. It's difficult not to recognize the presence of Cheddar today in our political space.
Sure.
He had many more billboards than Alan Chamatin had in votes.
Historic that in votes. That's an interesting one.
Yes. And so he has now become a household name. No two ways about that.
People call him Cheddar.
Yes. Yes, that's true. It depends on how he leverages on that popularity that he has received and how he conducts himself. There are still many people who do not believe he's a politician. right? And that they don't believe that he can play the political game.
They consider him an underdog.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, with a new man in charge, a new sheriff in town, how is he going to be able to play? Because, in essence, it's the opposition that won. We had a number of opposition parties. Chances are they might want to come together and see what they can do collectively. There are others who are in opposition, but because of their affinity or affiliation to the MPP, they will still want to stay in opposition with the MPP. The other opposition parties that will start lobbying to get closer to the NDC, and then see if there could be some collaboration relative to the forward march of the country. Now, if you look at that and Cheddar decides to do that, then it means that he will have a role to play in this administration. And that is if the NDC is receptive to whatever proposal he's making.
Do we foresee him doing that, really? His personality?
We saw a picture of him and then John Dramani Mahama.
Yes,
and it became public. He had mentioned that, they met at a place. It was not deliberate. It's not a conscious effort to organize a meeting or to arrange for that to happen. But of course, they are all opposition leaders in essence, and then they met. If there were discussions in that regard that today will get them back to the table to talk, why not? But Cheddar has become a force. He might not have made all the politically correct statements, especially the latter part of his campaign, where he talked about young people watching football games and thinking it amounts to laziness. He could have avoided that, right? But yes,
many assume he's not a politician.
Exactly.
So some of these statements, they will pardon him. Exactly. But after 4 years of coming onto the scene, they will expect more.
Much more political.
Will he be able to live up to that?
Well, if he stays consistent. I was coming from the Central Region last week, and I saw a mobile clinic with his posters on it in a community attending to the community members. If he maintains this, in 4 years' time, he will be much more closer to the voters. His image and his philanthropic work will be endearing to the Ghanaians, and they will return the favor. But if he clocks out and then resurfaces again when we are about to go to the polls, then he might just maintain his third, fourth position, and that will be it, right? Yeah, so I think he also needs some political advisors. If he really wants to do this politics business and do it seriously, he needs that. It's not about the blings and then the aesthetics. No. You must add the other nuances.
I mean, he recently had where he compared himself to Donald Trump.
Yes.
The similarities between the two leaders, given that you're a new, well, literally entrant, right, into the political scene, I don't quite know if it's a necessary move, really, to compare yourself with Donald Trump. I don't know what the message was essentially.
Before I become senior, I am thinking that he's comparing himself to Donald Trump in this instance. He's a businessman. Donald is a businessman.
Yes.
He's not a politician. At the time Donald came in, he was not a true politician. He speaks his mind. Donald Trump speaks his mind. And so in that vein, he was comparing himself to Donald Trump. But as to whether he will be accepted as much as Donald was accepted. Mind you, Donald stood on the ticket of a political party. A major one for that matter. For him, he was going as an independent candidate. And how many Ghanaians believe in the independent candidacy? Okay, how many Ghanaians believe that even if we want to look for another alternative beyond the normal NPP and NDC, we will opt for an independent candidate. Mind you, people want to feel that they belong. For an independent candidate, where do you stand? And you will have to choose your aspect as constitution mandates. You have to choose your ministers from Parliament. Who is going into Parliament for you? And are they going to serve your ideology and your agenda? So all these nuances come also at play.
Well, yes, I guess like the US. I'm not sure Ghana is ready yet for an independent president because the challenges will be too many. you have to, per the constitution, field more than 50% of your ministers or appointees, choose them from parliament. Now, from the word go, as an independent presidential candidate, you don't field parliamentary candidates. Like Shamartin said, he was willing to work with both NDC and MPP MPs. We all know these individuals are loggerheads. Policy differences and political ideological differences. Right. Now, for you to convince Ghanaians that you win as an independent president and be able to work with NDC, MPP, MPs to govern the country is a difficult thing to convince Ghanaians about. Even when we had this closeness in the 8th Parliament, the evidence is there for everybody to see as to how challenging it's been. A reason why all of us became advocates before the elections that if you're voting for a political party, follow through and vote massively for the parliamentary candidates of that political party. And I think Ghanaians have listened. We'll get to the shape of parliament.
Yes, which is a very important,
very important. I mean, looking at how the 8th Parliament, we won't say has ended because they're coming back on Thursday.
They'll come back.
Looking at how it is ending and the numbers as we have it, what will it mean for the 9th Parliament? We're going back to originally its rubber stamp, right?
No, this is super rubber stamp.
This is super rubber stamp.
Yes, it is. It is. We are looking at the party doing more than 180 seats, majority.
What does that mean for our democracy?
It could be good, it could be terrible. If the new president, of course, which is John Dramani Mahama, wants to undertake massive reforms to fine-tune our democratic vehicle, this is an overwhelming mandate for him to do that without anybody even whispering in parliament. In fact, when the minority in the 9th Parliament whispers, nobody will hear.
Nobody's going to hear them.
See, the floor of parliament will have to be reconfigured in a way that the minority will be hiding somewhere. Of course, the left side of the speaker. Minority will be hiding somewhere here, because majority will sit from here all the way to now it's here, and then go here, and then minority will be hiding here. That's how the shape of the 9th Parliament looks like. So if a minority MP doesn't show up in parliament, nobody cares.
Because they will have the numbers.
Overwhelming numbers. And so if John Dramani Mahama wants to undertake any reform that Ghanaians believe will inure to the benefits and the progress of the country, this is the time. Even if that particular reform will require two-thirds majority, it shouldn't be difficult for the NDC to get that two-thirds majority.
So the positive and negative
that's the positive
implications.
But if NDC equally wants to disrupt things,
since we're talking about Parliament, so let's bring viewers up to speed with some of the results coming in. Ewutu Senya East, and already it was evident out there that Mavis Harcomson lost. Well, we can confirm that indeed Mavis Harcomson lost. The NPP candidate Phyllis. Okay,
the
NDC candidate Phyllis Nakoyo polled 50,886 of the total valid votes, and NPP's Mavis Harcomson polled 45,638. So valid votes cast certified suggests that indeed Mavis Harcomson lost her grip of retaining that seat. That's the Ewutu Senya East constituency in the central region. Quite interesting. I mean, this was expected. We've taken you to that constituency back and forth, and we saw Phyllis Nakoyo, charging up her supporters, jubilant mood. She at some point she was asking the EC officials why they are failing to call her as the winner of that election, because per the results that her team has collated, she's the obvious winner. Now, Ivy, what does this mean for the NPP? Mavis Harcomson falling, Eslo Usue Kufo, Katie Hammond. That's quite surprising. Henry Quartey, we've seen GHOne Newman, Andrew Ejapa-Mensah, and a host of others. What does this mean for the NPP? Their big wigs are falling. Already, remember, some notable names are not heading back to Parliament because they retired. Yes. Right? So what does this... Damboche, yes.
Yeah, and many others.
And many others. Atachia, Joe Wise, Oseche Mensah Bonsu. These are stalwarts. Yes. They are all bowing out of Parliament. And now this election is obviously going to see a lot of new entrants in Parliament. How will the 9th Parliament shape up? Yes, they have the numbers, but with majority of them as new entrants.
Yes, and so let's start with the showcase. Yes, I agree with you that when I started seeing the polling station results from Ewutu Senior East, because I covered the constituency, the last election.
Yeah, in
2020, I knew something was wrong. In 2020, there were polling stations that Hawa Kumsin was winning comfortably. I saw the results from the same polling stations, including where she votes. And if she's to win, she wins marginally. If she's to lose, she loses massively. Then I placed calls to the people I know there. And they had not addressed their minds to the trend I had seen. And they said, oh, no, that maybe it's Hawa Kumsin. She will win. She will win. Usually that's what happens. In fact, there are a number of MPs who are declared losers every election who end up surviving one way or the other. Right? Maybe Hawa Kumsin is one of them. Esilosu Ekufu is another one. Katie Yamon is another. This time, it didn't work. Now, back to
John Peter Amewu. You know, even that, I think it was, I'm not quite surprised.
No. In fact, I knew Amewu was gone. See, just a particular group of people decided to support Amewu during the last elections. They were in the Zongos of Ohoi. Right? Now, and he did some amazing work for them, got in their roads done, his party was in power, he was at a point, energy minister, had the resources, and so that inured to his benefit. And then of course, there were those issues of SAL, and the fact that SAL had been carved out of the Hohoi constituency, and so they could not vote. But this time around, the Volta region had made a conscious effort that it is showing up for the NDC. We had chiefs made pronouncements that you could describe as urging their people to know where exactly to lean and lean appropriately. And so I knew that Amewu was in trouble. Again, the NDC candidate there had the overwhelming support of all the other MPs, including Samuel Okunito Ablakwa, who was there together with others to whip up interest and then support for the NDC candidate. And let's just chill. This Volta region, when NDC says this in the Volta region, people get aligned. So I knew Amewu was a goner. And especially because this is the second term, the final term of the Nana Dankwa administration. There are many people who will not risk it.
Right.
So that is there. Back to Hawa Kumsin. The last elections, Koyo got over 40,000 of the votes. But Hawa Kumsin still won.
Yes.
This time around, many supporters who would have ordinarily voted for MPP decided not to vote. That's a factor that runs to Ayawaso Central, Henry Quartey. The NDC candidate, Rauf, got 1,000 more of the vote he got in 2020. But Henry Quartey got much less than he got last election because his supporters did not show up. There were people who were just fed up with the system, decided not to vote. And so Hawa Kumsin's defeat, as shocking as it is, did not come to me as a surprise. There was also a wave of change in the central region. I was there, like I said, a week before the elections, and I could visibly see it, I could physically touch it. And so it's not surprising that almost all the seats in the enclave, including the Mfantiman seat, that many analysts have said was in the back for the MPP, sector minister, cabinet minister, Ophelia, lost the seat.
So this doesn't surprise you within that region?
It's not. But then talking about the major disasters of the NPP members. Alexander Kwame Afeni-Markin survived. That's the majority leader.
Yes.
Now, if you look to the Ashanti region, Osechi Mensah Bonsu is not returning. Not just that. Dr. Matthew Puku Prempeh decided to not contest again because he wanted to be vice president. So he's also not returning. Katie Hammond, not returning. He's been in parliament for about 6-7 terms. He's not returning. Now, Isaac Esiama of Achuman Punya, who will have been one of the most experienced MPs, lost the party's primaries, the former sports minister. So he's also not returning. Now, this is what NPP will want to do. They want to make an MP from the Ashanti region their leader. I doubt that they will maintain Alexander Kwame Afeni-Markin as minority leader. Because if you are regrouping, re-strategizing,
you need a new face, new energy.
Many things you have to move around. Like it's like playing chess. There are many things you have to move around. And
somebody who obviously knows how to play ball, will that be considered?
That's one. Two, you look at the performance of the NPP in the central region, parliamentary wise. NDC had 13 seats. They've taken many more in addition.
And if for a majority leader,
to be from there, in the 9th parliament, you can't wield that much influence. So usually when the NPP is in opposition, it picks its leader from the Ashanti region because that's your bread basket, and that is the region that can carry you back from opposition into government. And so I expect the NPP to stick to that script and then get a leader from the Ashanti region. But that will be a difficult task because many of the experienced hands are gone. Greater Accra has returned a verdict that we've never seen before, parliamentary wise. So all the enclaves, with the exception of Wejak Bawi, that we are told is in the back, Trobu has stuck with the party. I've not seen that of English Amman from.
Sylvester fell.
Exactly. So that is gone. Now you then have to go to Klotekole. Did Zaneto win or she fell? They are conflicting.
Yeah, we're getting conflicting reports, and in some instances you hear that Ninoy won. In some instances you hear that Zaneto retained the seat. So that is not pretty clear.
Give or take. Right. MPP is doing about 3 seats in Accra, give or take. That is the capital of the country. That's where the seat of government is. When there is noise here, you expect many more MPs from your side to join in the noise making or in critiquing government policies and what have you. Now, when they say Choboi, only 3 MPs
very descriptive
will respond. You see, that is a challenge. And so I expect the NPP to get the Ashanti region to carry it in opposition. Now, of course, it's early days yet, but the party will have to restructure, obviously.
Yes.
And you heard the flag bearer and the vice president speak to that, that there's a need for regrouping and re-strategizing and NPP, because this is not the first time the NPP has gone to opposition.
Now,
likewise, the NDC.
Abi, you said earlier that you feel that the loss on the presidential side of the MPP has to do, it's off the back of President Akufo-Addo, right? Specifically, where do you think, how much of an impact do you think that his performance had on Bawumia not winning? I mean, we've had cases of, corruption and people being concerned about issues of corruption. Yes, there's a free SHS, which I'm sure the MPP felt would get them sweep the number of votes. Yes, but we've seen this, and why do you think that it is the case, really?
Well, in the end,
the economy.
It boiled down to the economy.
The economy, right?
Natalie, it boiled down to the economy. People were not motivated to go out there and vote for the NPP. People who ordinarily would have voted for the NPP. However, people who were angry enough to want to punish the party rather showed up at the polling centers. And the verdict is what we are all witnessing. And so the party ought to have frontally tackled the economic conversation.
Do you foresee Bawumia being retained as a flag bearer?
Yes, it's an interesting question, and it's a permutation we had engaged in a conversation before even the verdict came out, right? So here's the thing. If the party still wants to maintain the gains it has made in the northern part of the country, that would be the right thing to do. Bawumia must be given the opportunity to fail, return, fail again, and possibly return, like the party gave Akufo-Addo opportunity to do.
But the challenge is, will the party be willing to gamble again?
And the northern region as well. When we know the MPP.
That's where exactly I was coming to. And so, yes, so if you want to hold on to the gains in the northern part of the country, you will retain and retain again, and possibly a third time lucky. Or you can choose to say that we offered you people an opportunity, which many people said within the party said
because
that this is your opportunity.
If the numbers, I mean, not to cut you, if the numbers from the northern region is anything to go by, it appears then that Bawumia didn't make any major significant inroads, right?
Because the other option was also a northern. So then the northerners or people of northern part of the country made a decision between Bawumia and John Dramani Mahama. And they felt that Bawumia still wields influence as the number 2 gentleman of the land. How useful has that been to them directly? Okay, John Mahama was the president and he was voted out. How useful was his presidency to them? The promises they are making to them, which ones are believable? Which of them can deliver those promises? And so they had just one option, a northerner or a northerner. Now moving forward, the options will not be like that. The options might be either a northerner as a flag bearer in one party and a northerner as a running mate in another party. And I know that the NDC, after John Dramani Mahama, will go for a southerner as a flag bearer. We'll go for a southerner as a flag bearer.
Will that work for the NDC?
It's worked for them before. John Evans Atamos, southerner.
So you're certain?
Oh no! In fact, the two parties
because people have asked that question as well. I mean, John Dramani Mahama has only got 4 years constitutionally.
Who
is the best?
Best bet.
Yes.
What I know, and here I've done some engagement in that regard, is that John Dramani Mahama is coming with Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman as one entity, and they will leave as one entity. So,
will the gender card then be played after John Mahama?
It's been satisfied. That gender card has been satisfied.
The gender card has been satisfied.
Yes, the women have a vice president that, for the first time in the history of our country, they can point to. The girl child.
She obviously has many firsts.
Oh yes, she does. Obviously.
She does.
Yes. So the understanding is that that's a ticket. John Dramani Mahama, I've heard many people talk about. In fact, it was even a campaign message. He will he will amend the constitution and then go another term. That will not happen. John Dramani Mahama has one more term to do, and that's exactly what he will do. But per my understanding, he will be leaving with his vice president, and then the party will then have to field a new presidential candidate
and a new running
mate. And that's where I say, if the principle that the party has stuck to is anything to go by, then we'll have a southern presidential candidate and a northern running mate. And so that will also play a part in the decision that eventually will be taken by the NPP, because if you decide not to retain Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and I say this for free, free consultancy, the inroads you've made in the northern part of the country, which was predominantly green. In fact, as we speak, Upper East, Upper West, I'll be shocked if MPP gets even a single seat. So guess how many regions the MPP will be without a seat? Upper East, Upper West, OT voter region. 4 regions without a single MP. 4 regions that will caucus in parliament, and you hear OT parliamentary caucus and it's OT NDC caucus. You hear OT, Upper West parliamentary caucus and it's Upper West NDC caucus. Upper East parliamentary caucus. That is the picture out there. And so the party will consider all these in deciding on what to do. But are there other interests? Let me tell you this. When I went to the Central Region, one of the factors that has accounted for the overwhelming defeat of the NPP in the Central Region is the fact that the party didn't vote for Kennedy Japon as a flag bearer.
Interesting.
The region reveres Kennedy Japon.
Sure.
And there are many analysts and political watchers who tell you that a Kennedy Japon flag bearership will have given John Dramani Mahama a bigger headache
run for his money
than we have witnessed. They hold that opinion. You can't fault them for holding that opinion. You talk about Cheddar saying he's a Trump. If there's anybody who can be likened to Donald Trump, it is Kennedy Japon.
Character-wise.
But with political experience, much more than Donald Trump. Right. So there are others who think, yes, Kennedy Japon, once he didn't leave the party, like Alan did, now is the time for him to come back and then take over and then be a flag bearer. Don't discount those who hold that view. Right. So basically, what will happen is that the party will have to do all the permutations and come to a firm conclusion as to what will serve the party's interest the best.
We're learning from the EC Strong Room that 2 more regions have coming. We have OT and then the Eastern region. So at least now we have 5 regions out of the 16. We have for Central, Western, North. We have OT and then the Eastern region. Gradually, more results are coming in.
Yes.
And then when you mentioned Nana Jane exiting with John Mahama, one thing that also came in mind was the age.
Yes.
Because by 4 years' time she will be 77. That will mean that age will not be too much on her side.
Yes, that's equally a factor.
That is a factor.
That's a factor. See, there remain.
But let me hold you there. Kindly hold your thought for me. Let's head to the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party and listen to the General Secretary. I almost said Johnson is in
the early hours of today, our leader and presidential candidate, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, called the NDC presidential candidate, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to congratulate him as president-elect. It is instructive to make the point that this is the first time in the history of our country that a presidential candidate of a major political party has conceded defeat within 14 hours after the close of polls. This unprecedented development confirms yet again the MPP's commitment to entrenching democracy and safeguarding the stability of our dear country. I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The party also used this opportunity to commend our presidential candidate, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, his running mate Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, for leading the party's campaign. The party also commend the spouses of the flag bearer and the running mate, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President John Ajekun Kufuor, Chairman of our national campaign team, the Honorable Dan Butche, officers and members of the party across the country for their tireless efforts that they put in prosecuting the electioneering campaign. However, the MPP has, with great concern, taken notice of the violent conduct of the NDC tax at some of the constituencies' collation centers, i.e. Damango, Ablekuma North, Techiman South, Awowin, Obuasi East, Insawam, Adrodri, Fantiakwa North, Ahafano North, Ahafano Southeast, Ahafano Southwest, Akwetia, Chubu, Obuasi East, and Tema Central. Indeed, data that made our flag bearer to concede this morning shows clearly that has won the constituencies I've mentioned. But the NDC, knowing very well that they have lost these seats to the MPP, are unwilling to accept their fate and are desperately seeking to compel the EC to do their bidding. We vehemently condemn these attacks and are serving notice that we shall resist every attempt to tamper with the results of the parliamentary elections in these constituencies. I call on the IGP, Mr. Dampare. Mr. IGP, you made a promise to political parties in 2 different occasions when we met you at your office, and your words were unambiguous that you will see to it that we have a free, fair, and transparent elections. Mr. IGP, we believe you have seen what is happening at the various coalition centers. And as a political party, the New Patriotic Party, we are calling on you to maintain law and order at the various coalition centers. We must ensure that the rights and safety of all our citizens are protected. We must not allow illegal looting and intimidation of our citizens. And I call on the leadership of the NDC to call its supporters to order and condemn these unnecessary acts of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, because we deal with data, I will this juncture let you know the figures that we have collated from the constituencies that I have mentioned. For Damongo, out of the 93 polling stations, 91 were collated, and our candidate, Honorable Abujinapo, was leading by 1,802. In fact, even if we add the 2 remaining polling stations all to NDC, our candidate would have still won. For our North South West, we won by 677. For Fantiakwa North, we won by 452. For Trobo constituency, we won by 8,900. For Akwetia, we won by 2,038. For Obuasi East, we won by 28 votes. For Ablekuma North, we won with 400 votes. For Techiman South, we won with 3,176 votes. And Tema Central, we won by 55 votes. So these are the figures that we have from these constituencies that I've mentioned. And once again, I call on the leadership of the NDC, Your Excellency, former President and President-elect, please, you have made this country in a peaceful manner. We conceded without even causing any chaos. For the sake of the peace and stability in our country, for the sake of the properties of several individuals in this country, for the sanctity of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing, please call on your members to allow the Electoral Commission to do their work. Violence should not have a place in our electoral process. As a country, we have come far from 1992 when we decided to go into multi-party democracy. Over 32 years, we have had a very successful election. Please don't let these acts by the tax in your party mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. Thank you very much.
So that's Justin Frimpong Kodia, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, urging supporters of the NDC, urging executives of the NDC to call their supporters to order so that they can be able to collate results and further announce them. He also talked about constituencies, some constituencies that the NPP had won. He mentioned Obuasi East, and it's interesting the number that he won by just 28.
Yes.
That's quite interesting.
It tells you that place became a battleground. And for Obuasi to be mentioned in a disputed parliamentary election, you see that, yes, indeed, something went terribly wrong for the NPP. He mentioned a number of constituencies as well.
He mentioned Tema Central. Yeah, Fantiakwa, Akwetian, Sawamadu Ejiri, Damongo, Ablekuma North, Tano.
Yes. And Sawamadu Ejiri, Etonam, Kumashi was giving us constant updates. At the point, the supporters of the NDC who had massed up there were agitated because of the delay. And in Sawamadu Ejiri is a quite interesting constituency because that's a constituency occupied by the majority chief whip, and that's Frank Anodompre. Yes. And so what the MPP has just done through its general secretary is to relate to us the seats that are in dispute, that both parties are claiming victory for. Damango is one of them, Fantiakwa. And Fantiakwa is part of the seats that were won by less than 500 votes in 2020. But then Arafat was the incumbent MP, lost to Duke Oforiatta, who is the NPP candidate. And still, per what Justin Frimbo just told us, they won the seat by 400, that is over 400 votes.
So it dipped lower.
Yes, a bit lower. And that's even in dispute, as he mentioned. And for Damango, he talks about the fact that they won with a little over 1,000 votes. That's shocking.
Yeah, for seats that they won massively.
Yeah,
dipping. Yeah, in 2020. I remember
the fact that it's even in dispute is shocking.
Yeah.
Not even talk about the marginal victory that has been retained. It speaks volume of the issues there. And we sat here and talked about the fact that all was not well with the MPP in that constituency. And it's got much to do with other factors than just resources, other factors than likability, and that the party needed to do much more work in the constituency. There's a problem there, obviously, which has led to an elections officer being shot. We are unable to tell us whether the person is dead or not, but yes, we're told the collation center was even touched, right? Hopefully, all these seats that have been flagged, the EC will find a way of having the challenges addressed, so then the constituents will know clearly who their MP is. We don't want another Central Kofi Lolobi on our hands. Before the 9th Parliament is sworn in or comes into being, the EC must put in place measures, including even Okankwe Central. I don't know whether he mentioned Okankwe Central. Yes, Patrick Abuama is claiming victory. Baba Sadiq
is also claiming victory. I have seen images of Baba Sadiq being projected on social media by certain media houses. And he's captured those images and posted them on his socials, affirming that he has won. But we're yet to see. But primarily, the results are close. Per what we have seen and we have gathered, the results are close.
Central, which is actually a shocker. But then the challenge is...
Why is it a shocker for you, Ibi?
Okay, so that is a blue-blooded constituency, Okankwe Central. Patrick Buama, for the 3rd terms that he's held the seat, has never broken a sweat in getting re-elected. Yes, people in Ablekuma Central, MPP people in Ablekuma Central will have a challenge. Maybe Okankwe North with the emergence of Teresa Awuni, yes. But Patrick Buama was home and dry, and he could sleep soundly until Baba Sadiq showed up.
What was it then? Was it him losing touch with the base, or it is just the green wave?
It's the green wave and then the presence of Baba Sadiq. Energy, youthfulness, and
so they wanted new energy, a new direction.
And John Mahama actually won the constituency, so that's where the wave
comes in.
And so that's how come Baba Sadiq is also arguing that it cannot be that given the work we did, John Dramani Mahama will win the constituency and I will lose. But of course, politically, that's a possibility. We have skirt and blouse. So if indeed, and I've heard him speak, and he talks about the fact that he has his pink sheets ready for all the polling stations. If that's the case, then that shouldn't be a problem. They see to create a mechanism to get the candidate to all of them bring their pink sheets. We told that the pink sheets that have been destroyed are the EC's pink sheets, no problem. all the agents are giving copies of the pink sheets.
They have
assemble them and then do.
Let's tabulate. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Yes.
Well, you're still watching our continued coverage of the 2024 general elections. More than 24 hours after close of polls, and results are still trickling in. We're still unable to have results fast to the national strong room. So far, 5 regions, namely the Ahafo region, the Central region, the Western North, Oti, and then the Eastern region. Eastern region, quite interesting numbers.
Yes.
If you look at the presidential, 2016, somewhere 62, 2020, 60, and in 2024, around 50.
Yes, and then there are 3 outstanding constituencies.
So far, 30 out of the 33.
30 out of the 33, which means that the percentage might either for the vice president and MPP flag bearer might either go up or come down.
Yeah.
But 51% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to lose 9 percentage points in his boss's home region.
Yeah.
Tells you why we are where we are today relative to the numbers. Because if for nothing at all, he should be appreciating, not depreciating, right? But it speaks to what I've kept talking about, the 2 cycles. Once you are done with your 2 terms, the average Ghanaian has psyched up his mind or her mind that go to opposition. I think to be able to break the 8, and this goes to the 2 political parties, you have to do something extraordinary. Now back to the campaign messages. You mentioned phrases. Initially, this government was not going to the campaign flagging free SHS.
Yes,
because it is aware that the dividend came to the party in 2020. They had used free SHS. In fact, that's why Central Region voted MPP in 2020. If you are counting the poor regions in the country, and you look at the original regional maps of Ghana, you talk about Upper East, Upper West, Northern region, you add, what's the name? Central region, barrel of poverty. And so there was a massive campaign, and which was quite believable, that 4 years after implementation of free SHS, any different administration will struggle or will cancel it. Review meant cancellation, and it sank in with the people of the Central region. So they realized that their MPs were not performing. They voted the MPs out, brought NDC MPs in, but when it got to the presidency, they still stuck with President Akufo-Addo. 8 years down the line, the conversation about free SHS had become stale. And that's why, as a strategy, MPP didn't flag free SHS. But at the point, the party realized that the campaign was losing momentum. Because on economy, no. Because things were quite difficult. On digitalization, the NDC had managed to say that it was too vague. Right? And so then in came the free SHS again. And that's how come even Dr. Yaweduchum, the education minister, became the poster boy for the campaign, so to speak.
Towards the end.
Right? But the free SHS conversation had gone beyond who will cancel it and who will maintain it, to what are we doing to fix the challenges?
Improve it.
That's the point. And so we had gone beyond he will cancel it. Review means cancellation. To who is cancelling double track? We had timelines of 5 years. 5 years gone, we still have double track. What are we doing about that? And I had a parent speak passionately today. She was asked what will inform her choice, and she said education. And I said, oh, then this is a vote for Bawumia. But she didn't stop there. She said the current system is not working. I said, what? Yes, so even though the woman said education will inform her choice, which automatically made me think that, oh, then it's free SHS. She said no, she had a problem with the way it's been implemented. And this is a woman that I'm sure whose son will go to school for 3 months, come back home and stay with her for 3 months. Who will have to feed the son for that extra 3 months. Ordinarily, that son should be in school still. And so these are the nuances that many actors did not pay attention to. So that is basically on the messaging aspect. But then, of course, it is a wave of change. Now, no political party will convince itself that it will be very easy for you to get another mandate. Because look at 2016. John Dramani Mahama had done one term. But the baggage on his head was that his party had done 2 terms.
Yeah.
Ghanaians who have conditioned their minds that, Charlie, once we've heard of you for 2 terms.
So the party, once you've heard of the party,
yes,
not.
Yes, and it is the same argument that the NDC members are now putting forward that, because the concern is that if John Dramani Mahama leaves with Professor Nanaji and Opoku-Agyeman after their term, then it means it's free for all, it's anybody's game. And I say no, Ghanaians still pay attention to the party. They pay attention to the party.
Ghanaians have not gotten to that state where we're looking critically at an individual.
Yes.
It's a party that has the numbers.
And the people of the Ashanti region decided not to vote for MPP as a party, not because it's Bawumia. It could have been anybody if they felt how they felt about the development in their region and the fact that they've not gotten the benefit that they envisaged. They will vote
especially when the Ashanti region is considered their World Bank.
Super World Bank. And it's a lesson to the politicians. Mahama suffered the same fate in the Volta region in 2016.
True.
The picture was painted that the infrastructure will do the trick, right? He was going to win hands down. You know what the Voltarians said? Okay, if you're going to win anyway, then you don't need our vote. They sat home. They didn't go to vote. There was apathy. So NDC actually lost the election without MPP winning. So it is the NDC that handed over the election to the MPP in 2016, right? Now
there's a flip.
There's a flip.
We'll flip the script,
The lesson to the politicians is that do not take your stronghold for
granted.
As much as possible, attend to their needs. And I've always used this as an example. The people of Nima, since the creation of the world and the creation of our democracy, they have voted NDC. They were instrumental in Atamel's becoming president. That place, that community, they don't even have land for any extra development. They don't.
Of course, yes.
So you know what Atamel's did? The very first week he was sworn in as president, he ordered machines to move onto their roads and asphalt the road from the Nima police station all the way to the Accra Girls. And they were so excited that a party we've been voting for since. In fact, we have become the very first project that the man executed in the country. That is how politicians should show respect and pay homage to the individuals that toil to bring them to power. But it's always been, the king is not celebrated in his own land. But when I do my own. But when it comes to President Akufo-Addo, he flipped that narrative. Go to TV. The rules were done, right? And then the development was sent there. So I think that tone has been set now. Moving forward, future president will make sure that they also attend to the needs of their people.
Okay. So let's head to Domi. Dom Kwabena, right?
Yes.
Natalie?
Yes, let's head there. So we've got our Dinah on the ground, our correspondent, who's going to be joining us now. So Dinah, tell us what's so far. What more do you have to share currently joining us from a Dom Kwabena constituency? Dinah, what more can you share from the constituency currently?
Currently, we are doing the camp for Dom Kwabena. And then as you can see behind me, the voters are so angry that as of now they are not getting any positive feedback from the private officer. So they are angry.
Right, so you say the voters are angry because, kindly clarify though, because earlier we were engaging as per, and there was the same situation at hand. What has changed? And you say the voters are angry with regards to the fact that the declaration of the parliamentary results has not been officially had with Dom Kwabena constituency. What more can you share as to why they're so agitated? Okay, it appears that we're having a bit of a struggle with Dinah, but she's joining us from Dom Kwabena constituency, sharing that the supporters, as we saw there, are still very agitated. Earlier we got through to her, and that was the same situation where it looks like she's... Okay, we're going to be re-engaging with Dinah from Dom Kwabena and get the latest in that constituency. But Edem Kojo is in studio to run us through all the statistics, the numbers, which of course Edem has. This is 40, and so he's going to be taking us through that and comparing really previous years, 2020, 2016, and what we are seeing in 2024 as the numbers and the results are trickling in. Edem?
Yeah, so Nazli, back here because we have to make sure we give you every detail to the last number. So once again, this is our election portal, and so far from what we have gathered from our independent analysis, we have so far tallied a total of 4.176 million valid votes cast so far, and John Dramani Mahama has gathered 2.48, representing 59.5% of the certified results we have received here at the EIB network, while Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia trails behind with 38.72%. So this is an overview. We can also go down and look at what we have for the parliamentary thus far. So far, we have about 90 confirmed seats that we have, and we are still picking more up. As you can see over here, the NDC has a very big ring, and when I touch this, it tells you the NDC currently has 54 out of the 90 certified parliamentary seats that we have so far. When you move to the blue, that is 28 NPP seats, and then there's a black line in there. When we click it, it tells you there are 2 independent seats that have been given out so far. Now, the regional map is also taking shape, and this is where we would also want to rely and look at historical data based on what is being sent to the EC. As you know, the Electoral Commission, that is the headquarters, is taking collated results from the constituencies that are sent to the regional levels and are brought to them. So the EC is expecting 16 regional collated sheets. I know some of the results have come so far, and I don't know whether Ibrahim, you want to help us with some of the data that has come for the certified regions, and then we look at the historical performance of that particular region. So I don't know which one we wanted to start from. Okay,
we can do Eastern region.
Okay,
so 30 out of 33 constituencies, as you are aware, and John Dramani Mahama of the NDC polled 453,234, and that represents 47.12%.
Okay, yes. Ibrahim Alasan, hold on for me. So we'd want to write a few things here so that we keep our viewers in track.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we are doing the Eastern region.
We're doing the Eastern region. So then let's go with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, yes.
So first. Eastern first. Okay, so
yes.
So DMB. Yeah.
Yes. So DMB, that will be 493,000. 493,000.
Yes.
234.
234. Yes. Representing how many percent?
That's 51.28%.
51.28%. Okay.
And then JDM. Yes. So JDM. Okay. So JDM.
You have to go down your sheets to.
Yes. JDM. No, I have it. That's 453,000. 234 votes.
234 votes.
That's 47.12%.
That is 47.12%. 0.12%. So
we stick with the 2, right?
Okay. So let's just stick with the 2 for the analysis we are going to start doing. So keep that in mind. So this is what we are looking at for the Eastern region. With the result that has come that far, 30 constituencies out of the 33 Eastern regional constituencies, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia leads with 493,000, representing 51.2%, while John Dramani Mahama is 453,000, representing 47.12%. So keeping this in mind, we are going to now look at historically what the performance of these two candidates has been in the Eastern region, and then we'll make a deduction as to what the final results and perhaps the gap we are expecting at the end of the day, as we already know that the vice president has conceded defeat to the former president. So I'm just quickly going to take you to my historical graph, which is in here. And then, okay, so this is, we have from 2020 to 2016. So let me clean this. And then we go to the Eastern region. Okay, so this is what we have for the Eastern region, and it's going to load pretty shortly. We have 2020, 2016, 2012. If we scroll down to the total for the presidential, in 2020, candidate Nana Akufo-Addo polled 60.46% of the votes in the Eastern region. Now, if you want to take it in actual votes, that is 741,870 votes. However, GHOne Mahama did 38.47%, which is 472,042 votes. Now, this is where it gets interesting. If you remember the figures we put down from John Dramani Mahama and Bawumia from this year, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is doing 472,000 IB, if I'm right. Yes. And John Dramani Mahama is doing 427,000 thereabouts, if I'm equally right. Yeah. Now, with 3 constituencies left to go, what this could mean is that John Dramani Mahama could still end up with a figure of around 470,000, which means that between 2020 and 2024, John Dramani Mahama has simply solidified his votes. Yeah. So entering into the 2024 elections, he's basically giving a voter turnout similar to what he did in 2020. Yeah. However, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has seen his voter turnout drop by, in the Eastern region, by nearly 250,000 votes. Yeah. So what this is happening, and what is clear for you, if you look at, say, the Eastern region, and we'll do this and try and see for other regions to see if the trend continues, is that in the 2024 election, there might be conversations about voter turnouts. But when you strip down the data, you realize that candidate GHOne Mahama is simply doing his performance or maintaining his performance as he did in 2020, while candidate Mahama is unable to pull the numbers that his boss Nana Addo Akufo-Addo is pulling. So yes, this is for the region.
And now you mean candidate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In percentage terms, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the Eastern region has lost 9%
exactly
of the votes.
Exactly. And then John Dramani Mahama has gained 9%. Yes. But it's important to note that when you are looking at the loss and the gains, we look at it also in the value. Because if you say Mahama has gained 9%, one may be tempted to think that Mahama's vote has surged by that 9%. But that 9% is because Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's vote has so much reduced that the overall voter turnout of the Eastern region has equally fallen. So Mahama maintaining his votes from 2020 pushes himself up to 47%. So that's the first region we'll look at. Now, if you also look at historically, and that is why I'm giving you 3 election cycles, 2020, 2016 in the middle, and 2012. If you come back to 2012, candidate Akufo-Addo performed 56.91% in 2012. And guess what? The NPP lost that election to the NDC. So if the candidates in 2024 is even performing worse in what is considered a stronghold of the party, he's performing worse than the 2012 performance, then that could tell you that you are looking for a very big gap, and it was actually going to be a long day. For which reason it shouldn't be surprising that the vice president conceded so early into the contest. So Ibrahim, we are done with the Eastern region. Which other region do we have on us?
Let's go to OT.
Okay,
let's go to OT region. And so for the OT region, of course, which is a stronghold for the NDC. The certified final presidential results is in.
Yeah.
And you have the presidential candidate for the NPP, DMB, doing a little over 56,000. And so, yes, that's for OT. And then you have John Dramani Mahama doing 584,000. So
okay, so hold on for me. So DMB
is doing 56,699.
699. And then
JDM is doing 584,000. 234.
234.
Yes.
So
percentage terms, I think they've not done the percentage here per the summary of the results that I have. No percentage. Yes.
Okay.
But let's do nominal figures.
Okay. So let's start from this. So just like we did for Eastern Region, look at these figures. When you pick them, go to your historical data and equally look at those figures. So we have 2020 on the left, 2016 in the middle, and 2012 on the right. Now we're going. This is a region that has been predominantly green.
Yes.
So it is already an NDC stronghold. Has the seat gotten stronger, or has the region gotten stronger in this year's election? Let's find out. So we move down to our data sets. Pardon me. Okay. So we move to our data set. Okay. And for 2020, we unveil the data. And it's very interesting. Candidate Mahama in 2020 gathered 181,021 votes. And candidate Akufo-Addo did 102,858 votes. Remember, from what the EC just released, candidate Bawumia is doing just around 56,000.
Yes.
Which shows that the results of the NPP in that region, or the turnout or vote for the NPP in that region, have. Yes. And interestingly, that vote has been transferred to the NDC candidates. So unlike the Eastern region, where although the vote from the NPP fell by close to 250,000 and candidate Mahama was not gaining, in the OT region, what you see is that there is more of a voter transfer. So the votes are moving right from the NPP and moving to the NDC. What this tells you is that OT region is being strengthened as a stronghold of the NDC. Because if the voters just sat at home, one could therefore say that it was probably party faithfuls who were disappointed and decided not to go. But in the OT region, it could mean two things. And 14 voters who for some reason say that this year we think the candidate Mahama is a better candidate and we are going for him, or people who genuinely now want to associate themselves with the National Democratic Congress. So that is it for the OT region. Now, if you look at it historically, and we move back to 2016 and 2012, in fact, it has always been a very stronghold for the NDC. And the best performance of the NPP in that region was actually in 2020. So whatever the NPP was doing in 2020, that gave them that vote, it's important to go back and look at it. But then I'll give you one key before I leave on the OT region. This year in the OT region, there was a constituency called SAL. In 2020, they voted in the presidential, but were denied a parliamentary candidate for 4 whole years. Well, I'll go through the parliamentary results for you shortly, but I can tell you that 20,000 people in SAL decided that the NPP is the party, the NDC is the party they want to associate themselves with. If last or in the 4 years ago, they probably not vote for the party, clearly this is something that could have pushed the party up. So this is another interesting dynamics with the OT region. With the OT region done, we can probably move to another region. Ibrahim.
Central. Let's do Central region. One of the swingers of regions on the political calendar. So the Central region is the region we're doing next. 2020, that region presidentially voted NPP, and parliamentary went to NDC. But of course, I'm sure we'll touch on the parliamentary fallouts later. So presidential, Central region.
Okay.
DMB.
Yes.
What's DMB had 382,000.
Hold on. I think you are talking about the NPP because Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Okay, we are talking about today. Okay.
I'm talking about Central region.
Yes, so Central region as
DMB.
As this result. Okay, thank
yes,
you.
Today.
Yes, please.
382,000.
382,000. Yeah.
749.
749.
Yes.
Okay.
And then John Dramani Mahama.
And JDM.
562,000.
562.
620.
620.
Yes.
So this is the number we are looking at for the Central region. Now we just have to move up our data set and see the numbers that we get for the Central region here. Okay. So in 2020, John Mahama polled 524,038 votes in the Central region, and candidate Akufo-Addo gathered 602,111 votes in the Central region. If you look at the data we have here, the NDC's vote has gone up by just under 40,000, but the MPP's votes have fallen by 220,000. This gives you a similar picture to what we had in the Eastern region. John Dramani Mahama, basically by consolidating his gains and votes he had in 2020, turned the Central region around, because close to 200,000 people who voted for the NPP in 2020 decided not to do so in yesterday's elections. Now, Ibrahim, earlier you are making a very interesting situation of the Central region and the role of Kennedy Ohene Ejapon.
Yes.
When we also move to the parliamentary, we'll also touch on his constituency. But I'm sure you know already that the Ascent Central seat is now occupied by the NDC. And when you go deeper into the numbers, the issue of apathy also contributed or played a role in that. So Central region, as Andy said, shows that a personality like Kennedy Ejapon is strong, and as a result of probably how they feel he probably should be the future of the party, decided to sit at home. So 250,000 votes from the NPP that they had in 2020, not in their bracket today, and this is what we have in here. Ibrahim, I don't know whether you have anything to add to the Central region.
Yes, for Central region, yes, I agree. Apathy was quite high, and the apathy affected the NPP. So many people who voted for the NPP decided to stay home without voting at this time around. Of course, as you mentioned, there are others, however, who decided to show up, then voted for John Dramani Mahama. So since 2020, for the first time, the parliamentary elections in the Central region, green, and then the presidential, green. And of course, subsequently, you would then say that if you link this to Greater Accra, then we have returned to default setting, where wherever the Central region and the Greater Accra look towards presidentially, that individual becomes a president. And so that permutation that was undone in 2020 has returned to default setting.
Certainly so. Certainly so.
We can go to Western North.
Okay, so we have Western North collated results.
Yes, we have that one here.
Okay.
Western North.
Because I know there's 6 from the EC.
Okay, so
from the EC we have the Ahafo region.
Yes.
We have the Oti region. We have the Central region, and then we have the Eastern region. And you say the last one is the Western North.
Yes, the Western North.
So let's get the Western North.
Yes.
So kindly give me the figures for the Western North.
Okay, so for Western North figures are here. If you go to DMB, that's 124,024.
Hold on for me.
All right, so
DNB
did 124,024, 124,000.
124,024. 024.
Yes.
Okay.
And JDM. Yes, so JDM did 202,689. 689.
Okay. So just like we did for the other 2 times, we pick the data. We don't really look at the percentages, and we strip the nominal figures to see the movements in the last 4 years with regards to the election. So our historical data, So our historical data, when we move to 2020, will tell us that candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. In fact, this is one seat that the NDC or John Dramani Mahama equally won in 2020. This is one seat that John Dramani Mahama, or one constituency that John Dramani Mahama equally won in 2020. Now in 2020, he polled 192,460 of the vote cast in the Western North region, while candidate Akufo-Addo did 161,560. Now, if we do the comparison now, we see that John Dramani Mahama's votes have just gone up by 10,000, from 192,000 to 202,689. However, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's votes, or the MPP's votes, have fallen from the 161,560 recorded in 2020 to 124,024 in this year. So a similar picture is being painted, and I keep saying it, that when you keep looking at the data, what you keep seeing is that all the candidates John Dramani Mahama has done this year is to consolidate his votes from 2020. He's not outperforming it so much, with the exception of the OT region where there was a significant shift. All the others, he moves in just about 10,000 or 20,000, which is relatively a smaller portion of about 5% of his votes from 2020. But then what we see on the reverse is that the MPP's votes keeps falling. So John Mahama can rise with a minimum of 5%, but Dr. Bawumia's votes fall by as much as 20% per region. So this is what we see in here. 192 in 2020 for John Mahama to 202,000, and the NPP fell from 161,000 to 124,000 in this year's election. Ibrahim, I don't know whether you have something to add in regards to the Western.
I'm sure with time, in stripping down the numbers, we'll look at the factors as well, as whether it's got something to do with just the candidate, or it's got something to do with the party or the performance of government in its entirety. But that will be for subsequent discussion. So let's go to Ahafo.
Okay.
Ahafo, yes. Ahafo will be the final one we'll be looking at.
Okay, so yes. Ahafo, let me go get my... So kindly,
so
you have your figures?
Yes, I do have my figures. Okay. And Ahafo used to be one region called Bono Ahafo.
Yep.
But now it's been split. So Ahafo, DMB polled 113,851. That's 100.
Kindly take it again.
113,000.
Yes.
851.
851. And JDM?
JDM 130,106. 130,106. Yes.
Right from the onset, if you look at the map you have on your board, this should be surprising to you, because the Ahafo has looked pretty much blue. So when you see blue, that is for the MPP. When you see green, that is for the NDC. If you look at the far right, which is the 2012 election, you see that it's been kind of split when it comes to the blue and green. In 2016, the blue got deeper, and in 2020, that blue equally was maintained. But now, watch what has happened. If you compare this and we go up to historical performance, what you will see is that for the first time since the creation of the Ahafo region, or when you decide to strip Ahafo down, the NDC candidate has won the Ahafo region. Then we delve into the numbers further. In 2020, candidate Akufo-Addo did 145,025 votes in the Ahafo region, and John Dramani Mahama did 116,371 in the Ahafo region. John Dramani Mahama has moved from 116,000 to 130,000, a jump of 14,000. And guess what? Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has reduced so much so that he's underperforming the votes that John Dramani Mahama had even in 2020. The Ahafo region therefore provides a very dicey picture, because a jump from 116 to 130 is close to a 10 percentage point appreciation, which could mean that probably the region could be tilting a bit to John Dramani Mahama. But once again, the story for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia remains the same throughout. 145,000 to 113,000 is a drop of close to 32,000 votes. 32,000 votes out of close to 150,000 votes is a drop of 20%. And as I said, when you look at the trend, we look at the data across the regions, what is becoming clear is that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is underperforming his boss 2020 elections numbers by close to 20% and sometimes over. So very interesting analysis from the Ahafo region over here.
And Adam, yes, you've established a trend, and that has been the trend. In fact, after it's all said and done, you realize that with the exception of probably one or two regions, this is a trend that will run through from Greater Accra to Western to Central to Eastern to Ashanti. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be underperforming his boss.
Fantastic that you say this. So now that we've touched on the regions that have their collated sheets out, on our graph that we're using here, we are able to just pick the results that have come through regions and gives you a picture of what is happening there. You mentioned Ashanti region, so I'll quickly go to the Ashanti region, which is very blue here, showing that it is still an MPP strong seat. But what are the numbers telling us? Now, in 2020, candidate Akufo-Addo had an average performance in the Ashanti, or overall performance in the Ashanti region, of close to 73%. When I open this Ashanti region, and this is supposed to give me a summary of the results that have come through our coalition internally from the Ashanti region, it's supposed to give, okay, so there it is. A second, please. Okay, so there you have it. From 73%, with the results we've gathered so far, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is performing at 68% in the Ashanti region. And John Dramani Mahama is performing at about 29 to 30%. Now remember, heading into the elections, the NPP had set an ambitious target that if they want to win this election, they would have to do over 75% in the Ashanti region. In fact, historically, the highest the NPP have ever done in the Ashanti region is the 77% of candidate Kufuor in 2004. Apart from that, candidate Akufo-Addo did 76% in 2016. The very election that gave us what would have been the largest election margin.
And Adam, as we talk about margins, let's head to the National Strong Room and find out from Evelyn Alba Edu what the numbers are currently in that strong room. What is it looking like so far? We have 5 regions. We have the Oti region, we have the Eastern region, we have the Ahafo region as well, we have the Western North region and the Central region. Which other region is in? Are we in for a long haul? Does it appear that the EC will soon announce results? Evelyn, what do you have for me at this time? Do you have more regions for me? I bet you should have good news.
All right, Lily, as you rightly put it, we have only 5 regions that are in now, and out of the 5 regions, only 3 of them have been certified by the electoral commissioner in the person of Madam Jane Mensah. And so if you look right behind me, what is projected in orange there is the provisional report results from the central region, and the certified results from the central region is what has been what has the green label there. Then we go to right beside it is the provisional results from the western region, and of course the certified one, which is in green, also from the western region, as well as the provisional results from the OT region and the certified results from the same region. So I'm sure by now when we say the certified, we know that these results from these regions are the ones that the various representatives of the political parties have checked, and the returning officer, that is in the person of Madam Jane Mensah, has also checked and has endorsed to become certified. Now it is exactly 9 minutes past 8 p.m. here, and if the cameraman can turn the camera around, we still can see the electoral officials still by the fax machines from the various regions in the country, and so far we know that we have only 5 that are in, so it means we have 11 more to go. But it doesn't look like we are going to finish with the collation of the results today, because as we speak, almost all the representatives of the various political parties have left. At the moment, we have only about 4 of them here, and when they were leaving, they mentioned that those who have left mentioned that they are going home and they will come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And so whatever results that comes in, the EC should keep them, and when they come, they will go through before the commissioner can also endorse it. So that's the situation here. So with the media going to be around, but as I mentioned, we have about 4 of the various political parties representatives here. And then let me call on the General Secretary of the CPP in the person of Mr. Kwame Nkrumah Botio to tell us why he decided to stay behind.
Well, I decided to stay behind because when my colleagues from the other political parties were leaving, I was granting an interview to one of the media houses. We have been here for the past 23 hours. The collation room was open at 9 p.m. and so far the EC has done a very good job. We have received 5 of the results, and they have assured us that all the other results will be given to us as soon as they come in. However, looking at the time, we felt it would be best if we go and get some rest and come back tomorrow morning.
Okay, do you still believe that the EC can work around it to declare the results within the 72 hours? Of course, let me put this information here that yesterday the commission corrected that with the 72 hours, it is a convention and not a law binding the commission to do that. They are not mandated to do it, but what they do is to work around, pull up their resources together, and then be able to at least declare the results on time in order to avoid tension in the country. I also want to find out from you, do you think the commission will be able to declare the results within the 72 hours?
They will be able to, because even though it is just a convention, Madam Chairperson of the Electoral Commission stated that if there are a few places that have not come in and they will not make a difference to the overall percentage, those two go ahead and declare. So they'll be able to keep through within the 72 hours, because I think that as long as they have the majority of the votes where they can show that one particular candidate out of the almost 19 million votes had at least 50% plus 1 of those votes, then they can go ahead and declare. So they'll be able to be within the 72 hours.
Mr. Kwame Nkrumah, we have some of the sister political parties saying that so far as the main contender in this election, in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has conceded defeat, the commission should rather fast-track everything and then pronounce the results, even if it's today. What do you have to say about this?
Well, I hold a different view. We all know how in 2020, I believe there was some pressure put on the commission and we had more than one result being stated. So this time, the commission wants to do its due diligence and come up with the exact results once and for all. So I think they should take their time. Indeed, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has conceded, but a concession cannot change the law. The law is that it has to be 50+1 as certified and declared by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Otherwise, the results will not be valid. So the Electoral Commission has to satisfy itself that indeed the 50+1 line has been crossed, concession or not. And in a situation where the 50+1 line is not crossed, then there has to be a second round, concession or not. And I believe that in the event that the second runner-up does not want to contest in the results in the election, then whoever was third would have to contest with whoever was first. It is a legal requirement that cannot be circumvented. It has to be 50+1. So assuming at the end of the day, which I think is unlikely with what we are saying, but of course we cannot rely on any other result but what comes from the Electoral Commission. So if at the end of the day there's 49.999%, then there will have to be a runoff. So it's best we all patiently wait, because elections are matters of record. We'll have to have the correct results on record for posterity's sake.
Okay, so the commission in one of its press briefing yesterday mentioned that this particular election has been very seamless, even though we had some situations at some of the polling stations, and of course we've had some electoral officers being attacked and some also being arrested for doing the wrong thing. What is your general impression about this election?
My general impression, I would give the Electoral Commission an A-star. That means that they've had it almost 100% correct. And if you look at the pockets of violence and other things, they were by, I would say, some party faithful and some misguided citizens. And we also had a few Electoral Commission officials. I think I saw a story about somebody tearing off Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's picture. But those are few and far between. Therefore, I would give the Electoral Commission an A-star. Everything has been seamless. In my experience, at my polling station, in less than 5 minutes, I had finished. And I went round to other polling stations, maybe about 6 or 7, and everything was going on very well there.
Thank you very much for making time to talk to us. So, Natalie, yes, most political parties have left, but if my cameraman can still turn to where we have the fax machines, we know that the electoral officials are still on their ground working to ensure that we get the results, the final results ready and declared within the time stipulated. And so here, we are still here, and like I said earlier, out of the 5 results from 5 regions, and that is OT, Western North, Central Region, Ahafo, and then that's of the Central Region, 3 have been certified, and so we are still waiting. There's a long way to go. We have 11 more to come, and then with 11 plus the 2 that has 2 out of the 5 that are yet to be endorsed by the returning officer, it means we have about 13 more to go. Natalie.
Okay, it's Lily here, but Abba, if you can hear me, you mentioned that the political party representatives have left. Which political parties have left?
Okay, so the Director of Elections and Research for the NPP, in the person of Mr. Evans Nimakon, he and then some representatives from the GCPP. We also have GHOne, representative of GHOne. We also have other parties that have their tall list of the LPG representative. He has also left. And then we also have a number of them. They have all left. So like I said, out of the 5 representatives, only 4 of them are around at the moment.
So the NDC is there. Is that the case? Because you mentioned that the NPP representative is not there.
Come again with a question.
I'm asking if the NDC representative is there, because you mentioned that of the NPP.
Okay, so since we came, I have not seen a rep from the NDC here.
Quite interesting.
I have not seen a rep from the... Well, I was told that later in the day, one of them came, but as we speak, none of them is around at the moment.
Okay. Araba, thank you very much. So that's Evelyn Araba Edu, live from the EC's National Strong Room, and is the National Coalition Room. And she mentioned that out of the 5 results that they have, 3 of them have been certified, namely the Central, the Eastern, and the OT region, right? And so is it as the Central, the Western, North, and the OT. The Eastern, we have about 3 constituencies outstanding, and that of Ahafo region as well. So there you have it, 3 of them certified. Long way to go. It's going to be a long night.
I just hope that if the figures from the other regions filter in, it doesn't matter whether the representatives are there or not. Once the EC officials, chaired by the chairperson of the commission, are satisfied that the results have all been endorsed at the point of transmission, they'll just scrutinize them, and if there's a need for them to input them into the system, that is done. Because what has been put in the system is what has been displayed and then tagged as certified, right? It is after doing this for 16 regions that Madam Jane Mensah can then exit from wherever she is to appear before the cameras and tell us what we obviously know already. But of course, the power to make the declaration is reserved for her. Absolutely. Right? We just hope that they are able to do that within the 72 hours, as they said.
Let's continue with crunching the numbers. Adam, could you still standing by? Adam, what more do you have for us?
Okay, so before we went, we were talking about the Ashanti region, and whilst we went, because our system is proof, we had a refresh and the figures have updated. And we see John Dramani Mahama still leading appreciably. So currently we have 2.63 million votes for John Dramani Mahama from our collated results, and 1.7. So as we speak, John Dramani Mahama per our result already has a resounding 900,000 gap. And we still have some number of constituencies, rather a large number of constituencies to go. So, as I did the first time, we're talking about the Ashanti region. So, we're going to open the Ashanti region. And this is what we are seeing in here. That Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is currently performing at 68.57%. Now, if you are going to compare that to his boss in 2000, his boss did just a little above 70%. I would want to get that figure exactly for you. So in 2020, candidate Akufo-Addo did 72.75% in the Ashanti region. Now, because we don't have all the results here, we probably will not be able to do the projection. But if you look at this, John Dramani Mahama or candidate Akufo-Addo in 2020 had a total vote of 1.795 million. We can put it at approximately 1.8 million votes from the Ashanti region. John Dramani Mahama just had a little of 653,000. So there was a gap of close to 1.1 million votes. Now, this is what the trend is telling us. John Dramani Mahama is really not outperforming his numbers. So at the end of the day, you and I should not be surprised that John Dramani Mahama still hovers around this figure of 653,000 and probably does not even hit the 700,000 mark when the Ashanti region results are fully collated. However, we are likely to see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia drop from the 1.79 that candidate Akufo-Addo did to somewhere probably around 1.4 or 1.5 million. And that is where everyone will tell you the election is actually lost. Because per their projections, they were hoping to make in excess of 75% in order to ensure that they either push the race into a runoff or win one touch in the camp of the NPP. The NDC, on the other hand, said they were targeting 29% to 30%. But the trend is telling you that the NDC is likely to hit their targets. And this will not be because more people in the Ashanti region are voting for the NDC. No. It is because a lot more NPP sympathizers, if we assume, are seated home, thereby increasing the proportion of the NDC votes based on those that have come out. So that is a very interesting picture from the Ashanti region. I want to take you through some other regions briefly, and then we delve into some parliamentary results that are trickling in, and then also look at trend analysis over there. So the map is still failing. There's an interesting one. Okay, so since we have spent time on the stronghold of the NPP, which is the Ashanti region, I think it is best we go to the World Bank of the NDC, the Volta region. On the far right, very green. How deep is this green? Let's find out. So in 2020, I don't know whether I will remember the figures of head, but for some time now, the NPP had actually been appreciating quite significantly in the Volta region.
Yes.
In fact, I've heard people who made commentary that the NPP felt or were targeting hitting close to 18% to 20% in the Volta region this year.
Because the party did 14% in the last elections.
Fantastic. And they felt that they had done a lot. They had the Hohoi seats, and they said as a result of that seat, a lot of development was going on around that area. But I'm here to tell you that anyone who has such dreams as at this time should probably wake up from slumber. It is not possible. No pun intended.
Oh my.
So, from the results we've gathered that far, from the Volta region, and I can tell you this on authority because the Volta region is one of the regions that we've had close to all the results coming through. The NDC currently is performing at 89%. John Dramani Mahama is approaching 90% of vote cast in the Volta region. This is to tell you that 9 in every 10 people you meet in the Volta region who participated in yesterday's December 7 poll voted for the NDC. And that decimates every plan of the NPP in whatever modeling they did entering into the election to guarantee that they break the 8. So this is what we have so far. 469,986 for John Dramani Mahama and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at a paltry 49,180. The final figures we're expecting from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is somewhere a little above 50,000. And John Dramani Mahama would also do in excess of about 500,000. But the Volta region's numbers are also very interesting. And I would want to explain to you why. So, in 2020, let's see the performance. In 2020. In 2020, in the Volta region, the NPP, John Dramani Mahama did 603,398. And candidate Akufo-Addo did 100,000. That was what pushed him to 14%. Now, on an average, we have said Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is underperforming by about 20%. So one person will therefore do a 20% analysis and say, then probably, based on the trend we have seen, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia should be hovering around 75 to 80,000. Well, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's votes, just like in the Uti region. If you remember, when we did the analysis from the Uti region, the MPP's votes in the Uti region has basically been halved from 2020 to today. A similar trend is going to happen in the Volta region. So from 100,000 in 2020, the NPP this year in the Volta region, per the projections we are getting, will just be hovering around 53,000 votes. However, the strange thing in all of this is that John Dramani Mahama may probably not reach the 603,000 votes he garnered in 2020. He's going to most likely do in excess of 500,000, but wouldn't, or probably, or most likely, won't reach the 600,000 mark. It brings an interesting picture of whether there was equally a low voter turnout in the Volta region. Or some would say the last minute measures, announcement of closure of borders among others, and that is an assumption, could have equally played in a decreased numbers in that region. But irrespective of what John Dramani Mahama's numbers are, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's votes being halved effectively means that whatever loss John Dramani Mahama would make in the Volta region would actually have no effects in his final results. Reason, despite reducing his votes, he's able to jump from 84.59% to close to 90% for the Volta region. Ibrahim, yes. We've touched on Ashanti, we've touched on Volta.
We've touched on
two very interesting, focusing on our projections based on the results we are getting. I don't know if you have anything to say.
And one thing is very clear, the low voter turnout. And somebody asked me that question. In fact, Natalie asked me, no Natalie, Bernice asked me that question yesterday, and that who do I think a low voter turnout will favor, the incumbent or the opposition? Well, there we have it. Our answer is what we have just established. The trend that whenever there is apathy, and that apathy is linked directly to the incumbent, as many reports did, the Afrobarometer survey, and then also Global Info Analytics, saying that 6% of voters who voted for MPP in 2020, when they were asked again, they said they were not going to vote, right? And so, like I said earlier, it's not that the party didn't take these reports seriously. The party did, and it did the best it could. It developed some unconventional ways of doing things, because breaking the 8 would definitely require something more than just your conventional way of campaigning. And for the first time, you saw the former president mount campaign platform, speak directly to the region. But just that, there were many people who had their minds made up that regardless, they were not going to vote, right? And it runs through. And I agree that eventually, after it's all said and done, you realize that even in the Volta region, there was apathy. Just that the apathy levels are not enough to affect the NDC, and that's what we have. And interestingly, we talked about the Eastern region. Let me give you this figure, specifically from the capital of the Eastern region, Koforidua, New Durban South, and it's to make a point. Now, MPP is recording 29,830, this certified, 29,830 in the Eastern region, the capital, New Durban South. Now, let me take you to Mohammed's figure, 26,261. These are figures you don't record. 29,000 in Eastern region, the capital of the Eastern region, Koforidua, and John Mahama is doing 26,000. Difference of just 3,000. That's a figure you expect to record in the reverse in the Yulu Krobo and Menya Krobo enclave. And it's a story that has been recurring with, from the figures that have been given you, from the polling station results to the constituency results. The central part of the Eastern region, equally showing up and voting for the NDC. That's a new development that the political watchers will have to take notice of.
Now, so I'm interested. So, with the results we have here, at that time we had not, although we are picking more results, we had not factored in the full 30%. But even when you open the Eastern region over here, the voter turnout, the voter percentage for candidate Bawumia is just hovering around 54%. Now, the results we are getting from the collated sheet shows is doing 51%. What this is probably implying is that, for all you know, when more results come through, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia could equally be underperforming in some of his strongholds, because the eastern region, like this, we've seen some figure. Additionally, because of the multi-dimensional nature of the eastern region, so you know there's the eastern region part that is closer to the Ashanti region, and there's the other part that is closer to the Volta region. A balance in votes would give you that certainty you need. But to be doing 54%, even based on the number of constituencies we have, when the West, his former boss did in 2012 was 56%, it's already a sign that this race is already over long before we even get the total results in there. So having done Eastern, having done Volta, having done Ashanti, I want to bring you to the capital. And the results we are getting from the capital, I can't remember or recall, since I started reading through data, seeing such figures in Accra. Now, the Greater Accra region, despite being one of the smallest on the map, is the most populous, with 3.7 million people. Now, interestingly in Accra, what we are also observing in Accra is that, just like all over the country, the issue of apathy is happening. But just like elsewhere, the apathy is affecting only one side. So let's look at the data. In 2020, John Dramani Mahama won Accra with a gap of just 70,000 votes or less. In fact, if you look at the figures, I don't think he made up to 52% of the votes in Accra. And heading into this election, the conversation was, if Ashanti region did turn up for the NPP, what was installed in Accra? The NPP had said and done analysis, which I had seen, that if they were able to do 45% in Accra, considering how angry people were in Accra, they would be in business. Some polls had suggested that the NPP was going to do as little as 40% in Accra, and people thought and felt that it was an exaggeration. The figures we are seeing show that the NPP's figures from all sides are overly exaggerated. So I'm just going to take you through the results we have in Accra, and then I give you the shocker. Out of the results we've got so far, John Dramani Mahama has 67%.
Okay, Adam, can you hold on for me? Fifi Fiavikwete, who's the General Secretary of the NDC, is addressing the press.
This is truly unprecedented in the history of our country. So we are talking about, for the first time in the history of Ghana, we can say emphatically that a political party that has won the presidency has also won at least 2/3 majority in parliament. That's never happened, and that tells you what a special political party the NDC is. But we can only be grateful to the people of Ghana for making that a reality. And President Mahama will in due course let the country appreciate that we intend to make it a very responsible majority in parliament, one that will put the well-being of the people of Ghana and the progress of the people of Ghana at the very forefront, and not one that would want to use that majority for anything that is not positive and for the well-being of Ghana. Now let me give some details relating to the parliamentary elections. We still have a few that are not completely confirmed, but our counts shows that we're talking as of now of at least 185 seats that are in the NDC. 185 seats that are with the NDC. We'll see what happens with the remaining ones that are still in the toss-up category, and would make sure we cooperate with the Electoral Commission. We'll make sure our agents do their work diligently. We've actually sent clear instructions to our supporters to allow for the processes to happen, for there not to be any violence, no intimidation, because the evidence of the game is the pink sheet. And we've told our supporters, let's work hard. Once we secure our pink sheets, there's nothing anyone can do. Now, so 185 in the back. Now, before I go into the details of this 185, let me also say that this particular green wave that has swept the country has actually brought about the winning of seats that we've never won in our history. And when I mean never won in our history, I mean in the competitive history. Because 1992 election, as soon as MPP suffered a massive humiliation in the presidential, because that was the only election in Ghana's history that we had the presidential in November and had the parliamentary in December. Now, so after we resoundingly defeated the MPP in November, they ran away from the parliamentary in December. So let me just tell you that the NDC in 92 was also known as the November-December champions. November-December champions. And MPP, after suffering the November humiliation, ran away from the December humiliation, and so therefore it was virtually not as competitive. So therefore there are certain seats that we can only start classifying from 1996. Now, so from the competitive election, parliamentary election that happened from 1996, there are seats that NDC as a political party has never won. But in this election, the green wave tsunami has been able to sweep even some of those seats that are considered no-go as far as the NDC is concerned in the competitive sense. In Greater Accra, we've never won Ayawaso Central. Today, we are proud to announce that Ayawaso Central is green for the NDC. We've never won Okaikwe South. Today, we are happy to announce that Okaikwe South is green for the NDC. We have never won Tema West. Today we are happy to announce that Tema West is green for the NDC. We've never won Domi Kwabinya. And even though it's not finally declared, we can tell you that we know it's green for the NDC. Now, in the central region, we've never won Ewutu Senior East, known more like the Kaswa area. Today, Kaswa is fully green for the NDC. We have never won Asin Central. That's the Honorable Kennedy Agyapong's constituency. Never won it. Today, we are happy to tell you that Asin Central, for the first time, is green for the NDC. We've never won Sekendi constituency when competitive parliamentary elections started in Ghana. Today, Sekendi has become green. We have never won Kwesiminti. Today, that constituency also is green for the NDC. We have never won Esikado. Today, Esikado Ketan is green for the NDC. We've never won Takwa Nswayan in the Western region. Today, Takwa Nswayan has become green for the NDC. We have never won Sunyani East. That's J.H. Mensah's original set. Today, J.H. Mensah will be looking down and know that the green revolution, the green tsunami has truly swept even that seat that belonged to him. We have never won Sunyani West constituency. Sunyani West constituency is in the bag today and is green. We have never won Doma East. We've never won Doma Central. Those two constituencies are in the bag as well and are green. We have never won in the Asutifin North constituency has never been won. Today, we are proud to announce that that great constituency has become green as well. In the Eastern region, we've never won Nsawam Edwejri. Today, that constituency is green for the NDC. Oh, that's the Chief Whip constituency. So the Green Revolution, the Green Wave, has swept and swept. Even the Chief Whip of the NPP has been swept. Has been swept. The Chief Whip has been truly whipped by the Green Wave. We've never won Ekwaping South. Today, Ekwaping South belongs to the Green Corner. We've never won Lower West Akim. Today, Lower West Akim is green. In Ashanti region, we've never won Adansi Asokwa, the constituency of KT Hammer. Today, Adansi Asokwa is fully green. We have never won Ahafuano Southeast. Today, Da is also green for the NDC. And finally, we've never won Obuasi East. Today, Obuasi East is fully green for the NDC. A few moments ago, I heard my counterpart, the General Secretary of the NPP, claim that Obuasi East has been won by the NPP. He's gotten it wrong, but you can appreciate this. This tsunami that has swept is so big that you can understand that my counterpart and his colleagues are very much still in a daze, and they are still not too sure about what really is happening. So we can. I'm sure by tomorrow morning they will be much more calm and be able to come to the reality of what really has happened. Now, in terms of the breakdown, in regional breakdown, Volta region has all 18 constituencies green. A little anomaly happened 4 years ago, and the region decided that we will not have that anomaly anymore. So 18 out of 18 back in the green corner. In the Upper East region, 15 out of 15 green. In the Upper West region, we have 11. We have 11 in the Upper West region. In the OT region, we have 9 out of 9. In the Savannah, we've got 6 out of 7. We've got 6 out of 7 in Savannah. In the Northern region, we have 11 out of 18. So the Northern region is back fully in the green corner. In the Western region, we've got 15 of the seats. 15 of the seats out of 17. That's a very strong performance in the Western region. In the Northeast, out of the 6 constituencies, we've got 3. And then we allow the Baumia to have the comfort of 3. You know, I mean, the wave has been so massive that at least there should be a little mercy on him. So the 3 constituencies are a little consolation. A little consolation for Dr. Baumia. But we said that will not last long. In the next election, we'll make sure we take all 3 from him. In the Central region, we won 18 of the seats in Central region out of 23. That's a massive performance. In Bono, we got 11 out of the 12. 11 out of the 12. So Bono is fully green. In Greater Accra, out of the 34 in Greater Accra. At the moment, we have 27, but we actually are looking 28 out of 20, out of the 34. Western North, I think Western North we lost just one. Only Swaman. So effectively, out of the 8, we got 7. We got 7 in the Western North. In Bono East, we actually lost just 1 as well. Bono East, we lost just 1, or at least only 1 is not yet confirmed to be with us. Only 1 is not yet confirmed to be with us. So we've actually got the remaining 10 of them in Bono East. In the Ashanti region, In the last election, we had 4 of them. We can confirm that as of today, we've got at least 8 of them in the bag. 8 of them in the bag. So that is the regional breakdown as far as the parliamentary contest is concerned. And as we say rightly, we're talking about a very significant majority, and a majority that we aim to use responsibly and use for the progress of the people of Ghana. Now, we also want to quickly comment on the fact that the process as far as the presidential results is concerned, we actually would urge the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, GHOne Mensah, and the team to want to make sure we do not unduly delay. We know for a fact that nothing can be done about it. It's totally already in the bag. And as the presidential candidate of the NPP himself did, conceding very early. I heard, again, our friends on the other side make a little, should I call it, consolatory notes about the fact that the first time in the history of Ghana that a presidential candidate conceded so very early. We want to commend them for that. We want to simply say that, I mean, when you have been swept with this tsunami, what else can you do, really? I mean, this green wave is so mighty, there's really very little you can do. The more you delay, the more you only make yourself look like a not very, very serious candidate. So, I mean, we appreciate the fact that they came out early to make the concession, but truly, there's very little choice that really was available. I mean, it is so comprehensive, it's so massive, there's really no other thing that really could be done. And so we want to urge the Electoral Commission that as much as we appreciate the need for there to be very thorough process, a meticulous process to ensure that the results move through the constituency coalition centers, to the regional coalition centers, to the national coalition center. The country clearly knows the deal already, and therefore we expect that as very early as possible, I mean, the final declaration will be made, and so that for the country to clearly know the final position, then our flag bearer will be in a position to address the country as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, in order to be able to let all of you appreciate the gratitude that he feels, the gratitude of the NDC, the gratitude of all the people who have voted for us for the job that has been done during this election. So these are critical issues that have come in the course of in the events that, I mean, since yesterday. We want to commend our officers led by our National Communication Officer, who has stood in our stead and updated you regularly as and when issues were happening. We want to thank the party chairman who addressed you earlier today regarding the calls that have been made by the Peace Council. We want to say that some of the things that have happened, for example, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that 2 people have lost their life in this election, and those 2 happen to be people who belong again to the NDC. The same way happened in 2020. We want to say these are unfortunate things. We should not have, we should progress beyond this situation. And that has been the situation anytime NDC has been in power. We've never had a situation like that. Even J. Rawlings, who was a military leader, not one person ever was killed in any election, I mean, national general election in our country. So it's really unfortunate that we'll have a president who actually was a former attorney general, a lawyer who prides himself to be a human rights advocate, and under his watch, both in 2020 and in 2024, we would have precious blood spilled simply because of the desperation to hang on to power at all costs. We also want to say that some of the things that we've heard where supporters of the NDC have had to sometimes mass up in coalition centers because of the real situation that happened both in 2020 and beginning of 2024. When you've heard, for example, military people who were literally in various communities trying hard to intimidate our people, situations where, because of the history of what has happened, they are in complete anxiety, knowing that anything at all can happen, because in 2020, that's exactly what happened. Seats that clearly were won by the NDC, before we realized all kinds of criminal things happened and results were changed. And from a position of about 145 seats that we clearly had won in 2020, it whistled all the way down to 137. So naturally, with that kind of history, you appreciate why a lot of our supporters this time around will be far, far more vigilant, would want to ensure that such a thing does not repeat itself. And we can give you that promise, and I'm sure President Mahama will be reiterating it tomorrow, that under our watch, there will be no need for one person to even what you call lose his life just because of desperation to hang on to power. So this very unfortunate thing, we hope to God that now that Nana Akufo-Addo has finally reached the sunset of what I can only describe as a disgraceful presidency, the most violent presidency in our history, a forgetful presidency. We can put this incidents of people dying on election day, on general election day, behind us, and be able to move into the future with maturity, with evolution, knowing that the will of the people must be respected at all times. We do not need to kill each other simply because we want to hang on to power at all costs. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. We wanted to give you an update, especially on the situation regarding the parliamentary result, and also let you know some of the seats that are still not completely confirmed, and to let you and to assure you that even though there's such a massive two-third majority clearly that we have won, you can rest assured as a country that it will not be one that will seek to simply do things for his own sake, but one that wants to leave a legacy, one that wants to show that it is possible to fight for the people of Ghana. That is what this business has been about. We want to again thank all of you for ensuring that the power of the people became massive and resonated in this election, so that the whole of Ghana will appreciate once and for all that power ultimately belongs to the people. Thank you very much.
So as the General Secretary of the now party electorate, Fifi Fiabi Kwete, telling the world the constituencies that they have snatched, those that they have maintained their seats in those regions, and then also telling the NPP that, well, there are some constituencies you think you have won, but according to our collated results, we have won. The final declaration will have to be made by the Electoral Commission, right?
Yes, and of course, at the constituency. The typical one is Obuasi East. So NDC is claiming it's one Obuasi East. NPP, per what Justin Frimpong-Kodia told us, they are also claiming that they have won Obuasi East. But the fact that we are even having a conversation about who has won or which party has won a seat in Obuasi in the Ashanti region, I should tell you that this is reflective of how things have played out as far as this election is concerned. Adam, a moment ago, was telling us a post he has seen on social media that had somebody saying that NDC seems to have won seats that they never even knew existed. Because they have to trick themselves and then, did that seat exist? Did we even campaign there?
It's the wind of change.
Yes. So basically that. Hopefully the EC gets them resolved. I'm told, of course, the NDC now has claimed that it has won the Nsawama Dwejiri seat, and that is a seat occupied by Frank Anodompreh, the majority chief whip. In my engagement with Tetonam Kumashi, a reporter we sent there, says there was an indication from Frank Anodompreh that he's headed to the court. Yes, for parliamentary elections, whenever there's a dispute, you go to the High Court, right? And hope and pray that the case is resolved in time. Especially when your party is leaving power.
It's not the sort of thing you want to have at this point. It
actually happened in Ayawaso West Wogo. The case went to the High Court. Natalie and Lily, guess what? When the case was completely dealt with, the tenure of that parliament had expired. So the victor, the one who was eventually pronounced as the MP-elect for that constituency, never got to occupy the seat in parliament because the tenure of that parliament had expired. And this is a real life story that happened in Ayawaso West Logan. And so, court today you go, but when you get justice.
Yes.
Yeah.
I found it interesting when Fifi Kwete mentioned 2/3 majority in parliament.
Yes.
But he said, which I think is critical, that it's not going to be abused. Right? The focus is going to be on legacy.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Well, and we've had that conversation where before Fifi Kwete even mentioned that it looks like the NDC has 2/3 majority in parliament. We had decoded that will be and then we had mentioned that if the government decides not to abuse it, it could actually inure to the benefit of the country. It's good that he's giving assurance that
it is.
The NDC, even though it has an overwhelming majority, a majority, in fact, that's closer to the first parliament of the Fourth Republic. And let me explain. The first parliament of the Fourth Republic was occupied by only NDC MPs because the MPP boycotted it over claims that the presidential elections were rigged. And like Fifi Kwete mentioned, at that point in time, we had a structure that says, let's organize the presidential elections first and know who our president is. Then subsequently, we'll organize the parliamentary election. I don't know why we thought about it that way. But it defies everything that's sensible. Because once you know who the president is, if you want development, you have to vote for the president's party's parliamentary candidate. And after we realized the damage that we had done with that arrangement, we decided to say that, okay, now let's hold the presidential and parliamentary elections together concurrently. Unfortunately, the delay in declaring the parliamentary result is what has resulted in what we are seeing with EC officials being shot, with some collation centers being vandalized, others being touched. That's the lesson we have learned today, that moving forward, let's collate the results, especially the parliamentary results, with alacrity. Once it's done and the pink sheet are secured, you are home and dry. If you delay, that's when the politicians will pile up pressure on you, the EC officials, to do their burden. And then we have what we're having on our hands. Yes. So, yes, indeed, NDC has a overwhelming majority in parliament, in a night parliament. It will make things virtually easy. See, we won't have arguments about nominees, ministerial nominees, as who will be rejected and who will be approved. We will have smooth sailing. We won't have issues about loan agreement and what the minority is saying is bad and that they are not going to pass it. It doesn't mean that the NDC government should also send bad loan agreements to parliament. Right? That's the point. Now, we don't have any teeth there to bite the government relative to agreement, contract, and what have you. But like Fifi Kwete said, we, the journalists, will equally flag those bad loan agreements if they show up in parliament. We will do that. Right? And as we keep on flagging, we are informing the population to take a decision on the administration come the next 4 years. Right? So the NDC has a blank check. No two ways about that. In fact, we've just handed the NDC a blank check. We've signed our signatures, and they have been asked to put in place the figures. So they will determine how much they withdraw. But then again, after 4 years, they will have to return to us to render account. So basically that's it.
But just by way of information for our viewers and our listeners on Stars 3.5 FM, 2 more regions have coming to the National Collation Center. That's the Upper West and the Bono East. So far, I have 4: the Central, the Western, North, OT, Eastern region, and now there's Upper West and then the Bono East region. But the certified results is Central, Western, North, and the OT regions. So far we have 7 regions coming in, and then for those regions we have 3 out of them.
So we told half was been certified.
Okay, so now we have 4. So I have for Central, Western, North, and OT haven't certified. We have Eastern region, then we have Upper West, and then the Bono East regions. So 3 more to be certified. We're in for a very, very long haul. But it appears the current regions we have are rather coming in faster than we anticipated.
Must say. I mean, if it's 7 now, I think it's
we have 9 more to go.
Yes, exactly. We have 9 more to go.
Gradually, and I hope that by 1 a.m., 2 a.m., we would have had all the results in. Then the EC will have its time to collate everything and then finally declare. But let me give you why you should drink Verna Natural Mineral Water. This election coverage is brought to you by Verna Natural Mineral Water, the official water on board for the 2024 general elections. Verna Water wishes all Ghanaians a peaceful election. And so Ivy was coughing a while ago, and thankfully we have Verna here to the rescue.
Right beside him. And Adam, of course, back there, he's been doing a lot of talking as well. He's also sipping on his Verna.
Let me equally take a water break.
And I should do the same.
Yes.
Lots of talking. We have a long way to go.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It has this coconutty taste. So this is why you should choose Verna Natural Mineral Water. Or don't you?
I think all of you deserve a pay raise.
I'm sure those in the back room are equally refreshed because we need a lot of energy.
Yes,
that's why we chose Verna Natural Mineral Water. But let's continue.
Yeah.
Just so you know, we're not only on TV, we're live on Star 103.5 FM, we're live on Ultimate, we're live on Empire and all our other affiliates across the country. Wherever you are, we're also live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, we're live on X. Please send us your thoughts and comments. If you live in Dom Kwabinya specifically, tell us why you decided to mass up the Constituency Collation Center.
And tell us why you decided not to vote for
Michael Quay Jr.
Professor Quay's son.
Isn't that simply the wind of change, Ivy?
Yes, but that constituency had been problematic with the way a manner Adjwasafo was hounded out, depending on where you stand, or was voted out. You can either use voted or hounded, right? And the issue about she giving birth, going AWOL, not showing up in Parliament, the comments that were made by high-ranking members of the New Patriotic Party, even in Parliament, and the fact that she still decided to contest and then she lost to Michael Quay Jr. And the fact that she belatedly decided to join the campaign. Initially, she was not. And so that was a sign to her supporters that probably she should just remain neutral or sit on the fence. And then eventually, she joined the campaign trail, but I think it was too little, too late. Alec Plim, her Akrugu,
yes,
had been very consistent. And you could tell that her numbers had been increasing one cycle after the other. And so it was always
but you know, interestingly, I had not seen her very visible in the constituency. That's where I live. That's where I vote. I had not seen her very visible in the constituency. It appears she was doing the groundwork instead of the very overt campaign that Michael Quay Jr. was doing. Michael Quay was all over. You see his bills all over. You see his posters. You see
branded
his
vehicles,
everything all over. But you would barely see Alec Plim around. You just see her bills 1 or 2 posters, even though her bills were equally visible. But you barely see her in passing on the streets, on walks, and talking to what you call it, commuters and drivers. But you saw that with Michael Quay. Does this suggest that she was on the ground? Like they say, elections are not won on social media. They are not won on TV.
You have to be on the ground. If there is one thing that's clear from what has just happened, there are many people that decided to vote against the MPP without NDC even directly going to them to campaign. It was like a default vote, right? If you are voting and then you've not been directly gotten in touch with, or you've not been directly touched by any of the two politicians, it became like a default for you to vote in favor of the NDC or vote out the NPP. And yes, I agree that even before the elections, we pick those same sentiments that there are many places that Plema Krugu had decided not to go because she assumed that they always voted this way.
Yeah.
They always voted for the NPP. And so, yes, you're right. Nonetheless, if you put all the votes in the constituency together, she has won. Her numbers have gone up. Professor Chris and that's Michael K. Jr. could not even do Adwosafo's numbers.
Is it that the constituents punished Michael Kwe for Adwosafo's doing?
It's possible.
Or is it that the constituents rejected Michael Kwe because he unseated Adwosafo?
See, it could have been possible that Adwosafo would have lost if she's the candidate, but now we'll never know.
Exactly.
Yes, so Ellie Plim's figures had been increasing even against Adwosafo. She went against Adwosafo twice.
Yeah.
In fact, in the 2020 election, Adwosafo was one of the candidates who was flagged as having lost. It was Adwosafo, it was Esle Uswekufo, it was Joe Gatti, it was even Katie Hammond. Those individuals were flagged as having lost. But lo and behold, they ended up winning.
Yeah.
There was one individual that was flagged as having lost, who has indeed now lost. Takwan Siayu.
Yeah.
Merkuduka. And I'm shocked by that outcome.
You're shocked by Takwan Siayu?
On one hand, on the other hand, I was not shocked.
Well, I was not particularly surprised.
What surprised
you? In 2020, there was an MPP lady who lost the primaries and went independent. And she did well. She actually crossed the 10,000 mark by way of votes, right? This time around, she was not in the race. So I was thinking, okay, those votes will return to the NPP, so that should be in the bag. And then I also look at another undercurrent there, the chieftaincy dispute there, which has factions clubbing each other, chopping each other with machetes. And it's been quite serious in the Takwa Insuayem enclave. And I'm told that the MP was embroiled in it one way or the other. And so that was another denominator that I looked at. Okay, so the lady who went independent might not be in the picture this time around, but there are other happenings there that will make it difficult for Merkuduka to win. But I still expected him to win, and we are now learning that Merkuduka lost. Yes.
So just by way of information, more numbers coming in. Natalie, you want to take that?
Right, so we've got Bono East 9 now, first of all. Bono East, Volta, Northeast as well. OT, which was earlier, Central, Western, North, Ahafo, Eastern, and Upper West. Yes, making the number 9.
So Eastern is finally
it's moving quite speedily.
It's
moving actually quite speedily.
That's good. It's impressive. We encourage them to keep faxing. How difficult should it be to fax? How difficult should it be to fax? Yes, and you can trust that they are still deploying the fax mechanism because it is the most secure. Even though at the point we're told that you could intercept fax document, change and switch some figures, and then before it lands at its destination. In fact, you see, our election landscape has been very interesting. Very interesting. Of course, the EC is still sticking to fax, and of course, the point must be made that nobody can intercept any fax document. You can't. What is inputted is what is received at the other end. And so that's why you now have 16 fax machines. It used to be 10 fax machines for the 10 regions.
Now we have 16.
Yeah, we have 16. And we have officers standing by those fax machines ready to receive them. And as and when they come, they are scrutinized. My shock is that they say the NDC rep, Araba says she has not personally cited the NDC rep.
She mentioned she was told he came through at a point briefly.
Yes, because
she hasn't cited
they are supposed to help the EC scrutinize these results and then certify them. Nonetheless, I'm sure before they are faxed, the NDC reps at the regional collation centers, they sign them off. And so once they come and they are signed off, there's very little you can do.
So it's not surprising, is it?
It's not surprising. It's not surprising. And I think, given how it has gone, we won't have stories of tea and biscuit and who took tea and who didn't get biscuit.
Right.
Yes.
Are they trying to avoid that? That's why the representative is not there.
Yeah, he could
so that he will go and take tea. Maybe he wants to take tea in his house.
Yes.
Or in their strong room.
Yeah, he can go with the packed food, and I'm sure that will be allowed.
And Ara says that, well, she's told that most of them say they will return, what, 9 a.m.? Tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Baby,
but we may actually, if the space
at this pace, you might get done before.
Yeah, we might get a declaration before even 5 a.m. because now we're left with 7.
Yes.
Because the presidential elections are not in contest. The challenges have been with the parliamentary in some constituencies. Right. So the presidential results are also collated within the same constituency collation centers. And so once those are ready, for instance, in Samuel Dwajiri, I'm not sure Frank Anodon is contesting Mohammed's votes. He's not, right? So that's why the Eastern region results are in. We're told 30 out of 33. Hopefully they just get to all the 33, and then we get that. So by the time these people will return by 9 a.m. tomorrow, they will come in and they will meet Jen Mensa ready to declare the results. And then we can all call this a wrap. Yes, but of course, be rest assured that we'll be here each step of the way until declaration.
Certainly.
And then after declaration, also bring you the inauguration of Parliament. and whatever that comes to.
One thing, I don't know if we discussed this. We've discussed a lot of things. I probably have. Jane Nana's candidature.
Yes, we have not particularly zoomed in on that.
And what it brings to governance.
Yeah.
Was she able to make any inroads for this campaign? You know, will she be able to make any impact in governance? I mean, we have played the gender card, haven't we? And now that
as you said earlier,
now that the affirmative action bill has been passed, is she going to champion more women in governance under this particular leadership?
Well, yes. So a number of things stood out for me, Lily. The first was, and I'm sure John Dramani Mahama, the NDC flag bearer, wanted to disabuse the minds of people, especially on the back of the comment about driver and mate. He mentioned some ministerial portfolios and tied them down to his vice presidential candidate. He mentioned health ministry, he mentioned gender ministry, he mentioned education ministry, that these 3 ministries will be handed over to Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, professor, as a vice president. That is never heard of before. And so if anything goes wrong at the health ministry, you have the vice president to hold responsible. If anything goes wrong at the education ministry,
because she was once an education minister, and as an educationist herself.
Exactly. If anything goes wrong at the gender ministry,
she's a woman.
She's a woman. And so now she has her KPIs. And I think it's good. It's good that for the first time we are being told that yes, maybe the president will not want her to be the head of the economic management team, but at least she has these 3 portfolios that she's managing, right? Even though she will be a member of the economic management team, she might not chair it, right?
When looking at her expertise, obviously.
Exactly. When you put that aside, the symbolism can never be underestimated. That young girls can then now say that I can rise to become the vice president of the land. That's a conversation we've never been able to have. Even in the US, it is just now that they are able to relate to that particular development. Okay, we have a lady as a vice president. And so don't underestimate the symbolism and its importance. Aside that, I think, like I mentioned, we're talking about the political permutations. I think Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman would not want to contest as a flag bearer of the
age is also not on her side.
Age is a factor, but aside the age, why do you think so?
Okay, I think there's that agreement, by and large, that the 2 individuals on the ticket will come, do their final term, because if for nothing at all, we all heard President Akufo-Addo take a dig at John Dramani Mahama that he's the only president in the 4th Republican dispensation who could not do 2 terms. And that means that he's a failure. President Akufo-Addo never lost any. In fact, he never allowed himself not to seize the opportunity to rub it in. on the campaign trail. Now, he's been finally given the opportunity to come and complete his final term, and then join in the same WhatsApp group that President Akufo-Addo probably will be creating for president who did 2 terms. He can then join that WhatsApp group, right? Eventually when he has it. And so I think the understanding is that the two of them will come, do the 4-year term, and then exit and usher in a new leadership for the NDC. But the Ghanaians will then determine as whether that new leadership for the NDC should continue or not. That's what I see happening.
Right, but do you foresee the NDC then picking probably a woman, say even in the next?
I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. I feel the NDC found a need to satisfy the majority,
which is the women
of the population. That's the women. The women actually form a majority of our population, 51% in essence. They found a need at this material point in time to satisfy that group. I think after this, they will say history has been made. So let's return to the status quo until otherwise decided, until otherwise determined. For instance, there were many people who felt with Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on the ticket of NDC, that would have been a compelling reason for the MPP to go
pick a female running mate as
but
well,
the
which
MPP
obviously
did
didn't
its
happen.
calculation and realized that politically it was not going to inure to its benefit. And it didn't. It didn't go along that tangent. And so when that time comes, the NDC will equally do its calculation, the political calculation, and then make that determination. But I don't foresee the NDC repeating the agenda card again in 2028. I might be wrong, but I don't foresee it happening. No, I don't. Right. In fact, there were many people within the NDC who wanted John Dramani Mahama to drop Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman as running mate.
And this is, I mean, he maintained her because, of course, he had her the first time around, and he maintained her.
Yes, because Natalie, it was going to be difficult to explain this away.
And it would have been suicidal.
Yes.
Yes, it would have been a very bad look as well.
In 2020, when you stood no chance, because usually Ghanaians don't vote out parties after
the 4-year mandate.
So to many people, John Dramani Mahama didn't stand a chance in winning in 2020. He performed extraordinarily well. He garnered 2 million more votes than he did in 2016, right? But many people believe that, okay, so you picked the woman at that time. Now that we all expected you to win, and then you say you are ditching her and going for another person, no. It was going to be difficult for them to explain politically. They stuck by that. You asked a question as to whether she brought anything to the table. Well, the central region now is delivered.
Yes.
Whether to her credit or not, it's delivered.
Was she very visible in the central region?
Right.
Yes, she went there to campaign. She met the traditional leaders, I think, a week to the elections. She went to the western region as well. I think if there's anything the NDC didn't do, they didn't pin her down to her home region. In fact, a few days to elections, 3 days to elections, she was in the OT region campaigning. And I was wondering why. And then I realized that those were areas that probably John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer, could not go. And time would not have permitted him to go there. So they sent the running mates there. And so, yes, she campaigned. And of course, the question will be, what did she campaign on? She actually campaigned on issues. In fact, I picked reports of members of her team who were a bit agitated that when they were giving her national issues to comment on, she was still sticking to the policy messaging. And today,
as opposed to national issues.
Yes, as opposed to throwing jabs and commenting on trending national issues, right? She was still ready to stick to the script and talk about policy, women bank, abolishing double track system, and until she went to say the 24-hour economy, until she went to the OT region and asked the region to punish MPP because the MPP denied the SAL people
representation.
That sort of disposition helped out in comparison to the MPP running mate.
Yes, the MPP
because
running
we know
mate.
it's very vocal. I mean,
see, I personally sat, of course, like I mentioned, very vocal. I personally sat here and said that NAPO should never talk about Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, right? And whenever I met the NPP people and we're having conversations, I mentioned that because I knew that there was that tendency for him to slip and say something about her, which would then become an attack on women, and that could easily have happened. Of course, you mentioned how highly opinionated NAPO was, and when you engage the MPP people, they will tell you that there were some comments that they could have done without.
Yes, certainly.
Right.
You're in Nkrumah and...
You're in Nkrumah, God's even Nyankopɔnkra, Anajo Oda, and many other
Did
comments.
God sleep on the NPP then?
If indeed God sleeps, yes, then I'll answer you. Yes. we all know God doesn't sleep, right? We all know God doesn't sleep. And so that might have been a slip, right? But then you explain it as such, that it's a slip. Even the president, when he slept, indicated that man can
And Napo also did that slip.
Yes, and on a number of occasions, right? And it was explained that, oh yes, it was, of course, Fifi Boafo engaged. When we engaged him, he had mentioned that, oh no, it was just a slip, and that was when he referenced John Dramani Mahama instead of referencing Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, his boss. We will spend time later to talk about what Napo brought to the table, and that's if
it helped or hurt.
If it helped or hurt.
Right.
He was supposed to deliver the Ashanti region. He has not been able to, right? And so if that is the measuring rod, then you will say an emphatic no. But you see, sometimes if the odds are against the ticket, it doesn't matter who is playing the supporting role. And here I want to save Napo and say that if even John Ajikun Kufuor joined the campaign trail, addressed the people of Ashanti region directly, and that did nothing to move them to come to the voting center to vote, then why blame Napo?
Clear that.
Yes, then why blame Napo? The odds were just stacked against any attempt to break the 8. And in the final analysis, when the figures are home and dry, when both parties are analyzing, they will just realize that their supporters just felt, let's reset the MPP. And that was it. People who would have ordinarily voted MPP sat back and said the party needed a reset.
Definitely, the party will need to regroup, restructure, and come back stronger. Hopefully, in 4 years, or they will have to wait till the 8-year mandate of the NDC runs out and then come back. If Ghanaians will give them access to power again. But this is still our continued coverage of the 2024 general elections. Quite a long haul. Thankfully, now we have 9 regions. We have 7 more to go. Which have come to the...
Not to cut you, but if we had decided not to increase the regions, we would have been expecting just 1 more.
You know? but by now, my bags would have been packed. But we take a break here. I am still here. My name is Lily Mohammed. I'm still here with Natalie Fort and Ibrahim Al-Hassan, our head of political desk. We take a break here. We'll bring you some speeches and some profiles, hopefully. And then when we come back, we'll have more analysis for you. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of 2 things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change, at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
So you've just seen.
He aims to revitalize the country with his 24-hour economy policy. Once upon a time, known as Commissioner General, this candidate is determined to get the economy back on track within 4 years. He hopes Ghanaians will give him the opportunity to lead the nation once again. Who is he?
John Dramani Mahama.
Mr. John Dramani Mahama.
John Mahama.
John Dramani Mahama. John Dramani Mahama.
Ghana ya Mobodudo.
The former president and NDC presidential candidate was born on 29th November 1958 in Damongo, which was then the capital of the West Gonja district in the northern region. He is the son of Emmanuel Adama Mahama, the West Gonja constituency MP and the first regional commissioner of the northern region under Ghana's first president Kwame Nkrumah. He received his basic education at Achimota Basic School and later moved to the Ghana Secondary School in Tamale. In 1981, he received a Bachelor of Arts degree in history but was forced to flee to Nigeria, where his father was living in exile. However, in 1983, he returned to Ghana and enrolled in a postgraduate program in communication studies at the University of Ghana and received a postgraduate degree in social psychology from the Institute of Social Sciences in Moscow in 1988. Mr. Mahama was employed as an information officer at the Embassy of Japan in the Republic of Ghana from 1991 to 1995. And moved on to join the non-governmental organization Plan International as a sponsorship and grants manager in the Ghana country office from 1995 to 1996. It wasn't until 1996 that John Dramani Mahama entered Ghanaian politics. He joined the National Democratic Congress and was elected to the Parliament of Ghana to represent the Bole Bamboi constituency. He was re-elected in the 2000 and 2004 elections. During this time, he was appointed a Deputy Minister for Communications in 1997 and then Minister for Communications from November 1998 until January 2001. He also became Minority Parliamentary Spokesperson for Communications from 2001 until 2005 and then from 2005 until 2008. The year 2008 was a defining moment for Mr. Mahama as he partnered the late Professor John Evans Atta Mills to helm the affairs of government from 2009 to July 2012, where he assumed command of the nation following the death of the GHOne.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
During the 2012 elections, Ghanaians gave him the nod to occupy the Flagstaff House. As such, on 7th January 2013, John Dramani Mahama was sworn into office as the President of the Republic of Ghana, making him the first Ghanaian head of state to have been born after Ghana's declaration of independence on 6th March 1957. According to Mr. Mahama's website, Ghana's ranking when it came to press freedom rose from 41st in 2012 to 26th in 2016 under his administration. In 2016, however, Mr. Mahama was unable to secure a second term as president, losing out to the NPP's candidate then, Nana Akufo-Addo.
On the basis of the foregoing figures, and by the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
I will leave it to history to be the judge of my time and contributions while in that highest office. Indeed, we are dealing with a situation already. Let me make a distinction between what Ghanaians call dumso, that is outages. We have two phenomena. We have load management, which used to be called load shedding, and we have outages. Load shedding is implemented when the amount of power is insufficient to meet the demand. Outages are the common occurrences that happen with overloaded transformers or blasted cables or something like that. So there are two differences. What we're going through currently is a load management or load shedding, if you prefer to call it that, created by an act of God. A ship's anchor broke the West African gas pipeline and knocked out 320 megawatts of our generation.
Despite being a distinguished statesman, Mr. Mahama's administration was marred by frequent power outages, which became a significant issue during his tenure. This challenge arguably overshadowed many of his contributions to the country.
I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation. How well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all, and done so with the best of intentions for my God and my country.
During the 2020 elections, Mr. Mahama contested with the hope of returning to power. He, however, lost to the incumbent president, Nana Akufo-Addo. The NDC later petitioned the Supreme Court over alleged irregularities. Then, on 24th April 2024, Mr. Mahama announced Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman as his running mate for the 2024 elections.
When people were dying and they needed just a little bit of help, you will not find in his term an Ejapa-like manifesto. And you will not find him as president clearing malfeasance and writing love letters to prejudice a bad situation.
She had previously contested the same position in the 2020 elections. As a family man, John Mahama is married to Lordina Mahama, to whom he has been married to for 32 years. Together, they have 5 children. Outside of being a politician, the former president is also an author, having published his book, My First Coup d'etat and Other True Stories from the Lost Decades of Africa, in July 2012. He attributes the awakening of his consciousness and subsequent actions to that fateful day in 1966 when Ghana's founding president Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was ousted in a military coup documented in the first chapter of his book.
If
given the nod, the NDC presidential candidate will be the first president in Ghana's history to return to serve another term in the Fourth Republic.
I want to be able on the 7th of January 2025 to go to Black Star Square in Accra and hand over the baton of government to the next MPP presidential candidate.
This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1957. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with enticing promises. Most Ghanaians will agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. This government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already. Akufo-Addo said he can't hand over to John Mahama because John Mahama will not protect his legacy. You remember that? But his own vice president is running away from his legacy. His own vice president is running away from Akufo-Addo's track record. 7th December 2024, we're going to hold elections. And I know in the name of Mao Sogbo-Lisa, NDC is going to win the election.
When we were talking digital, people could not relate it to the economy. They couldn't see what I was seeing.
You may know him as Mr. Digital or the driver's mate seeking to be handed the steering wheel. He's very vocal about his government's free SHS initiative. He believes Ghana's economy is already running 24 hours thanks to the digital agenda. Who else are we talking about other than Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia?
Today, I hear John Mahama has a new idea that he wants a 24-hour economy. I say, I don't know where he got the idea from.
Vice President Dr. Bawumia chairs the Economic Management Team, which is broadly responsible for shaping the government's policies and guiding their implementation. You can say he's walking the talk, as he famously stated, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you.
When in doubt, observe the exchange rate. The lesson from history for governments is that you cannot manage the economy with propaganda. In fact, you can engage in all the propaganda you want, but if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you.
Every sector of our economy has gone backwards. All our institutions have gone back. Trust in the judiciary is at the lowest in history. Trust in all the institutions have gone down under his administration. NDC is going to come and reset this country. When you are using your phone and your phone freezes, what do? You reset it. How do you reset it? You restart it. And when you restart it, it starts working again. Ghana needs a restart. Ghana needs a reset. NDC is going to come and reset Ghana. and create prosperity for all of us.
To sustain and expand Ghana's rebounding economy, create new jobs, implement wide-ranging tax reforms, build Ghana into a world-class digital economy, reduce the cost of living, expand public infrastructure, provide better health care for all, implement affirmative action for women and girls, and expand educational opportunities for all, provide good governance, care for the elderly, protect our environment, boost sports, creative arts, and tourism, protect our borders while keeping our neighborhoods safe. I represent the future, and Ghana needs an upgrade and not a reset.
Is the Christian
Upper East has also gone green. They have swept all 7 seats in that region. Quite interesting. Ibrahim Alhassan will check with the numbers first and see whether the NPP held any seat in the Upper East region, and then the numbers prior to the 2024 election.
Yes, with the seat arrangement, yes, I think that will be a number of seats that the NPP held. I don't know, that will be the Ambrose Derry's constituency. It's in the Upper East region. The former Interior Minister, he's lost. And then, of course, for Upper West and Upper East, and then when you go to Upper West, we had Tinia. Right, Amidu Tinia.
No, Nandom is not in the Upper East. Nandom is
that will be Upper West.
No, Nandom is either in the Savannah or Nanton. Okay,
yes.
but
let me
Nanton probably is in the.
Let me pull that out.
Okay.
Yes. So
Nanton is in the northern region.
Northern region. Yes.
So Nandom is Upper West or East.
Yes, I think Nanton is in the northern region, of course, but Nandom.
Yeah.
Nandom.
So Nandom is Upper West region.
Okay.
Nandom is Upper West region, yes. And so for Upper West, the NDC has equally swept all the seats because it used to be Nandom for Ambrose Derry, and then Sisala is for Amidu Tinia, and so Amidu Tinia has lost, and then Ambrose Derry has equally lost. So for Upper West, it is all the seats now going to the NDC. Upper East, as you mentioned, yes, I think the Busa South, Busa North, all still remaining with the NDC. The Bolgatanga East, Bolgatanga Central,
Boko Central,
Bongo. Navrungu, Garu, Tempane, Zabila. Yes, so you're right. It means that all the Boko seat, what's the name? The Upper East seats are also with the NDC. Oti, all the seats with the NDC. It was the Karachi East constituency that was up for a contest, right? The last time, in 2020, the MPP almost retained that seat. The NDC took it from the NPP, and that has equally been retained. When it comes to the Volta region, as we already mentioned, all the seats in the Volta region, NDC, and that explains why the NDC talks about getting 2/3 majority, because indeed that is a reality. In the northeast, that's the home region of the vice president and the NPP flag bearer. It used to be 4-2, 4 in favor of the NPP and then 2 in favor of the NDC. Today, as we speak, it's 3-3.
Right.
And so that's the home region of the vice president and NPP flag bearer. One constituency that would have been very embarrassing if the NPP had lost would have been Wale Wale.
Because that's the home region of Dr. Bawumia.
His actual constituency. So regardless of the issue with Ajia Zuera and then Kabiru, Mahama, Dr. Kabiru managed to win that seat. Many people felt because of the internal strife, the NDC could...
So I understand in 2020, Binduri,
Binduri,
was for the NPP.
Binduri, yes, and it's been taken over by the NDC now. So the only seat in the Upper East region that was with
the NPP has been taken back
to the NDC.
Wow.
Yes, so that's Binduri. Yes.
And then you're talking about Wale Wale.
Yes, I was talking about
why it would have been a huge embarrassment.
Yes, indeed. And so there were many people who actually felt, I was having a conversation with Musa, and he said they didn't mind the seat going to even the NDC. What the message was that they should just turn out in their numbers and then turn up in their numbers and vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But I was telling him that no, I'm not sure that's a very politically correct message to push across. Just your home constituency. That constituency has actually been with the NDC for some time, until in 2012, 2016, Dr. Sagri Bambangi won and retained it. And then he lost the party's primaries, and then Ajia Juira, who is a direct relative to the vice president, won it. She was made the gender minister. She lost the primaries in a very controversial way. In fact, they had the elections twice. The first one, she was declared loser. She went to the court. The court then quashed the first elections. They had another one, and then Mr. Kabiru, who is a special advisor to the office of the vice president, won. The last campaign that took place in that constituency, which had in attendance the vice president and MPP flag bearer, on the podium, the MPP parliamentary candidate decided to kneel before the cousin or the sister whom he defeated at the primaries and then beg for forgiveness. She didn't even turn to look at him, and this was before the cameras. Right, so that left many people wondering whether there will be unity and the implications that will have on the chances of Dr. Kabiru. But as the results is showing now, indeed Kabiru managed to win that seat, the Wale seat. So it still remains with the NPP. Of course, the vice president equally won the constituency. The regional results, Northeast, is yet to come. But if 2020 is anything to go by, even President Akufo-Addo won that region. And so we can safely say that the vice president will win that region. So the regions that we expect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to win: Eastern, Ashanti, Northeast, Northern region, Savannah. With the way the parliamentary elections have gone, I'm not sure we can say that any
he went in favor of the NPP.
Of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The Bono enclaves, we are NPP might win one of the Bono regions, right? So that will make Bono one of the Bono regions, Ashanti, Eastern, and that's Northeast. That will be 4.
Wow.
So 4 out of the 16 regions might go to the NPP, and the 12 will go to the NDC. Like I said, even in the but you see,
it's shocking. Yeah, it's actually shocking.
The thing with the regional demarcations is that if MPP had won, say, 80% of the vote in Ashanti region, with about 80% voter turnout, voter turnout is very critical. 80% voter turnout. The NPP is capable of winning any presidential election with just 3 or 4 regions maximum. Because of the numbers in Ashanti region. We don't practice what you call electoral college. So the number of regions you won does not really matter.
Take effect.
The question is, by what margin are you winning? And nominal numbers, right? And so when we had 10 regions, MPP had actually won the elections with 4 regions before. 1 Bono Ahafo, 1 Eastern, 1 Greater Accra, 1 Western, and that was enough. NDC won the rest of the regions, but still
it didn't
lost.
Amount to
Yes, so if it had been electoral college, then you argue that win as many of the regions as possible, then you have what it takes to form a government. Here, it's nominal numbers, 50 plus 1. Even if 2 regions can give you your 50 plus 1, that's enough. Yes, but you can mount the moral argument that why was somebody who lost in, say, 8 out of 10 regions be having legitimacy in calling himself a president and governing over a nation that had 8 other regions voting against the person? Per the structure of our constitution, it doesn't really matter. If one region can give you 50 plus 1, that region can make you a president.
But earlier I saw a document of Mahama's first 120-day social contract with the government of Ghana.
Yes.
I'll take the first 6, and Natalie, you can also take the other 6. The first one says, I will nominate within the first 14 days a complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Then, 2, constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the 4th Republic in my first 90 days in office.
60 appointees in all. We will be counted.
Absolutely. Establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials.
That's a bit of a, I guess you couldn't be overly specific in such a...
Yes.
And I think look at the length of the document, but you're wondering... code of conduct and standards?
Yes. There was something in offering in Parliament, more or less like a bill that is to, once passed, will regulate the conduct of public office holders.
Serve as a check.
Generally, serve as a check. And so it talks about many other things, even gifts that you are allowed to receive, how you conduct yourselves, right?
Conduct yourself in what context?
Okay, so for instance, in Parliament, when we talk about code of conduct for members of Parliament, it's about do's and don'ts, generally.
Right.
And of course, as we speak, if you are a member of Parliament and you want to engage in private business, you must seek for clearance and permission, and many other things, right? Like I said, what declaration of your assets, and many people have wondered why we still operate the system as we operate it. We declare the asset, it's put in an envelope, it's locked, and then the key is thrown somewhere. Nobody gets to know what you have declared in there. Many people have suggested that no, we should...
Let's make it public.
First, make it public. Second, every year you should be allowed to come and then tell us what you have added onto your assets.
So accounting to the people.
Exactly. So, or just amend whatever you presented and indicate that within the year I've been able to acquire one extra phone. Right? Yes.
It's necessary.
It's very necessary. I mean, because you just declare before you come into office. Usually you will have nothing.
So and a lot of the assets may be made within the
exactly.
And that's the point.
The cash.
Yes, that's the cash. So in the process of you executing your mandate as a public officer or a government appointee, every year, if you make,
that's necessary.
I see, and they found ways of circumventing the process. They actually acquired assets in names of other people, right? So mothers, siblings, and once the assets are not in your name, you are able to circumvent the process, right? And so it's difficult, and I'm sure that's why they talk about a code of conduct or a code of ethics that will regulate some of these things. Let's see how it plays out. It will be scrutinized, right?
The fourth one says, hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget.
Yes, the Senti, I'm sure this will be Senti 2.0, right? An upgraded version of Senti. And I've heard financial analysts like Dr. Richmond Etuahen, the banking consultant, make the same argument that given where we are as the state of our economy, there's a need for everybody who has one suggestion or the other to come and sit at the table, and then have that national conversation about where we should be headed. Because let's pay attention to the fact that many of our debts have been suspended, payment of the debts have been suspended. They will kick in from next year and next 2 years. We have restructured our debts. So now the freedom we have financially is because we are not paying those debts. We need to find money to pay. That's how we're going to pay. We might have to once again borrow to defray the debt. And as we are borrowing from the international capital market, which we have been shut from for the next 1 or 2 years, we will have to pay higher interest. And so it becomes cyclical, right? We got to where we got to because we were over borrowing. And we were borrowing for other projects rather than capital projects that were capable of paying for themselves. We're borrowing largely for other consumption related expenditure or things that were not
generating
in a way income generating things that could pay for themselves, right? So if care is not taken, many have suggested that we will have to remain with the IMF for a while longer. Mind you, under John Dramani Maham's administration, as at 2015, we went to the IMF. When the party lost power in 2016, in 2017 we were still under the IMF program. We were supposed to exit. It was actually part of the campaign promises of the NPP that they will take Ghana from the IMF and ensure that we never return. When the government, the now administration came and realized that things were not as rosy as they envisaged, they asked for an extension. So we stayed a while longer with the IMF, thinking that will give us the needed antidote to solve our economic problems.
Issues.
We hesitated, and of course, I don't need to remind anybody about the Kinky Party and what have you, but yes, that was what happened. Years down the line, we went back to the IMF in a wheelchair, right? Yes.
We went back limping.
Yes.
Well, not limping. We're actually on a stretcher.
Exactly. Because after the time we were in a wheelchair and the suggestions were that let's go. We were very proud.
We took a very definite stance and said we will never return to the IMF.
That's true.
And then when the disease finally attacked all our organs,
exactly,
and we couldn't move, and finally on the stretcher, then we were wheeled to the theater.
And we went there, and then we got another program. The caution now is that if you don't take it, what happened in 2017 will repeat itself, where we are expected to exit after 3 years. And as it stands now, relative to going to the IMF or finding solutions to our economic problems, the two parties are virtually in the same soup.
Right.
So the previous NDC administration went to the IMF for a program. They had not been able to see the program through. They lost.
Yeah.
MPP came in, extended it for a while, exited, and we celebrated the exit. Things were quite rosy because every year we were going to the capital market and we were borrowing $3 billion. That gave us some semblance of economic stability, especially with the depreciation of our cedi. Once you have the dollars flowing, your cedi will relatively be stable. Now, COVID came. And because we didn't have buffers.
Our famous line.
Yes.
COVID-19, Russia, Ukraine.
And because we didn't have buffers. And because we didn't have buffers.
The whole Ghana Beyond Aid.
Yes.
In the foot, really.
Yes.
It really did.
It's interesting you bring in Ghana Beyond Aid because, we're all very particular about that. We felt, it's a national agenda, national crusade.
That we must all rally together.
We're looking within
and rally behind
to tap into our resources.
Internally.
And then we can look the West in the eyes and tell them that we are capable of managing our own affairs. In fact, we can actually walk in Nkrumah's talk.
The black man is capable of managing his own affairs.
We kept saying that until we realized that cannot be.
Akufo-Addo passion. When I think a visit to the French President Macron, that's when he made that declaration. Very passionate, strong-worded. And Africa came with the energy, and it's not just beyond it. Africa beyond it. At some point, it was even picking up.
Yes, it was.
But it died down very quickly.
It died down because the talk was great, but the action was limited. Right? Yes, indeed, we have resources down here, but those resources and the uses we are putting them to, is that enough? At the point, it was so dire that we had to fall on some multinational companies to pay their taxes ahead of time so we could get money to finance governance, to pay salaries. It was that difficult at the point. And so, because every year we're going to the capital market, the year that the lender said, no, hold on, our rating agencies are telling us that you might default in paying us our debt, right? So we are not willing to give you any money anymore. Then we found ourselves wanting. The $3 billion that we were getting was not coming. We had started projects that were capital intensive, and we had put those projects on Government of Ghana budget. And we were on the brink of going bankrupt. Our creditors were on us, right? In essence. So therefore, we had no option than to swallow our pride and return to the IMF. And I think that is the quickest, in fact, between the NDC's IMF and NPP's IMF is the quickest we've ever gone back to the IMF. Yes, because the counter argument is that we contribute to the setting up of the IMF, we pay our dues, and in times of need, the IMF is an institution that is supposed to come to your aid. So why not? What stops us from going there? Yes, so we are there. In fact, we are told that another tranche of over $300 million is ready. But we can be rest assured that it won't be given to the outgoing administration. Yes, it won't be given to the outgoing administration. I'm sure that will be the tranche that will come for the new administration to use for the transition period. Right. Aside that, and you talk about the Ghana Beyond Aid. Still dwelling on that a while longer. It was a brilliant idea.
It was.
But just that we didn't have the resources to go with it. Now, it died immediately we decided to pick a skyline from Kenya when we were developing the charter. we contracted somebody to develop a Ghana Beyond Aid charter, and then the design of like a small booklet, and that contain what exactly we are to do to achieve the Ghana Beyond Aid. And so when the design came out, I think it was Ras Mubarak who detected that, then Kumungu MP who detected that the skyline is not from Ghana, it's from Kenya. And I'm sure that was the final nail in the coffin. And then of course COVID came, and we talk about COVID in a way that many people will feel we're the only country that was affected by COVID. No, we're not. But that's not to say that COVID did not affect Ghana's economy. It did. But it did because we didn't have buffers. We were walking on borrowed time.
It just exposed that. Really.
And once the lender said no, we were doomed. And no country should live like that.
Exactly.
Now, we are still living on people borrowed money, but at least it's better now because we borrow from within. Now the treasury bills, that's how come every time government goes out there, it's oversubscribed. That's how come the DDEP didn't even affect treasury bills, because if government had made the mistake of touching treasury bills, the only oxygen that's actually fueling our existence today as a country
would have been touched.
Dead. And so even that, the rate at which we are borrowing from the domestic market through treasury bills, the economic analysts are warning that if care is not taken, in the end we might have to touch and vary the terms of payment. But that's for the next economic minister, finance minister to think about, right? Yes, but these are all the challenges that the MPP had to grapple with. Reason why we are having the results that we are having today. It's all about the economy. Every other thing is subsidiary to the economic conversation.
Absolutely. Number 5, he says, within my first 90 days in office, scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. The E-levy, COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, and emissions levy. I mean, these what do you call it? Taxes. He talked about it on the campaign trail a number of times. Even on the day of the final rally, these are some of the things, even though his speech was particularly short, he talked about all these things. So it's no surprise that it's in here.
Exactly, and he was not the only one who talked about this. Regardless of who won the elections,
Dr. Baumia talked about
repeated the same thing. But the challenge with Dr. Baumia in getting this to stick in the minds of the people was that
you were part of the people that passed it.
That's it.
It's as simple as that. And it's valid, isn't it?
Very.
Because
very.
You are part of the kitchen stuff. Now you're coming as
all of a sudden
to tell us that the food was not tasty.
Yes, and the NDC managed to paint a good picture in that regard. That I am part of this government. By my government will do better than my government, because indeed it's your government that is in office now. But the government,
especially when you are the vice president
and
chairman of the economic management team.
You get that. And so the economic conversation, I think, yes, attempts were made, but the NPP campaign never got a definite answer to the economic questions. And initially, especially when people attempted to absolve the vice president from blame. In fact, we were told at the point that he was not the chairman of the economic management team, and that there was an economic subcommittee in cabinet that was chaired by Alan Martin. We had those conversations, and so many people were wondering, oh, okay, so is he shirking his responsibility relative to the management of the economy? I think from the beginning, the narrative should have been that I took charge of the economy. These are the positives. These are the negatives. How are we going to work on the negatives? This is the solution. But then we will need time to work on them, because there were these external factors that jolted us one way or the other. That is a definite conversation.
Yes, it was as though he was, I wouldn't say running away from it, but just not facing it head on.
That's the point.
Was it not because of that the president absorbed him of blame and said the buck stops with him?
Exactly. At the point the president mentioned that. But the challenge with that messaging was that the president himself, on a number of podiums and during the campaign in 2016, mentioned that he tapped Dr. Baumia specifically because of his economic prowess and his finance background and the fact that he's worked at the Bank of Ghana. Former President Kufuor recently mentioned that his savior, when he was the president, was the deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana then, who is Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. And I remember on Morning Star, we were wondering how Dr. Paul Akwa would feel, because Paul Akwa was the Bank of
Baumia's boss.
Yes. And so
it means that all the decisions were bypassed Dr. Paul Akwa and went straight to Baumia. I'm wondering,
or he was given specific
assignments
and he executed to the best of his ability. So this is just to tell you that Dr. Baumia, everybody noted his economic prowess, and that was what was sold, right? The economic crisis we found ourselves in did not help him.
No, that's not at all.
So when we talk about Dr. Baumia inheriting Akufo-Addo's baggage, we must as well add that as a baggage for both of them, because it's a team, right? It's because of the inability to clearly communicate that we did this, we did that, we did that. And there was also that rush to always say that it could have been worse. If people wanted worse things, they wouldn't have voted out that party that you think, if it was in power, will have made things worse. And that's the NDC. And so the cedi depreciates from 4 cedi to 17 cedis. People are looking at the nominal numbers, right? And you explain that, no, look at the rate. Ours is better than that of the NDC. Oh, if we're happy with that of the NDC,
then why did we kick them out?
That's the point. And I hope the NDC will not come and repeat that.
because it feels as though these politicians like to repeat themselves. If the speeches yesterday of both the NPP and the NDC were anything to go by, same thing, similar, happened in 2020. The NDC ran to the public to say, oh, we're winning, stay calm. And then the NPP was very definite. I mean that, don't worry, just wait on the results. We flipped the coin. Yesterday, we had the NPP saying we're winning. We had Dennis Miracles clearly saying that we're winning and the results are coming in. And then the NDC also says, calm down. The EC will declare us winner. Just go and police the balance. Be vigilant. Just calm down. And so that's what we saw, and that bet the famous comfortable lead. And basically, yes. And of course, yesterday when I heard Miracles Abuaji, the campaign spokesperson, speak, there was nothing about his demeanor that would tell you that is from a losing party. For that, they did very well, carried themselves very well, full of smiles, and then indicated or reminded Ghanaians that in 2020, the NDC did the same thing. And when the cookies finally crumbled, the MPP had won eventually. And then he ended up by saying that we should wait for the EC. Immediately I heard wait for the EC. I knew that, of course, we all knew because we saw the numbers and we knew the trend that had been established. But yes, I agree with you that the table has flipped, right? And then you have the NDC now having an overwhelming endorsement. In fact, at least 56%. That's overwhelming presidential endorsement. What you do with that kind of endorsement, right, it's very necessary. I can tell you that former President Mahama, upon his return, will have just 2 years to turn things around before people become disenchanted. See, in this country, and I'm sure that every political watcher and many of us will relate to this, Akufo-Addo had the biggest goodwill. In fact, even going into the 3rd year, Ghanaians still had goodwill for Akufo-Addo. And that afforded him opportunity to do things that no other president could even think about doing. And then he could get away with it. Right? The goodwill was there. And because people in 2016 felt they had seen the worst of governance, right? And then voted out the NDC. Now, with what has transpired and the fact that the former president is returning and the fact that he has just one term, time is not on his side. I'm sure by now he started making his appointments. I'm very sure. Yeah.
I'm very sure that if he doesn't have the paper in front of him as we speak, because
if he
he's
actually
receiving
didn't
president-
prepare it during campaign,
prior,
Yes.
really, citing,
Yes,
you know,
yes,
who
he will be doing that, and with the overwhelming number of MPs he will have, we expect his appointees to be vetted and approved in less than 1 month. With no resistance on opposition from anywhere, right? Good, and that will be the typical hitting the ground running. Yes. So with the levies, they just had to go. They just had to. In fact, I would have wished that President Akufo-Addo repeals the e-levy act before he leaves. I would have wished, in fact, and I've heard many MPP supporters say that, why didn't the president do that for the vice president? Yes, I think it's got something to do with the IMF conditionalities, right? Because we had spent beyond our means, and we had to improve our revenue mobilization mechanisms. And that's how come we felt e-levy will be better in revenue mobilization than the toll booths. And then we ended up.
Now that you bring that up, if we're scrapping the e-levy, are we bringing back the toll?
Of as for the toll booth returning, it's non-negotiable. Even the government that scrapped the toll
indicated
was bringing the toll booth back. Dr. Baumia, as part of his campaign messages, had mentioned that government will go into partnership with the private sector, construct roads and toll them. And toll the roads and then recover. Once they recover their investment, it becomes a state property. So expect your road tools to return.
Now, the number 6 says, within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. A lot of businesses have been complaining about cost of import duties.
Especially vehicles. I've heard many young people who had one dream or the other of owning a particular brand of vehicle, right? And then they kill themselves, work hard, and then they save. And for the past 3 years, they've been able to save. Now, the amount of money that they were saving, they have it. But guess what? The price has doubled. In some instances, tripled. So if it took them 3 years to save, you have to save for another 6 years. And I bet you, by the time they are done saving,
it's going to
go up
higher.
again, right? A typical vehicle that's used is Toyota Vitz, the one they use for both ride-hailing apps. 25,000, 30,000 3 years ago. Now 80,000, 85,000.
You need more than 70,000 to purchase one,
and that's for that sort of a
So yes, and it explains why even the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had mentioned about import duties, flat rates, and what have you, because something ought to be done about it. Non-negotiable.
Now, the 7th point is also of particular importance. Commence drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. Commence drafting the needed legal amendments. Okay, so there are going to be some legal amendments.
The much touted 25.
The tariffs, of course, the 24-hour economy, when they explain, they talk about the fact that if you sign up, you will be made to pay less tariffs, right, by way of usage of electricity, right? And there are other incentives that you'll be given. It's just like
but it's not mandatory.
It's not mandatory. Yes, and that was the conversation we're having. That the outgoing president, Nana Donko Akufo-Addo, at the final rally of the NPP, had mentioned that food policy is voluntary. That policy should not be voluntary. 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
If you have any document to pick from the passport office, you can come to your regular work, close at 5 p.m., move there and go and pick it. Instead of leaving your office during the working period to go there and then go and
which
pick
affects
one
productivity
or the other. Look at the ports. If Tema Port is to operate 24/7, you could clear your goods even at night, right? And many other sectors of the economy that can have this activated. So if there's a need for a legal regime, why not?
Yeah.
So we are projecting John Dramani Mahama as winner headed to. So are we going to resurrect the conversation about Jubilee House, Flagstaff House?
At this point,
I think it will be a needless conversation.
I think
it
so
will be
too.
a
That's what I was
distraction.
just about to say.
It will be a distraction that I don't expect the former president to take or bring up. However, I expect the Republic Day to return as a holiday, non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. We should have 1st July return as a Republic Day and as a holiday. That one is non-negotiable because you only attain a Republican status once. Yes, we've been arguing, we've been telling ourselves that first Republican dispensation, second, fourth, yes. But when we decided not to have the Queen as our ceremonial head of state was 1st July 1960. And that was when the country attained a Republican status. It became a sovereign state. That ought to be a holiday. And hopefully after next year, when it becomes a holiday, no president ever will tamper with it. Yes, it's not negotiable.
Yeah, no, we've been bringing you continuous coverage on
and even the IT guys, social media, our general manager, our CEO, everybody has been involved.
But we are still on it. We're still on it. We're literally here.
Yeah, we're all still here. We want to ensure that we're giving you the results till the final declaration by the National Returning Officer, GHOne Adekwemen. So we're back shortly. Do stay tuned in.
Hours, Ghana stands on the edge of a defining moment.
thank you so much for staying here on your election hub.
Nothing says you want to talk about it. Where are you? Where are you now?
It is the will of the people as expressed at the polls.
I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
than 13 hours, Ghana stands on the edge of a defining moment.
Thank you so much for staying here on your election hub.
Nothing says you want to talk about it. Where are you? Where are you now?
It is the will of the people as expressed at the polls.
I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
is the Christmas